p.m. Welcome to Planning Committee. We're here tonight for meeting 17 of 2022 concerning 2 River and 50 Orchard, and I'll look to the clerk to confirm quorum and introduce city staff who are present. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. I can confirm that we do have quorum. We have the full committee with us this evening. Also joining us is Councillor Oosterhoff as our visiting councillor. Joining us from staff are Paige Agnew, Commissioner of Community Services, Tim Park, Director of Planning Services, James Barr, Manager of Development Approvals, Chris Wicca, Senior Planner, Ian Semple, Director of Transportation Services, Jennifer Campbell, Director of Heritage Services, Ruth Nordegraff, Director of Housing and Social Services, Paul McClatchy, Environment Director, Ellen McLeod, Deputy Director of Legal Services, Jeffrey Walker, Manager of Taxation and Revenue. Derek O'Shea is Acting Deputy City Clerk and our meeting host for this evening. And I'm Elizabeth Fawcett. I am the Committee Clerk for Planning. We also have 5 members of the applicant's team with us this evening to assist with questions. And we currently have 25 members of the public in the gallery. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. And we will jump right into the meeting. There's no public meeting tonight, though there is definitely opportunity for the public to participate for our business item. So I will call the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. and look for an approval agenda. We need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Hill, Councillor Osanek, all in favor? That passes. And look for a confirmation of the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for the interruption, just the addendums, if I could.
I didn't say as added. One day the chairs will learn to say that. There are 2 addeds, yes. I even wrote it in my notes and didn't say it. So just making sure the consent of the committee, we'll do that vote again, just to be very, very clear that the agenda is as added with the 2 addendums. All those in favor? Again, that's unanimous. Thank you, Mrs. Clerk. And so we're looking for approval of minutes. We have a mover, Councillor Neal, Councillor Chappelle, all those in favor? Excellent. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Excellent. No delegations or briefings at this point. We're moving into the formal business then. I've already said the addresses for the only item that's on the agenda tonight. And with that, I'll look to staff to kick us off with a presentation on the file for the tannery property. Mr. Barr.
All right, I believe we're ready to go. So good evening, everyone, and thank you for your attendance at this meeting. My name is James Barr, and I am the Manager of Development Approvals for the city. I am joined tonight by my colleagues in Legal, Heritage, Transportation, Environment, Taxation, and the Cataraqui Conservation. Tonight's meeting and the staff recommendation is the culmination of 5 years of work that spans multiple professional disciplines and levels of government, years of public engagement, and yet it remains the first step in a multi-step process for this development. Tonight, we are presenting the recommendation for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the former Davis Tannery lands. Next slide, please. So the purpose and effect of the application is to redesignate and rezone the subject lands to permit a high-density, mixed-use commercial and residential development with new parks and open space along the city's waterfront on former industrial lands. In total, 1,670 residential units are proposed, along with commercial integrated into the buildings. Next slide, please. The lands are located north of River Street and east of Rideau Street in the Inner Harbor area. The Great Cataraqui River and the Rideau Canal lie to the east, and Bell Island Park is located to the north. The area is a former industrial area, and the existing pattern of development represents that mix, as the site is bordered by residential and light industrial uses to the west along Rideau Street, residential and vacant former industrial lands to the southwest, and existing industrial uses to the south. The site is 13 hectares and is currently vacant of buildings, as the former tannery and lead smelting businesses were demolished in the 1980s. There is an existing plan of subdivision on the lands and corresponding zoning that would allow for the creation of 790 residential units in a traditional low-density subdivision along the eastern portion of River Street and a high-density residential block to the north. A commercial plaza is located at the southwest corner where Rideau and River Street meets. Next slide, please. Before we dive right into the aspects of the development, as I had previously mentioned, this application has been continuously worked on for over 5 years, with different parts of the application and other approvals before committee and council at 10 different times. This includes 3 previous public meetings for the applications before you tonight, with one of those public meetings spanning 2 nights, 2 separate information reports to council, and 4 meetings related to the topic of remediating the contaminated lands. Tonight's meeting is the 4th public meeting and the first recommendation made by staff on the application. Next slide, please. The studies, reports, and plans have been reviewed extensively by internal and external agencies and departments. And so this review will continue through the subsequent application types. The continued engagement will be reviewed further in later parts of this presentation. Next slide, please. A quick review of the ownership of the waterfront area around the Tannery lands shows that the lands subject to the application are outlined in black. Lands owned by the city are highlighted in red, and the river waterfront lots owned by Parks Canada and Transport Canada are labeled in the green area on the right-hand side of the image. A large portion of the waterfront directly adjacent to the river along the development is not owned by the applicant. As you can see, the black property line does not run the full length of the shore. The plans you will see tonight and those within the report reflect this ownership mapping. Next slide, please. Over the course of the application, we have received significant public interest across multiple categories. Everything from built form and use considerations to evolving policy context, contamination concerns, climate change considerations, natural heritage and hazard concerns, and affordable housing, to name a few of them. The staff report addresses these matters in great detail and we'll be reviewing key areas tonight in tonight's presentation. Next slide, please. The application as proposed is seen here in this concept plan. Next slide. It is serviced by 2 new roads with a northern extension of Orchard Street and an east-west road that is in alignment with Russell Street to the west, and that will intersect with Rideau Street. Next slide, please. Commercial uses line the east-west roadway and the Rideau Street in the south. The red areas represent areas of mandatory commercial, and the blue represents flex commercial spaces, which can either be commercial or residential. All will be designed with commercial ground to ceiling heights as reflected in the zoning. Next slide, please. The buildings are broken up into 4 phases as shown. Phase 1 and 2 are along the water, with phases 3 and 4 located along Rideau Street. Each will be subject to their own site plan control application in the future in order to proceed through the final development approval stage. Next slide, please. The lands, will have 13 hectares in size, will have approximately 4 hectares of open space, with a central park located between phases 1 and 2, a waterfront park area along the eastern boundary shared with the river, and the Parks Canada lands, and a large open renaturalized space to the north. Next slide, please. The buildings proposed here are mid-rise, predominantly 6 stories in height. 2 8-story sections are located on phases 1 and 2 above their parking garages, and the buildings along the waterfront step down to be 5 and 4 stories along the water. Next slide, please. Here you can see in the top image the view of the site from the Orchard and River Streets intersection, demonstrating the mid-rise form that contains significant variation in the facade through insets and materiality. The lower image is a view of the site from the river looking down the new central east-west street from the river. Here you can see the 4-story form nearest the water and the 8-story volume above the garages. The form has evolved significantly from the first iteration and responds well to the local area and character in the Rideau Canal. Shadowing does not impact adjacent development. There are no intrusive overlook concerns, and important sightlines down River Street will be maintained, and a new sightline will be created down the east-west street. Materiality and color will be reviewed through the site plan control process, included within that heritage impact statement to follow that will support each of those individual phases through the site plan control process. Next slide, please. Through discussions with the applicant, they have agreed to the city optioning a minimum of 25 units per phase of the development for affordable housing. This amounts to a total of 100 new affordable housing units that could be created on the subject lands that will be rent geared to income, affordable home ownership, or other affordable model. If the city does not option the 25 units in a phase, then 15 of those would roll over into the next phase to be included as part of that option. The terms and conditions of this option plan will be built into the draft plan of subdivision conditions. Next slide, please. The site's former use as a tannery and lead smelter has left the lands in Inner Harbor contaminated from a legacy of dumping pollutants directly on the site and into the water. Next slide, please. In both of these maps shown here, the darker the color, the greater the level of contaminants. On the left is the tannery site, and on the right is the Inner Harbor. On the left-hand side, the dark red and orange area at the top is actually the wetland. And so that's the level of contamination that is seen within the wetland area. As outlined in the Phase 1 environmental site assessment, there have been numerous environmental reports detailing the contaminants on the site in the Inner Harbor dating back to 1977. Back in 1977, heavy metals were observed in the soils, water, and vegetation, and that the marsh acted as a sink for heavy metals. The site was deemed at that time not suitable for residential development in its current form. Current environmental standards deem the site not usable for residential development and remediation is required. While this development cannot deal with the contaminants offsite, the federal government is working on plans to deal with the legacy contamination in the Inner Harbor. Next slide, please. In the city's official plan, portions of the lands are designated as environmental protection area, consisting of a provincially significant wetland, as shown here with the green area on the left. And a portion of the sites are classified as significant woodland and contributory to woodland on the right. As reviewed through the ecological reports, the site both on land and in water is dominated by invasive species. Next slide, please. Both the inland and water areas are contaminated with the heaviest contamination being found in the wetland area, as it acted as a repository for industrial contamination. The in-water area contains invasive species such as Phragmites, who are densely populated with vegetation, but in the reports, few animals or insects were observed for a wetland of that caliber. The on-land area contained patches of local trees, but the largest area is heavily dominated by Manitoba maples. The understory, which is the area under the trees, is dominated by Japanese knotweed, garlic mustard, and dog strangling vine, and European buckthorn, all classified as invasive species. While there is vegetation on the site and in the wetland, studies have concluded that the site cannot heal itself through natural processes. We have had a chance to review the consideration brought up in public comments about phytoremediation. Phytoremediation would involve the managing of a variety of plants and tree species that either preferentially consume and sequester contaminants or break them down into more benign compounds. Phytoremediation has been shown to work well at sites contaminated by organic molecules that can be consumed or broken down by plant processes at the site where these contaminants are mobile and available to phytoremediation plants. However, most of the contaminant load at the tannery is elemental metals, which cannot be broken down and tend to bond strongly to soil particles. Implementing of this program would require decades to clean up the property to the point where records of site condition could be possible, and there's no guarantee it'll fully work. Because of the in-water contamination within the wetland, which poses a threat to the Inner Harbor due to sediment transport, phytoremediation would also need to be supplemented with engineered control measures to prevent further contaminants from entering the harbor. While the phytoremediation is in place, the site would be inaccessible and would need to be fenced off. The site could not be used until full cleanup is achieved and a record of site condition and certificate of property use have been issued. Because the heavy metal contaminants would not be broken down by phytoremediation, the site would have to be harvested every few years to remove the contaminated plants, meaning continual impacts to that ecosystem. Harvesting plants would then have to be disposed of as a hazardous waste, as they could not be used for composting. Next slide, please. Given the level of contamination, the entire site is proposed to be remediated using various methods. This includes full excavation of some portions, select excavation and capping in others, and some parts would see full capping of the contaminants. Various methods would be further refined through the detailed work, which will include stormwater works and the landscape plan. The applicant has begun preliminary work on compensation with the Conservation Authority to replace wetlands removed as part of the site remediation. This could involve creating new wetlands near the site, as shown in pink on this map, on the left, or could be located elsewhere in the watershed. This work would continue through the draft plan of subdivision stage. and forms part of the conditions of the hold removal. Next slide, please. The benefits of a clean site is the ability to renaturalize the area with native species. Along with the discussions happening around the site remediation, waterfront natural heritage and cultural heritage considerations have been front of mind, and a preliminary landscape strategy has been developed in consultation with the applicant's ecological experts. Next slide, please. The concept image attached here shows the profile of the shoreline area, including the location of naturalized plantings, the waterfront trail, and the shoreline. The lower image shows the anticipated heights of the trees at the time of planting and their height at later maturity stages for reference. This strategy is still conceptual, but has been reviewed by Parks Canada, the Conservation Authority, and Transport Canada. They all note it's conceptual in nature and that it will require further details and analysis to ensure that the plantings can be fully realized along with a more naturalized shoreline rather than a hard edge, in tandem with the environmental remediation works. Coordination between the site cleanup and the cleanup of the inner harbor will be required, as this has been recognized by all parties. Final works to secure the landscape plan have been included in the hold provisions in the zoning and will form part of future plan of subdivision processes applicable to the entirety of the subject lands. Next slide, please. The city's official plan lays out policies to consider in new development to achieve more sustainable development and prepare for the impacts of a changing climate, speaking to several key areas, including increasing the city's overall urban residential density to be supportive of transit, and to create land use patterns that foster transit and active transportation use while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The development is considered high density with 273 units per net hectare and contains commercial uses at grade to provide needed services and community uses within walking distance to residents of the site and the area. Several local buses and express buses along Montreal Street are within walking distance to the site, providing options for personal mobility to residents while placing a large number of new people with an already serviced area. The waterfront trail, KMP trail, bike lanes nearby all provide increased active transportation options. We heard feedback through the process about the high amount of parking being provided, and the parking has since been revised. The parking amount has now been reduced for residential to a minimum and a maximum of 0.6 spaces per unit to 1 space per unit, as well as requiring car share spaces, electric vehicle charging, and bicycle parking. The minimum parking requirement for commercial parking spaces has also been removed. The plan also speaks to maximizing investments in public amenities and infrastructure. Development of these lands would involve minimal expansion to the city's road network, and water, wastewater, electrical, and gas utility services all exist in the area. Servicing of the site will not result in the expansion to those utilities. Next slide, please. Increasing residential density in the appropriate locations matters, and including a mix of uses to create complete communities is an important part of that discussion. The city typically reviews density as a net calculation, meaning that all lands that are to be deeded to the municipality do not count in the overall land area for that calculation. This would include things like roadways and park spaces. But we have chosen for this exercise to use gross density for ease of comparison, which is why the density number here for the tannery noted on the left-hand side above the image at 198 units per gross hectare is lower than the 273 units per net hectare previously mentioned. On the left is an image showing the tannery lands and how much land is involved in their development for buildings, parks, and roadways. Accommodating the 1,670 units within a predominantly 6 stories only requires about the use of 8 hectares of land with 198 units per gross hectare and only 600 meters of new roadway. If the same number of units was to be developed at the official plan minimum density for new large-scale developments, which is 37.5 units per gross hectare, it would require 44.5 gross hectares of land. This is roughly the size of the West Village neighborhood as shown in the middle. So the West Village neighborhood is the part noted in blue, and the tannery lands and the size of them have been superimposed on there to give you an idea of scale. The West Village neighborhood contains a mix of land uses that includes a school, commercial uses, apartment buildings, and a long-term care home. For residential development, the West Village subdivision actually has a site-specific OP policy that requires the residential density to be 45 units per net hectare here. The increased density here is only achieved because there are 3 12-story residential apartment buildings on the site, which have a minimum residential density of 100 units per net hectare and a maximum of 200. Contrast that to the low density zones within West Village, which only require a minimum residential density of 23 units per net hectare. Where the tannery only requires about 600 meters of roadways, the West Village neighborhood will be supported by 4.3 kilometers of new roads and extended municipal services. If the 1,670 units at the tannery site were to be developed with only low density residential development at around 25 units per hectare, which is the density we have typically seen for new subdivisions in the East and West End, we would need an area of roughly 67 hectares and almost 7 kilometers of new roadways. This is roughly the size of Redendale, as shown in the image on the right. The area of land required to support new populations is important to understand because of the embodied carbon associated with development patterns. This development proposed before us tonight requires minimal expansion to the transportation network and infrastructure, and the maintenance is associated with those services when compared to lower density residential developments, such as garbage collection, snow clearing, and the general life cycle of a roadway. This site is also transit supportive, placing a large number of people in a walkable area near transit and active transportation facilities, provides options to reduce reliance on private automobiles. Multiple environmental initiatives are also proposed in terms of the restoration of native species, introducing of solar panels, electric vehicle charging stations, and e-scooter and car share facilities, as well as developers targeting a 25% reduction in energy usage for the building. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of concern raised with the use of a minister's zoning order. Mainly the concern relates to the general use in practice and the ability for the municipality to control development in the future. As shown on the screen, the image on the left represents the lands that would be subject to the minister's zoning order, which is exhibited in Exhibit D in the report. The image on the right are those that would be subject to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments passed by municipal council, which are Exhibits A and B and C in the report. This is being recommended by staff to achieve a positive redevelopment of contaminated former industrial lands, including the cleanup of legacy contamination, with zoning provisions developed by the municipality and put forward for minister's consideration. If the site were not partially indicated as a provincially significant wetland, then the application would have proceeded with a full set of municipal zoning documents this evening. While the policies recognize it is of value to clean up legacy contaminated sites, they also note that development and site alteration are not permitted in the provincially significant wetland. And what we have here is a contaminated provincially significant wetland. Next slide, please. Just before we get into it, to start, I have been using the term contaminated site, but the policies all call that a brownfield. We typically see brownfields because of former large industrial and manufacturing sites. The definition from the policies is seen here on the screen. Next slide, please. The split MZO, a municipal approval recommendation, is occurring because of this inherent policy conflict found within the provincial policy statement, which seeks to redevelop brownfield sites, but prohibits development and site alteration within significant wetlands. On the left-hand side of the screen are the policies that deal with both brownfield and significant wetlands. Development and site alteration, defined on the right-hand side, are both defined in terms in the provincial document that encompass all aspects of what development, including remediation, would do to lands. This is why our recommendation has been parsed up this way today. Planning staff see the importance of remediating the entire site as part of this development, which was supported by the CRCA to deal with the contaminants on the site holistically. This would remove and contain the historical contamination in order to allow significant housing and redevelopment and renaturalization of the site with native species to occur. It's also important to remediate the site in the context of the larger works occurring within the Inner Harbor cleanup. The tannery site is a point source of contamination where industrial practices, once operational on the site, contaminated the site and the harbor. Next slide, please. These two maps show the development. The proposed remediation on the left and the proposed MZO map is on the right. The orange areas on the left map represent the extent of the significant wetlands on the tannery property. Next slide, please. The wetland only impacts phase 4 of the development and the northern open space areas. The MZO boundaries shown here in red have been scoped appropriately to that area. The use of the MZO does not bypass, in our opinion, municipal processes on the land, as the site has proceeded through a full technical review, and staff have confidence that the development as proposed is compatible and can be supported by municipal services. It should be noted that approval of this application also does not guarantee that the ministry will grant an MZO, as they are issued at the discretion of the minister. There are still multiple approvals required for the lands to be developable. The site requires a draft plan of subdivision, which is subject to a future report and approval by planning committee and council. The report will detail all the conditions of approvals of the plan of subdivision, which will divide up the lands into the blocks that would be required in order to be developed. This includes sufficient site-wide stormwater management considerations, traffic impact studies, and considerations for the renaturalization of the lands post-remediation. The site plan control application is still required for each phase of the development. These processes are all within municipal control and will proceed post-zoning for the lands subject to both the MZO and the municipally approved zoning. It is the intent of staff to continue to work with the CRCA and other partner agencies through the draft plan of subdivision process, hold removal, and Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks site remediation process to ensure that the matters related to the natural environment and its remediation are handled appropriately. Next slide, please. So a lot of work has gone into the application today, but it is, as I've mentioned previously, not the final step. This is evident by the points raised in the report related to future draft plan of subdivision conditions and the hold conditions placed on the lands. The hold cannot be lifted from the areas under municipal approval until the city and other agencies, as applicable, are satisfied in the record of site condition, the landscape plan to be implemented post-remediation, and to have the detailed stormwater management plan accepted by the city and conservation authority. I want to pause here and kind of talk a bit more about the record of site condition process. So city staff met with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks and the Conservation Authority in May to discuss the process of remediation and what the ministry takes into consideration. The ministry process is rigorous as it seeks to remove and contain contaminants and examines all potential pathways for human and ecological health. This also includes hydrogeological concerns for contaminant containment. In addition to the internal ministry reviewers, the ministry sends out the submitted materials for a blind third-party reviewer. Cataraqui Conservation has indicated that they are satisfied with any form of wetland remediation and the efficacy of such an approach in trapping contaminants in the sediment, soils, and water can and will be properly assessed through future approval processes. Those processes include the comprehensive review of the record of site condition and review of the detailed stormwater management plan, of which the stormwater management plan forms another hold removal condition. It's part of this process that the city will seek out an independent qualified person to review the hydrogeological functions, the condition of which will be in the draft plan of subdivision approval. The draft plan of subdivision and all its conditions will have to be approved by committee and council and are applicable to the entire subject lands. Next slide, please. These are the next parts that form part of the hold removal. So additionally, hold conditions are in place for the wetland compensation, future heritage impact statements for each phase of the site plan, noise mitigation, and that we're going to provide enhanced notice for the intent to remove the hold. So that's number 7 that you see there. Enhanced notice means that it will be provided for all owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. A sign will be placed on the property and that will be placed in the WIG standard. This is not what is typically done for hold removal, but we're providing that extra level of public input, or sorry, not public input, but public notice here of intent to remove a hold symbol. Next slide, please. Following a decision by planning committee, the applications would be deliberated by full council. If the applications are successful, staff will engage the ministry on the possibility of an MZO for the site. Work will continue on the draft plan of subdivision, which will only be brought back before council once with draft conditions to be fulfilled. Only once the next step is taken can the plan of subdivision be finalized before site plan control applications can be approved. There are still years left of process to bring this application to a stage where a building permit can be issued. Next slide, please. So the applications as proposed are being recommended for approval by staff due to the positive land use planning outcomes detailed in tonight's presentation and in the staff report, and several other contributions to the city's public interest outcomes, including smart growth through urban infill and intensification, significant housing creation at a time when the city is experiencing a housing crisis through chronically low vacancy rate and affordability challenges, climate change, the creation of a walkable new community in proximity to downtown and other amenities in the area, and the creation of new publicly accessible waterfront in satisfaction of the city's waterfront master plan. Next slide, please. As I conclude, I just want to provide that notice for tonight's meeting was given in accordance with the Planning Act. As you probably noted, significant public correspondence has been received on this file, all contained within the exhibit for the report and the subsequent addendums which have gone out for this application. I'd be happy to, and my colleagues as well, answer any questions that you have once we get into question period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barr, for that overview. And what I'll do now is just give a quick sketch of where we're headed tonight in terms of our process for the meeting. So first thing, because we are in a planning committee meeting and not a public meeting, councillors or committee members, I should say, will have a round of questions to ask staff for up to 5 minutes each. And with consent of committee, what I'm going to suggest is that we only do one round from us to start, then move to the public portion, then put the motion on the floor where we can have committee of the whole, meaning as many rounds as we wish to further explore this. So not limiting debate at all, but just making sure that we have ample time for all the folks who have come out tonight from the public, and then give us additional opportunity. So that's what we're going to do. But as we do that, a reminder to the public that we request that you give your full name and address when you do speak. And like councillors or committee members here tonight, you'll have 5 minutes for your questions and comments. But unlike committee members, there's not crosstalk with either city staff or the proponents planning team. What we ask is that you give all your comment in the 5 minutes. And then after we've heard from 5 members of the public, both city staff and the proponent will have an opportunity to respond. Okay, so that's where we're headed, but we're going to start with committee members. And after committee members have gone, Councillor Oosterhoff, who's visiting us tonight, and we want to welcome him, will also have an opportunity to ask questions if you would like. Alrighty, so looking to my Zoom screen here, Councillor Neal, I recognize you. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of process questions, if I could. Excuse me. First, MZOs are relatively rare creatures. I think in my 18 years as a counselor, there have only been 2 that I can recall. And they were very unique situations that understandably, one was the Homes for Heroes on King Street, and the other was for a property to enable a business, and it was time sensitive to move into the city. So those, I supported both of those. I'm curious about what, if anything, is the compelling reason why this proposal requires an MZO, because as I looked over it, everything I see can be achieved through our planning, through the Planning Act and the planning process. Perhaps if there is a unique aspect, somebody can point that out to me.
Sure.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. You are right, everything on this property can be done through the Planning Act and Planning Act mechanisms, but what we've run into is a municipal wall, essentially, because the portion of the site that contains a provincially significant wetland, which is contaminated, there are strict policies in the PPS around it that say no development or site alteration allowed within a provincially significant wetland. But on the flip side, the policies all speak to cleaning up a contaminated brownfield. This is something that I know Commissioner Agnew has a lot of experience with, and she has a lot more detail on it than I am, but it's the policy conflict that we run into with this site, and why we're proposing a split recommendation between an MZO and the municipal approvals aspect. Because as professional planners, we can't make a recommendation that says we can do this through our typical municipal approvals processes because we have to be consistent with the PPS and conform to the official plan. And that's the policy wall that we run into, which is why we're seeking and recommending that an MZO be put forward for those portions of the land subject to the provincially significant wetland. It is a mechanism under the Planning Act, not one commonly used within the city. We have had two, both have been within, I think, the past 2 years, and both are very unique situations. And again, I think that this is a very unique situation before us tonight. I can't think of another application that I've seen somewhere in Ontario where someone has proposed to remediate a contaminated provincially significant wetlands. So I do think that there is a level of uniqueness to this application here tonight as well. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Agnew to see if she has anything additional that she would like to add.
No, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Certainly would agree with James's comments. Again, the key difference with the other two circumstances that you referenced, Councillor Neal, is in both of those circumstances, be it the employment land development and then also the other project you referenced in terms of the Homes for Heroes. The key matter with those particular projects is really a matter of expedience. In this case, the MZO for a portion of the property is being recommended not out of a matter of expedience because of the lengthy process that we've already undertaken. It was really to undertake an ability for us to look at how to approve the project while still conforming with the provincial policy and ensuring that the recommendation that we were bringing to council was one we were asking you to recommend, or we're recommending approval to a portion or the municipal portion because it conforms to the provincial policy statement. But because of that policy disconnect that James has referenced in the provincial policy statement with respect to brownfield remediation, but that not being contemplated on a provincially significant wetland, that's where the MZO, the very scoped MZO tool, has come in as part of tonight's recommendation.
Am I correct in my assumption that MZOs also preclude any kind of review process once an MZO is in place, and so it can't be appealed through a tribunal or that? And is that accurate? The MZO kind of precludes that from happening. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate, Councillor Neal. So an MZO, it's a matter where the minister has absolute authority over that decision. What is contemplated is the ability, certainly members of the public are able to notify the minister of their thoughts on something, but the matter, once it's issued as an MZO, isn't appealable to the tribunal. The other three parts of this recommendation that are under municipal consideration as proposed would be open to appeal, but the minister's zoning order he's able to rescind it, or she, in this case, it's a he who's the current sitting minister, but it's not appealable to the tribunal the way the other components of the development would be.
So we're turning over to the province our local ability to review or seek an appeal. That's accurate?
For the phase 4 portion only. And what we have done as part of the recommendation, and that's attached to the staff report tonight, is scoped out the parameters of what the MZO ask would be. So we're not saying, minister who doesn't live in Kingston, please develop an MZO for a property you don't know anything about. We've taken the municipal process to define parameters that, should council be supportive of that, would then go to the minister's office with a request. And then staff would work through a detailed process of helping to scope that MZO before anything would be potentially approved by the minister.
I have two more very brief questions I'd like to get to that are policy questions. I know we've made a commitment, the city has, to First Nations to include them in any kind of major decisions and give them an opportunity for input. I didn't see that in the report before us. Have First Nations peoples been included in this process? Oop, I see everybody flashing up there.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. McLeod, I saw you.
Mr.
There's your hand.
McLeod.
Please take it away.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is a private development, the role of consultation would be different. So when we, for example, are building the third crossing, we're building a bridge over Parks Canada waters, where it's very important under federal obligations that we participate and have a very detailed conversation with applicable First Nations. That same rule at this point does not apply to private developments. And that being said, input which would be received in relation to cultural and environmental issues, as well as my colleagues in the planning staff can elaborate this.
Have we, the
features
proponents,
the adjacencies as well.
a formal request for such input that you're
I'm
aware
sorry,
of?
Councillor, I didn't catch your question.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. Has the proponent or the city, given the complexity of this proposal, reached out to First Nations requesting any kind of input?
I would have to defer to planning staff as to whether that occurred, but I would remind that those kind of discussion opportunities would also be a continuing matter.
Thank you. And Councilor Neal, one more time, can you just repeat the question so I make sure I understand that
Yeah.
last part?
We have made a commitment, the city has, to First Nations that on complex issues, we would reach out and request their input. When I look over this total report, I don't see that happening. Have we encouraged the proponent or reached out to First Nations to request their input that you're aware of? I take that as a no. I
Remember
don't see
to
anybody.
answer Councillor Neal here. I don't see any hands up.
Thank you, and through you, Councillor, or sorry, through you, Chair, to you, Councillor. I'm not aware of that commitment as part of a development approvals process. We haven't specifically reached out to any specific First Nations organizations or band council, but I do believe that in future, once this application, or should this application proceed to full approval, and we are working through the levels of park design, there is a level of local involvement. So I'm wondering if Director Campbell can speak to that local involvement, which will be part of the public process in future.
Sorry, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure, Councillor Neal, if you might be thinking about Council's commitment through the Engage for Change process, which is certainly working with nations to develop relationship protocols. That hasn't resulted in the kind of commitment that you're describing here, at least in a way that I'm familiar with as applicable to the planning process. But as James has shared, and as were made clear in the comments in the context of the report, the intent moving forward is certainly, as things move into more detailed site plan considerations, it will include things like heritage impact statements, which would, and we have requested that there be Indigenous inclusion in those discussions. And I would also add, from a local community relationship perspective, we have definitely seen Indigenous participation in the public meetings and the offering of Indigenous concerns, and particularly in relationship to the removal of trees and to the oak tree in particular. So I don't want to suggest that those voices were not heard. They definitely were, even if they weren't coming in through a nation to sort of nation consultation process.
I think many citizens in Kingston would appreciate if the proponent and the city reached out and got that as requested information before the final bylaws brought through. That I'm sure many would appreciate that. So my very last question, and I guarantee it's the shortest question, on your slides, Mr. Barr, you said prepare for effects of climate change was a commitment, but I didn't find, or perhaps I missed it, any specifics to fulfill that. So I just want to make sure it's not just a kind of throwaway motherhood statement without something backing it up. So.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm happy to clarify that comment. Through a lot of the latest round of provincial documents, the policies are really directing us to start to prepare for the impacts of a changing climate. And the provincial policy statement specifically outlines a list of criteria that we can do and grow and try to mitigate some of those harmful effects of climate change or even reduce our impact on the climate. And one of them is by increasing residential urban density, providing compact nodes and corridors throughout our city to be transit supportive to reduce our reliance on greenhouse gas emissions. So that is the tie through for everything related to preparing for the effects of a changing climate. It's also worth noting that with this site, which is a little bit lower to the ground, and even though it is contaminated, and once the capping comes in, the actual elevation of the site will be raised, pushing it further away from any potential natural hazard associated with the lake and river water as well. So flooding would be less of a concern for this site after remediation would occur because of the change in grade on the property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no other hands at this point, so I'm looking for committee members. Councillor Osanek, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just a few questions. So one question is about what's in the report now, saying that it's going to be a mix of apartments and condos. I'm pretty sure when we had the last public meetings, it was the applicant said, I'm in the business of doing apartments and rentals. So now we're seeing apartments and condos. And I know part of all of this remediation of the site involves monitoring. And what I remember, but maybe I remember incorrectly, was that the answer from the applicant was that we own the site because we're, in the rental business, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be able to do the monitoring. But now that I'm reading that condos are in the mix, sorry, Jim. My question is, how is that going to affect the monitoring of the site to, ensure that the contaminants on the site aren't going to the river? Is it going to be then a split between the rental units and the condos? So condo fees are going to have to go towards monitoring. I see that now as being very messy, and I don't see how we're going to get the proper governance of protecting the river this way.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. My understanding of this application and through all the public reporting we put out is that both condos and rentals have always been proposed as part of this application. So I just wanted to put that out there. I believe it's in the reporting. It's always been out there. We are unsure of the mix necessarily of what will be the final split between condominium ownership and rental, but that has formed part of our public reporting. In relation to the question about long-term, I guess, it was not necessarily liability, but like long-term works on the proposed remediation and capping plans. When the ministry works through their remediation plans, the record of site condition, the certificate of property use are issued. Those are titles that flow with the land, and any future application or property that inhabits that land will have that knowledge of what's there, whether it is a singular person or a singular company owning it via a rental, or whether it is a condominium corporation. The details of what will be required for the maintenance and long-term viability of that cap will be registered on the applicable property. That also includes any lands that might be deeded or dedicated to the city for roadways or park space. It's not uncommon to see lands across either a city or an organization where private interests hold either lands that have been remediated through a record of site condition process or are moving through a risk management process. We have single detached dwellings in the East End right now that have gone through both, sorry, not both, but either a remediation through a typical record of site condition, which involves removal of the contaminants, or a risk assessment, which is registered on the title of the lands. And then there are stipulations that have to go along with that about what you can and cannot do.
All right, thank you. So this development is going to take 12 years to complete all 4 phases. What happens if the applicant cannot finish the phases and has to walk away from the project? So we know that the first step is going to be stripping all of the land, all of the hectares of vegetation. And then the city, in my opinion, will be left with a barren site if this project has to stop.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. That would be unfortunate. It would be unfortunate to see something start and then stop on these lands. But in order to achieve that initial, in order to achieve that initial step in the process of achieving full municipal approvals, and in order to be able to actually leverage the financing in order to be able to do things and then tap into the brownfield remediation funds that are associated with this site, the developer needs to have confidence, the banks and the financial institutions need to have confidence that those stages are proceeding. So the hope, and I mean, it's very speculative and hard to pin down what developments may or may not succeed and proceed through full municipal approvals, but the hope here is that, and the aim here is that they will proceed through full approvals. In terms of brownfield and what would happen with that, should it stop mid-process, or what financial and other obligations are going to be along with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul McClatchy in our Environment Division to answer those questions.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The brownfield financial programs that we use in the city and for the tannery site are called back-ended. So there is no brownfield money that gets paid out to a developer until the site has been cleaned up and fully redeveloped. So there's a lot of risk to the developer in that if they take on significant environmental costs or even costs associated with tree removal and so forth, and they don't finish their project, then they will not be compensated for that. So there's a baked-in incentive to finish the work.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Rosanek, I'm going to interrupt you, not to be rude, but because I see Mr. Barr's hand went up again. Did you have supplemental information?
I did, and thank you, and through you, Chair. In addition to that, once we do proceed to the, more detailed levels of development approvals, there are securities that are taken through the subdivision process and through each site plan control application as well. So hefty securities will be taken for each of those in the development as well, should there be some concern later in the future.
Thank you for that added information. This is now a question about the landscape plan. And when we had the last meeting in April, or maybe it was May 19th, it didn't look like there'd be any opportunity to plant mature trees. But now tonight in the landscape plan from XCG consultants, we're seeing that some trees could be planted that can be big trees. So my question, maybe this to the applicant, what type of trees are we talking about? Can we see hickories? Can we see maple trees? Can we see oak trees? Or are we still talking about very specific trees that have shallow root systems?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Before I turn it over to the applicant's team, maybe to talk about some of those details, which I believe they might have some more information on, but it is conceptual at this time. We through the process did hear that early on, that given the level of capping that they were putting on there and what they had considered, there wouldn't be opportunity for large tree plantings. That was actually counter to their own HIS, and staff did not think that that was acceptable for this application, and was also not supported by Parks Canada due to the natural heritage concerns and cultural heritage concerns of the Rideau Canal. So since that meeting, we've worked extensively with the applicant on this detail in order to push for a solution that would meet the city's objectives, Parks Canada's objectives, and actually look at renaturalizing the site with large tree plantings to be consistent with all the requirements of our partner agencies and ourselves. And that's what's before you tonight through that landscape plan. I don't know if Rob or Mr. Tao have anything additional that they'd like to add to that specific tree planting wise. I believe in the landscape plan, they identify kind of 4 species that could be applicable. So I'll turn it over to Patrick Inc.
Thank you, Mark. Professional planner. So yes, the landscape strategy does have things, and there could be a variety of different tree types, the focus being on native species. So on page 6, the final page of the landscape strategy, there's a listing of 15 different tree species that were identified, including hickory, spruce, maple, bur oak, tamarack, white birch, and willow. So those have been identified by a landscape architect as trees that could be accommodated within the tree planting plan.
Oops. Thank you for that. I just wondered if staff could note for the trees that will be planted to ensure that like a really good enriched soil is specified to be used, you know, to give these trees their best chance of surviving, and also if there could be a watering system as part of the site plan when we get to that, and whatever number of years from tonight that might occur. My next question, I don't know, Mr. Chair, do I still have one minute or so for one more question, or want me to?
You actually have 2. I never count staff response in your time, so you've only used 3 minutes so far.
Okay, thank you. Another question then to the applicant. So I know all throughout this report it's mentioned about how there's invasive species on the site, right? Non-native species, invasive species. So when the developer plants, you know, the bushes, the shrubs, everything along the waterfront area and along the buildings, what is the developer going to do to prevent invasive species from, you know, starting to take root in there?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'll start this portion of the discussion off, and then we can look to Patrick's team if he has anything additional he'd want to add. So the landscape plan is really step 1 in implementing the revegetation of the site with native species. Looking at the plan that was put forward, which is available on Dash if anybody is interested, there are a number of different types of vegetation they're planting. So trees, shrubs, living shoreline considerations, items for the meadow, tall grasses, all to be native species. It'll depend really in the future on the ownership of a parcel, on the maintenance of that to ensure that invasive species do not start to creep their way back in. That will all be decided in future through the additional approvals that will come through the draft plan of subdivision stage as to how the parcels will be divided up and what the ownership will be.
Thank you. I'll leave it at there, Mr. Chair, but I will have more questions for the next round.
Excellent. Yeah, we will do it when we have the next round, rather, will be when we have the motion on the floor, and we'll have lots of time then. So thanks. I think I saw Councillor Hill. You're next.
I'm just trying to thank you, Chair, and I'm just trying to get a sort of sense of the impact the MZO request would have on the portion of land that's being discussed. So it has been. It doesn't cover the whole property, it just covers really the section 4 or the phase 4, and then the lands sort of to the north. So if we some of the concerns that I read that came in from the community were that we were kind of ceding control of what happens on that land. Through the MZO. So if the MZO was not a consideration, but it's a provincially significant wetland, who controls what happens on that land now? Do we have any say in terms of what can happen on that land, or is that strictly under provincial control as it is?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm going to turn this question over to Commissioner Agnew.
Thank you, and through you. So as you say, provincially significant wetland. the function of that and the review and the form and the condition of that, most of that is monitored directly by the Ministry of Natural Resources. So it's a provincial ministry function, as opposed to, we do have elements with respect to land use consideration in our official plan, but there is that level of provincial jurisdiction that's inherent within the PSW as it is right now.
So we're not really giving up control of a portion of land because we don't control it now. Is that a fair comment?
I think through you, Councillor, or through you, Chair, insofar as we control the land use in terms of municipal approvals in our official plan, but certainly anything to do with the condition of the wetland, its status, any redrawing of the boundary, all of that is really done between the MOE and then also the Ministry of Natural Affairs and what am I trying to say? Yeah, Natural Affairs. And they've been at the table with us the whole time. So there's really, some provincial, there's also the municipal that kind of comes underneath it as well. But again, the provincial policy is really what's dictated this conflict that's here, because it goes to the provincial policy statement, which is administered and written by the Ministry of Affairs and Housing. And that's really inherent within our land use considerations as well. So I know it's kind of a two-part answer, but yeah, we have MNRF and MOE at the provincial level, and then we've got some care and control over what types of uses can take place dictated by our official plan.
So thank you. And so my other question, because we did talk a little bit about sort of the unique aspects of the other two MZOs that we requested. I'm just wondering, is there, to your knowledge, another provincially significant wetland that is also a brownfield in the province of Ontario? I haven't heard of any other ones. Does anybody know whether there are other ones?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Certainly I can start and Mr. Barr can chime in. Not that I'm aware of. Certainly there are other PSWs elsewhere, but not ones that are contaminated PSWs.
So if suddenly we came into a pot of money and we wanted to decontaminate that provincially significant wetland, we would be at the mercy of the provincial government in terms of making that decision, right? That would not be a municipal decision to make. That would be a provincial decision to make. Is that correct?
That's correct. Certainly, again, because the provincial policy statement, as James was going over in the presentation, speaks to site alteration or development within a PSW, we're bound by that provincial policy as well.
So I guess my concern is that if we don't do something, this land doesn't get cleaned up. And I'm going to ask Mr. McClatchy. So if this land doesn't get cleaned up, does that mean then that we're still going to be seeing leachate and other pollutants making their way into the river system or into the I guess biodiversity of that area?
And through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, to be clear, it's not so much a leachate problem of like contaminated water flowing from the contaminated portion of the wetland. It's more the movement of contaminated sediments that are in that wetland. And that's the big plume of contaminated material you see going out into the inner harbor. It's being flushed out of that contaminated wetland because the wetland itself is the highest concentration of contamination on the whole property, and that's because in the former smelting and tanning operations, they used the wetland as their dumping area, basically. So prior to any good environmental regulation, all of the effluent was just dumped as wastewater into that wetland, and that's why it's so badly contaminated.
So this is my last question, and if we don't clean that up, is the federal government still going to commit to the cleanup of the inner harbor, given the fact that a substantial pollution source has not been addressed?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we have had discussions with the federal government as part of their proposed sediment management plan about what the boundaries of their cleanup are going to be. And they've been very clear that the boundaries can only be federally owned property. Any additional property that might be owned by the city or other people would have to be brought into the project with the resources of the city or the other owners to compensate that portion of the project. So I would say that, to be blunt, it would be unlikely that the federal government would wander into the wetland and start taking on responsibility for those portions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Do I see other committee members? Don't yet, so I'll ask the vice chair to take the chair, and then I'll ask a few questions and we'll go back to committee for those who haven't spoken yet.
I take the chair and I recognize you.
Thank you. And I'll use your last question as a segue about the relationship with the federal government, because for me, coordination with the other parties at play in this contaminated environment, including the city and the feds, is really key. And I read in the report about the hold symbol for the record of site condition, and there is reference to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. But what I'm looking for absolute clarity on is that for the project to proceed, there'll have to be joint or in tandem or coordination between these various ministries at the provincial level and the feds and the city. In other words, I'm asking, do we kind of guarantee that there is this joint cleanup for the project to proceed? Is that part of what the record of site condition entails?
Mr. McClatchy.
And through you, Mr. Chair. No, we can't guarantee that's going to happen. It makes sense that a coordination will happen when you have different players undertaking remediation in the same space close to one another. But to be blunt, the remediation of the tannery site can happen even if the federal government did not proceed with their sediment management plans in the Inner Harbor. The flip side of that, though, is that when the federal government, or if the federal government proceeds with their sediment management plan, they're going to want to make sure that there's no ongoing sources of recontamination that's going to recontaminate their cleaned up harbor. And they will have their eyes firmly on a number of things, including that contaminated portion of the provincially significant wetland. So I would say it's very reasonable to assume that the federal government is going to be looking at what the plans are for the cleanup of the PSW to make sure that it satisfies what they want to see in terms of contamination source control.
All right, and follow up to that through the vice chair, Mr. McClatchy. In terms of that interconnection, if the feds would be looking to us, is it reasonable that we look to them in terms of the Great Cattarauqua River being a potential contaminant to the land? Like, does it go from our site to theirs and vice versa? And just trying to establish that there is that that link between the two sources of contamination, or not. I just want to know clearly. Through
you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the contamination flow is from the wetland out into the Inner Harbor. You wouldn't expect it to go the other way.
So it could be said that even if the feds take a bit more time on doing their work, though we know that it's something they are endeavoring to do, and there's been funds that have been suggested, even if they take time in doing their work, doing ours would be the key way that we ensure that the space is cleaned up, that the site is decontaminated, or at least the contaminants are contained. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. A second line of questioning through the vice chair, perhaps the planning staff or the conservation authority, is where did we land on the conservation authority's approval or acceptance of the method of remediation proposed? In other words, I want to be very sure that the CRCA says that capping is adequate to do what we're trying to do here, because I think that in no uncertain terms, the project needs to have that guarantee from our local experts.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Dakin, who is on the call today for the Cattarauqua Conservation Authority's perspective on what's proposed.
Mr. Dakin?
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, James, and through you, I guess, Mr. Vice Chair, to the question from the Chair. The Conservation Authority, as we've indicated in the past, we've been involved for quite a long time extensively on this. We voiced concerns in the past about the need for proper assessment and review, particularly independent peer review of what I'll call the wetland remediation approach, knowing that the capping is the preferred or proposed approach. Initially, it was our opinion that review should happen in advance of any planning approvals, or in lieu of that as a condition of planning approvals. Part of the reason why we made that recommendation was that we understood the MECP's review process was quite scoped and was not, which is critical to us, was not focused on what the capping would do in terms of trapping contaminated sediments, soils, groundwater. We were concerned that the MECP's role was focused just on the site. Will it be safe for residential use? Through more expansive consultation with the city and directly with MECP staff, we now know that their approval process through the record of site condition does involve an assessment of the efficacy of capping or whatever wetland remediation approach is proposed in terms of dealing with the offsite contaminants. And why that's important for us is for us to get on board, or at least to not have an objection to any alterations to the wetland. There has to be a greater good. We have to be convinced that capping or other type of remediation is going to deal with a long-term watershed-wide downstream problem. And while we haven't reached that point yet where we can say with confidence that's the case, we now do have the confidence that the ministry will review that and make that determination, that process involves independent peer review. And from everything we're hearing, the Conservation Authority will have a role in reviewing and commenting on that process as well. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Yeah, I think it does. Thank you for that. And I just want to make sure that I clarify what you said, which is you're still looking for additional information through the peer review, but you're now comfortable seeing zoning proceed because the actual site conditions, when building permits can be issued, the peer review will happen before that. So additional information is required, but at this juncture, moving ahead with the zoning is fine because that project actually couldn't proceed until that additional research is done. Is that right?
That's fair. Yeah, Mr. Chair. Understanding that there is a rigorous process and that there are these multiple checks in the process, we're at a comfort level now that this site will not be developed, and more importantly, the wetland will not be altered until all those requirements are satisfied, and that we have input as that process goes. In an ideal world, we would see remediation happen up front and then the zoning be in place afterwards. But we understand that the applicant, the developer, that involves a level of risk that would make it essentially untenable for them to move forward. So that's our understanding. That's our position at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Dakin. And then finally, Councillor Hill, through you, on the note of local control and oversight, as was mentioned in the response from Mr. Dakin, I wanted to ask a bit about the MZO as well, because often I think it's conceived of as something the province swoops in and does to a community. But as I understand it, we're kind of changing the narrative on that and actually going to the province with a fairly well thought out plan and asking the minister, in this case, Minister Clark, to do something that we can't do ourselves. And I think that's been established by other councillors, but I just want to hear it for myself, that this isn't a top-down Queen's Park coming to City Hall to say, look, this is what you have to do. We're actually saying we can't do it because we don't have the tools. Can you help us make sure that this is done well because it's beyond our powers? Is that an accurate statement?
Mr. Barr?
Thank you. And through your chair, that is an accurate statement, Councillor Kiley. What we've proposed is contained in Exhibit D of our staff report, which is MZO framework that we as staff have put together, which, if approved, we would engage the ministry with its own regulations specific to the site to implement phase 4 in the open space lands to the north. This isn't a top-down Queen's Park recommendation. This is a staff developed recommendation that we will be putting forward for consideration for the minister. This is more akin as to what we did with Clog Grove Business Park, where we approached the ministry and said, this is what we would like to do, and then work with them on how to achieve that.
Excellent. And my final question, to be very sure related to that, through Councillor Hill to Mr. Barr, is in doing that, we're basing our submission to the ministry, should it go forward, on the years of consultation that you outlined in your report. Multiple public meetings, thousands of pieces of correspondence. The democratic process of this planning process has informed what we're asking the ministry. It's not something that's concocted otherwise. Is that accurate?
Mr. Barr?
Yes, that's correct. Through you, Vice Chair, that's correct, Councillor. As alluded, this has gone on for 5 years. Multiple public meetings, extensive technical review by internal and external agencies, significant input by staff in order to shape this project into something that we as staff feel is supportable and in the good public interest of land use planning. This is a very, very well meticulous and thought out proposal and ask, and something very unique and significant to the city for this site. This is something we typically haven't done before. We have not run into this challenge or problem before. This is a recommendation that has been made with the full sense of what a typical development approvals project would be. We just need the assistance of the minister for those portions of the land to bring forward the development application as proposed.
Very good.
And I return the chair.
Thank you. And I believe I saw Councillor Chappelle's hand right before I asked my questions. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have a number of questions. I understand that this has been circulating for about 5 years. There has been resistance from the Conservation Authority with respect to a boathouse on the water, yet I looked at the presentation tonight and I'm wondering if it was staff presenting it or if it was the applicant presenting it, because there's still a boathouse in the photos. And so I would like clarity that whether this boathouse will be permitted and whether this MZO actually allows the boathouse to be permitted, should it be accepted. And with regards to the boathouse and the proximity of this development to the Cataraqui River, has there been any correspondence with the purveyors of the UNESCO designation, and will this project impact that designation?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Happy to answer that question. So I will just fully reassure and flat out say that the boathouse does not form part of our approval recommendations and it is not supported by staff, has not been supported by our partner agencies, especially Parks Canada and CRCA. It does not form part of our recommendation tonight. The boathouse is still shown in all the graphics because those were put forward by the applicant, but it does not appear in our zoning framework as part of the municipal approvals in exhibits B and C, nor exhibit A to the official plan amendment exhibits as well. And it does not appear in the MZO text and framework in exhibit D. It has not been included in any level of our approval this evening. So I can reassure you with that one. Councillor Chappelle, when you're talking about proximity to the river, were you talking specifically about the boathouse or the development as a whole?
Well, we have the 30-meter ribbon of life that gets talked a lot about, but we're looking at a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And so have they been consulted on this proposed development? And what, if so, what was their remarks? Like, do we risk losing our UNESCO designation?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Rideau Waterway Group, which is comprised of a number of partner organizations, and in this area, it's Cataraqui Conservation and Parks Canada, have been reviewers of this application from the beginning. They have not raised objection to the built form for the building that is proposed as phases 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unlike other developments along the river where they have raised objection, think Rideau Marina, where it was not supported by Parks Canada. This is supported by Parks Canada for the changes that have been made to the built form after, or I guess before the second public meeting. There has been significant revisions to the elevations along the river, stepping down to 4 and 5 stories. It has been set back greater than 30 meters for a large portion of the development. I think the narrowest point of phase 1 is 30 meters, and that branches out to 45 to 50 meters once you get out to phase 3. So the building has been stepped back from the river. In addition to that, Parks Canada is going to be one of the partner organizers and reviewers and approvers of the landscape plan that will form part of the frontage and facade of this building along the river, because there is cultural and natural heritage considerations there that they want to see maintained. So the additional portions of this project, once they are able to proceed, will have Parks Canada at the table, will have CRCA at the table in order to achieve the landscape vision that's required for the Rideau Canal UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's also been supported by heritage impact statements. It's been reviewed by our peer reviewer and city staff, and the development before you hasn't been raised as an objection to any sort of loss or hindrance to our UNESCO World Heritage Site. I see Commissioner Agnew's raised her hand, so I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to James's comments there, although they were pretty extensive, in terms of the relationship with Parks Canada, and certainly Mr. Dakin's on this call as well from the Conservation Authority, but when we did a major redesign conversation with the applicant back in, would have been mid 2017 into early 2018, the feedback directly from Parks Canada helped to inform the redevelopment and some of the key changes that are represented in what staff is recommending tonight, not only from like an elevation scale setback perspective, but also in terms of influencing the naturalized shoreline and thinking about the revegetation of the site. So their input fed into the process from the beginning, and we've continued to work directly with them and making adjustments through the process. In particular, to be quite concerned about the UNESCO World Heritage Site, as it is something we're proud of in Kingston that we want to maintain. And certainly through the process, we didn't want to be bringing anything forward that potentially could put that in jeopardy. So they've been there at the table with us since 2018. And as James has commented, their input directly has informed the recommendations that are before you tonight, and they'll continue to be at the table for the subsequent approvals to follow should council support the OP and the zoning for this particular development.
It's mentioned that there was a major redesign 2017, 2018. When this came before council in 2020, there was no building that I recall being built over top of the wetland. The wetland was completely separate. And at that time, when I asked questions about the wetland, there was no intention to build on it. So why is there a continuance to want to build on this wetland and fill it in?
Thank you, and thank you, through Chair. I'm just looking to see if I can find an earlier iteration of the proposal. I believe it's always been a 4-block plan. I believe the wetland has been addressed differently in the past by the submission materials that came in initially with the application. But the general idea of a 4-block plan here on the site has been pretty consistent throughout the life of this project. Commissioner Agnew, do you have anything additional to add to that?
No, that's correct. It's always been a 4-phase project. Some of the most significant pieces, I mean, certainly we are working on building forum articulation, step backs that resulted in the more recent iteration that we've seen over the last couple of years. Some of the most significant things, again, councillors were looking at the setbacks from the water, but also in the earlier iterations, there was much more of a harsh, hardscaped waterfront that was proposed in earlier iterations. And this iteration is reflective of changes of something that's more softer, naturalized, greater setbacks in particular. And then certainly through the last couple of months in particular, really working on an informed revegetation plan that's reflective of incorporation of mature trees as well, based on the feedback that we've been receiving over the last several months from members of the public and from council as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Agnew. I just did find the 2018 proposal, Exhibit H of one of the reports that shows the development actually pushed a lot further towards the water itself, and there was a significant portion of at-grade street parking around the site. So it has maintained the 4-block proposal. It's just changed shape quite a bit over time.
So this proposal, its current zoning would permit 790 residential units. We're going to 1670, which I think is even an increase from previous proposals. Looking at the complexity of the MZO required to address the wetland, why could it not be feasible, or why would it not be feasible to not have phase 4 at all, not have a building there, but still do more natural revegetation and reclamation of that rather than capping it. And like, is the proposal so dependent on this fourth phase that it couldn't go ahead if it didn't have that fourth building? And possibly, could we not just add an extra story to the buildings to compensate for removal of the fourth building? Like, it just seems that with this particular development, it's always being pushed as 4, 4, 4, yet there's no consideration for actually stepping away from trying to fill in the wetland.
May I suggest that that's a question for the developer to start, and then we can hear from staff on why that particular location is appropriate, but considering it's about the performa, we'll look to Patry Inc.
We've looked at this site at great detail, and when you go through the whole performa on it, it does require the density that's proposed in terms of total GFA. When you go to a concrete structure, it doesn't have the same economics as a wood structure. Strictly dealing with performa, not dealing with any of the environmental benefits of being in wood. And if we take those units out of play, the amount of money we get recuperated through the brownfield and the amount of units that are put there don't make the project viable. And we can't go above 6 stories with wood frame construction. And people say maybe we can do it with concrete. And I guess my best answer back to you is the largest private landlord in the country, one of the wisest people we can find, is Homestead. And they've known about this site since the very beginning, and they've chosen to not go near it every single time. So it takes a unique approach to make it work. And through a great deal of work with myself and the city, we've come up with a plan that we think works really well and provides the density to make it all work.
You know, just to add further to that, from an environmental perspective, I think the project is, I think, more supportable, and certainly the Conservation Authority has voiced some support for this approach because it allows for clean above the wetland, which is the most contaminated portion of the site, without which the development wouldn't have that contamination addressed. So whether there's a building on that portion of the wetland or not, I think that one of the great values in the project is that it allows the wetland to be remediated, which includes this capping approach. So I think that's an important addition to this part of the conversation, that building or no building, I think the best thing for the broader wetland and the river is if that part of the wetland is remediated through this process. So I think just to add that to it as well.
Sorry, one of the councillors, I know you're quite a numbers guy, and I'm happy to sit down and go through things with you one-on-one if that helps you with this question.
I may take you up on that, Mr. Patry. The other question I have is that in September, so thank you very much for your response. It's good to have you on the call. The second question I have is, sorry, the additional question I have, if I still have time, Mr. Chair, is in September, Council passed a resolution to have an independent survey done by a geoscientist to look at the way the water transfers underneath the site to get an idea of what we're dealing with, whether there's underground rivers or anything. As I've spoke about several times, Kingston is basically in the formation of a fractured limestone basin. If you want to see how water flows and travels, you just simply have to go to the highway 401 and Montreal Road, and you can see the water shooting out of the rock cuts, and it's lateral. It travels for many kilometers, and point source pollution is a very significant issue with regards to the way water travels, and yet we have no information on this. We asked to hire a hydrogeologist. That has not happened. There's been no testing on the site, and so how can we make a reasonable decision on the water table below this site without that information tonight? So I just don't understand what happened. It was over 11 months ago now that we request that proposal. So that'd be a question for staff.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I believe the report you're referencing was September 2021, and that was put forward as an information report for consideration by council, and outlined 3 options to deal with the contaminants in the wetland. I believe no recommendation was made from that, and no motion was put forward. We have heard the concerns about the I guess the hydrology and the concerns associated with that. The phase 2 ESA that was submitted with the application looked at both the geographical and hydrogeological conditions of the site per se. But in addition to that, as outlined in the presentation and in the report, as part of the draft plan of subdivision condition approval, staff have committed to hiring an independent qualified person to review the site's hydrogeology and hydrogeographical concerns because it's most appropriate at the draft plan of subdivision stage.
Mr. Barr, with due respect, the direction from council was to have an independent investigation, not a peer review, and that has not happened. And in my opinion, and the opinion of many residents who have been following this file, this is a huge disservice to the residents of Kingston, requesting to have additional information before such a significant decision is being made. So it's not a peer review, it's an independent sourced person to do the work on the property. And the last time we had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Patry, he indicated he had no trouble having access to the land to do this test, because as long as it was no cost to him, he would like to be better informed of the property and what lies underneath as well. So we haven't done it, and I'm wondering why.
Commissioner Agnew, your hand.
No, thank you. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to speak to that. So Mr. Barr is correct that the information report that was presented last September was in fact an information report. It provided information with respect to the general cost associated with more of an independent peer review. It also looked at external legal costs, and it looked at different planning processes that could potentially be employed with respect to the provincially significant wetland. So as part of receiving that report, staff received no direction. However, to your point, what has transpired since then, there's been 2 pieces. There was some information that came forward with respect to provincially streamlined funding associated with looking at hydrogeological work. We have since worked on that with the Conservation Authority, but that is independent of any type of particular development application like the tannery. However, as James indicated, what is in the recommendation tonight is that staff look at hiring an independent qualified person to do the work that you're talking about, Councillor Chappelle. Staff's recommendation was that we do it in the next phase, because that's when the detailed work happens. Where we are right now is more conceptual. So that is part of staff's recommendation tonight. It's associated with the hold condition on the zoning as approved. And we took the direction to do it based on the discussion that's happened and hearing from councillors that it was important to them, but it wasn't part of an actual direction received by staff. That was an information report only.
Councillor Chappelle, you have about 20 seconds left.
Okay.
And lots of time to come. So this is just the first round.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I yield my 20 seconds back at this time.
Thank you, sir. And finally, I see Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions going back to the discussion about the MZO. And the first one is, it seemed to me that when I looked at the maps regarding phase 4 and the wetland.
New message.
Sorry to interrupt here. I think someone's unmute. Okay, that's a bit better. Councillor Hutchison, go for it. I won't take that off your time. Don't worry.
Okay.
How about we just start you again? Make sure that it's fair and you can get your headset there. Committee's going back to in person soon, and hopefully these little glitches won't happen, but yeah, we'll start your time again, Councillor, whenever you're ready.
Sorry about that. I wasn't on mute, but I forgot that this machine goes a bit blitzy sometimes. So I presume you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Perhaps unfortunately, but there I am. The Okay, first question is, when I looked at the maps supplied by the planner to do with phase, which had overlaid the different phases, it seemed to me that the amount of wetland being affected affected about a third of the property, if you count the overall property, not just the developed property. And that seems significant to me. And I don't know if staff have a comment on that or not.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Yeah, the area that the wetland affects about a quarter of the developable area, and then a large portion at the north, which remains or proposed to remain an open space area, so remain undeveloped. No new buildings would go there, no new structures would go there. The application has been reviewed for its appropriateness in the context of both our policies and what's being proposed. And what we've found is that the development application as proposed is in conformity with what we generally look for in good planning. And while the wetland is a large portion of the site, it is contaminated. So it is cleaning up a large portion of contaminated lands on private property at a very important time for remediation in the harbor.
Okay, that's fair enough. My point was that it's a significant piece of land. The also the scope, the Ms. Agnew, the commissioner, indicated that when the MZO is sent, if and when the MZO is sent to the ministry, the city has input into the scope, and what's being considered by the ministry. I believe that's correct. Now, at the last council meeting, which we discussed this, it was pretty clear that with an MZO, you've passed over control to the ministry of whatever proposal you want, and that you can have input if you like, but it doesn't count for anything. Is that not correct? It doesn't necessarily count for anything.
I'll take that question, Councillor, if that's okay. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I wouldn't characterize that to be accurate, and based on my experience to date with the MZOs we've dealt with in Kingston, Councillor Hutchison, certainly what we've seen is that although it is up to the minister's sole discretion as to whether they support an MZO or not, the process that happens leading up to the minister reviewing something and applying their signature for approval is very collaborative, and one that is very much driven by the municipality and helping to shape the content. Certainly there is some back and forth with ministry in terms of, you know, the way that they want the document laid out, but the process that we went through recently with respect to Clogs Road was very collaborative, and it was very important, as it was conveyed to us, that there was support from the council for the MZO to happen, and that the municipality was directly involved in shaping what that approval looked like. It's not something that we make a request, it goes away to an office somewhere in Toronto, and we don't see anything until a paper gets signed and then sent through the email. That hasn't been our experience at all in collaborating with the previous minister, and who is now, I guess, the continued minister underneath the new government.
But is that not is that not the, is that me, you, or what?
Sorry, I misunderstood. Is what me or you? Can you clarify that for me? I didn't know what you, I don't know what you mean.
It's not personal.
There's some feedback happening. Ms. Agnew, could you maybe mute your mic?
Sure.
There we go, Councillor Hutchison. It wasn't.
There we go. Okay. Isn't that fun? The no, the issue is that in other communities, Clogs Road is really not a typical MZO for the province, and this is a provincial ministry. This is the minister. This is something we have to be concerned about. So I think we all knew that Clogs Road was a pretty simple state of affairs, and went really rather smoothly. But this is not a simple state of affairs. It's a very complicated one. And other communities, well, they've had to withdraw them. In certain communities, there was so much upset. So I think that it's the key point is here that control passes out of public control, out of community control. That's the key point that people will be making. And I think that is just accurate. We can say what we like, and maybe we say good things, maybe we don't, I don't know, but control is lost. That's the key point here. And so the other thing I was going to ask is, can we apply for a phase 4 MZO? Can we, it was implied or meant to be said perhaps that the phase 4 can be limited, but when it goes to the minister, is it actually limited? Once you submitted it, it seems to me it's up to the minister.
If I can take that, and I don't know, is that any better?
Ms. Agnew, we can hear you, but there is feedback. I think that your voice is clear enough, though. If you continue, it's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why there's any feedback. I don't hear anything on my end. I'll try this question. I might actually sign out of the meeting and come back in if it's a persistent issue, so I don't annoy everybody in the process of trying to answer questions. To your point, Councillor, yes, an MZO is ultimately up to the minister. It has been our experience that working with the ministry staff, and it happens at the local level before it goes to the assistant deputy ministers and up to the minister for consideration. The scope of the MZO is developed by way of a map, and you've seen those exhibits associated with our report. So it defines the area that we're asking for the MZO to be subject to. We define the actual parameters of what we would recommend council ask for the minister's consideration with respect to Exhibit D and the content that's there. To your point, does the minister have ultimate authority to act in accordance with their whatever they think is right? Yes, they do, for sure. But it hasn't been our experience that it's an authoritarian process where it's really being, a top-down approach without consultation with the ministry. And perhaps that has been the experience in other municipalities. But I also think that the approach that's been taken by the particular minister has been adjusted over time to be reflective of something that's more consultative, because in some of those other circumstances, there was significant public feedback in a negative way. So I can only comment on what our experience has been like in Kingston, but it hasn't been anything but very collaborative and looking for the municipality to be driving the content in terms of the scope of the land and defining that in a map, as well as the content of the MZO itself.
I see. I missed probably 85% of that. No fault of Ms. Agnew. Apparently my internet connection is unstable. I don't know if that's just me or the whole shooting match.
I was able to hear it. I see some other councillors indicating that they were able to.
Yeah, okay.
Ms. Agnew, could you recap that in maybe 20 seconds for the councillor?
I can try, yes, absolutely. And I apologize for the difficulty here with my computer. So again, Councillor, what I would say is that I think that in some municipalities, there were decisions that were made through MZOs that received a lot of negative feedback. Our conversations directly with the ministry have been one where they've really emphasized the need, A, for a council resolution showing support of it, and B, city staff being at the table the entire time directing the scope of what goes into the MZO in terms of the actual zoning permissions, but also defining the area that the MZO is subject to. So I don't have any personal experience that suggested that should council support an MZO for this, that we would experience any other of a different approach other than one that's very collaborative and one where the municipality is actually helping to to really develop that content directly with ministry staff.
Okay. Okay, no, I paused there because it was hard to tell if the interference was me or someone else. So my final question is this: is there another mechanism by which this consideration of phase 4 could be done other than an MZO? My information is that we could pass it at the local level, and then it would be up to the ministry to whether they accept it or not. They've got 20 days to respond. So we don't need it in that configuration.
Sorry, Councillor, can you outline that again? I'm hearing some
Sure.
information for the first time in terms of what your understanding is.
Okay, my information is this, that we could pass whatever we feel we need with phase 4 by another mechanism, which is simply by a local amendment. And that so the question is, and if we do that, then it's up to the ministry to challenge it if it's in their jurisdiction. And that way the ministry would be having to appeal it.
I understand your question now. Yes, absolutely. I can respond to that. So the challenge is municipal planning staff, when we're making recommendations about what is considered good planning, we have to have consideration for the provincial policy statement in our official plan. The provincial policy statement has a policy disconnect where we can't say that doing any type of site alteration or development within a PSW represents good planning. And because of that, we can't recommend to council that you enact any type of change to our official plan or zoning bylaw that would not conform to the provincial policy statement. I would say that council has the ability to make any decision on a planning matter independent of planning staff. That would also be subject to appeal. The council would need to be able to find professional planning staff that would support, in the chance of an appeal, why it's good planning that council enacted an official plan amendment in a zoning bylaw that didn't conform with provincial policy. So because we're always looking out for council ensuring that it's meeting its mandate, we could not recommend for phase 4 that you change your own official plan and zoning bylaw because it doesn't conform to provincial policy. This is the issue that we've had from the very beginning, which is where the MZO becomes, in our opinion, the only viable tool under the Planning Act that's available to address the contamination that's there with the PSW, so it can be remediated and then land use go on it, after that process has taken place.
Would it be?
Councillor,
Okay.
I'll give you a quick warning that your time is almost up. I didn't tell you
Sure.
30 seconds, so I apologize. But if you have one final question, you can get it in now.
Sure. My final question is, would that mean that staff cannot recommend the alteration of a provincially significant wetland because it's illegal? And it's in the OP and it's in the provincial policy statement. Is that not really saying the same thing?
So what staff are saying is that allowing planning permissions that would create alteration or development within a provincially significant wetland does not meet with the provincial policy statement, and therefore it's not something we can recommend within the hierarchy of considerations we have to take into consideration on any planning recommendation in Ontario. That is correct.
Okay, thank you everyone for that. Councillor, time's up. And that means we've gone through all committee members. Councillor Oosterhoff, I see you waiting there patiently. Are you interested in asking questions? Because you can have 5 minutes too.
Hello, Mr. Chair, and greetings to all of everyone there. Thank you for the opportunity. What great discussions. So I did have a series of questions, but most of them have been answered. I really appreciated the reply. I was asked from a constituent about coordination of the land and the water remediation, Mr. Chair, and I think I have the answer to that. That is an intentional. If I'm wrong, I understand that that's an intentional effort, that there will be a coordination of land and water remediation. So if that's different, then maybe someone can tell me. The affordable housing was brought to me just recently. That seems to be answered, and that's excellent. And I was asked, would there be, I apologize if I missed it, a public small boat launch, kayak, canoe, or small craft? Will that be something that we as a public or as a community will have access to the water at that location on the west side of the Great River, Cataraqui?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. That would be more of a detailed plan consideration once the shoreline work has been completed post remediation, in addition to the landscape strategy and the renaturalization of that shoreline. That's when those features and amenities can be considered. But at this point, we don't have any details to confirm otherwise. It would be a great amenity. We just need to make sure that it lines up with all of the natural heritage and cultural heritage considerations, especially the renaturalizing and revegetation of the site.
Okay, so it's something we can bring up again in that. Okay, if I read that.
That's correct. It could come up through the parkland design consideration, and the way the zoning is set up, small pleasure craft and access would be permitted for that through the implementing zoning bylaw. Yeah, that would be excellent. As a rural council, I certainly deal with that too, trying to get on this side of the water. Councillor Bowen would also has heard about that. And then, forgive me, I was asked about responsibility for the riparian because there's so much distance, which is great. The allowance of the space. Whose responsibility is it? As far as the ribbon of life, who is that going to be something that's assumed by the city, or is that actually the development as well? I apologize for that question. Thank you, and through you, Chair. Final determination of who is going to own what along the waterfront hasn't been determined at this time. The city will have interest in expanding features that we would like to see there in accordance with our waterfront master plan, like the waterfront trail, but whether or not we take it as parkland dedication or an easement over it to ensure public access hasn't been fully determined, and that will be determined through the draft plan of subdivision processes that will come at a later date. And those will come back before council through another report. Through planning committee with a recommendation to council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's helpful to know those timelines and that extra stuff. So that's good. That's all my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for being with us, Councillor Surhoff. Good to have you. It is now just before 8. I'm going to look to the clerk to see how many members of the public we have signed up to participate in the next section, which is when we hear question and comment from public. Ms. Fawcett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, we do have 47 members of the public with us at this time, and I currently have 8 hands raised and likely counting. I see Councillor Chappelle has an order as well.
Okay, thank you. Point of order, Councillor Chappelle.
Yes, before we start addressing the public, can we take a bio break?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. So you anticipated that well. Let's take a 7-minute break and we'll reconvene at 8 p.m. and hear from the public. Thanks, everyone. Talk soon. All righty, it is 8 o'clock on the nose, so I'll look for councillors to appear on my screen here to make sure that we still have quorum. I see Councillor Hill and Neil. So we'll wait a minute here for Councillor Osanek, Chappelle, or Hutchison to appear. There's Councillor Hutchison. So Madam Clerk, we have quorum, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Very good. So we'll pick up now into the public portion of the meeting. What I'll do is read the notice of collection because we do take the information that we get here tonight and use it going forward. I'll also make a quick editorial comment that based on the nature of how we set up the public participation, where we hear from 5 individuals for 5 minutes each, I really encourage people to make sure the points that they say in their time isn't repeating what the people before them have said, because when all of the comments are collected and the proponent or staff respond, they're only going to respond to the same point once, essentially. So let's deepen the discourse by providing different perspectives and just hopefully try to avoid some repetition as we do this. So the notice of collection is found in your agenda, and it says, personal information collected as a result of this process is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making a decision on this matter. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes, which will be available to the public. Questions regarding this collection should be forwarded to the Director of Planning Services, Mr. Park, who's on the call with us tonight. Following a council decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at our time here together tonight or at a previous public meeting or written submissions before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. And with that, we'll move to members of the public with one more qualification from me as chair, which is, as it says right in that notice of collection, we're hearing from individuals and also organizations as they see fit. So we'll look to the clerk to lead us through our speakers list on her end.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, for members of the public who are joining us this evening, if you'd like to speak to the application, please raise your hand in Zoom so that you may add your name to the speakers list and we can identify those who wish to speak. Mr. Chair, we're going to begin with Jeremy Malloy, followed by Matt Rogalski.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Great. Jeremy Malloy, 46 Pine Street. I'm speaking to you in my professional capacity as lead integrity of creation and climate change with the Providence Center for Justice, Peace, and the Integrity of Creation. And with that, I was hired by the Sisters of Providence, women who think about things in the very long term, to represent their mission with regards to ecology, which is another issue that is about the very, very long term. And so I am cognizant of the amount of effort that staff and the public and council have put into this application and the amount of consultation and time we've spent on it. However, in reviewing the staff report and the discussions here tonight, this is a long-term process. This is a long-term plan, and I do not see that the current staff report is anywhere near as clear and comprehensive and as it needs to be to proceed with approving this at this time. I want to start by reviewing what I talked about the last time I was before you on this. I asked whether what they will do is to produce a net ecological benefit, which is the only justification. To respond to what Councillor Hill raised before, the point of a provincially significant wetland designation is not just so that the province will have authority, it is so that the province can exercise its duty to protect our wetlands. Staff have said things like, we haven't seen another contaminated wetland in the province. When they've been asked about it, they don't know. I'm not sure if they know for sure that there's not another one like this, but it certainly seems like a pretty individual situation. So then again, what I ask is, why then do we not have a specific comprehensive remediation plan as one of the H zoning requirements before we go forward with an MZO? How can we go forward with handing this over to the province and retaining liability and giving so much down the road financial compensation for remediation if we don't actually still have a really good idea it would work? Number two, I've asked about coordination with the federal process. Again, we get the right noises, that it's happening and it will happen, but not really specifics about who's doing what, when, and what the other thinks of each other's plans. Again, these are specifics that are important. I don't see a point in proceeding without actually knowing some facts here about how that process will work. There's a perverse incentive here, to quote what the woman from the Davis Suzuki Foundation said last time, that we just have to do something now. And I would argue we may very well have to do something, but we have to do something right. I asked about the hydrogeologist report. The staff report again calls for a peer review, which is not what I've asked for, not what the community has asked for, not what members of council have asked for. We have asked for independent research done at site for our community to cover our own bases and have good site knowledge, as Councillor Chappelle mentioned. That has not been answered, and that is not in the document. A peer review remains in the document. I asked about the compensatory wetland. You know, I'm very aware that staff are serious about climate change. They are valuable partners and leaders in our community on addressing the climate crisis. However, I found the argument that this responds to our climate crisis because its density to be unfortunately disappointingly facile. I work on climate change every day, and most communities do not recommend moving a bunch of people down by a river and filling in a wetland as our primary response to the climate emergency. With that being said, knowing about the compensatory wetland, which is a major protector of communities against climate change, is something that we need to know up front. Too many times in this application, we're just asked to trust that things are going to be happening down the road, which is particularly dangerous in this unique case because, as Councillor Hutchison mentioned, you know, we're going to be relying on the province to assess and regulate the project and possibly give up a lot of the control we have under an MZO, which, as Ontario Nature warned, could strip a lot of our oversight and ability to manage this process. So to conclude, basically, I get that this is a complicated issue. I get that people have been working very hard on it, but I don't see the point in approving now, and especially not proceeding to an MZO now, when we still come back again and again with basic questions about how this is going to work, whether it can work, and who's going to be on the hook if it doesn't, unanswered. You know, even tonight we heard some good things that CRCA may feel okay about a peer review of you know, offsite contamination for the record of site condition. To
30
me,
seconds, please.
That's just not quite enough. You know, what we need here is actual clarity, an actual plan before we proceed to things like the MZO. If what we're doing here is very serious about environmental protection first and development second, which is the only reason to proceed with an MZO, then we have to make sure we get it right before we rush into the next stage of this development. And unfortunately, we're not there yet. So I cannot recommend that Council or Planning Committee support this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Matt Rogalski, followed by Annabelle Mills.
Hi there. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in this latest episode of the so-called consultation process, which, if it results in an MZO, is clearly an anti-democratic move that's being done just for expediency's sake, in my opinion. And we even heard one of the Patry representatives tonight state the complete illogic of destroying this place to remediate it. I find that utterly bizarre doublespeak. And I've presented a letter today, or sent a letter today, which is part of the record attached to this meeting, which I think says most of what I would like to be said tonight. But I brought some other voices tonight, which I hope I can bring to you over Zoom. And for the remainder of my time, I'd like to bring you thousands of voices from the woods on the so-called tannery lands, recorded around the solstice this year, just around dawn. So here we go, and you can cut me off at the end of my time. Thanks very much. I just want some of these voices to be heard. Hi, folks. I'm going to stop there because I understand that the sound is breaking up and it's maybe not all that enjoyable to listen to at length. But I'd like that my point to be made by playing this for you is to remember that there are already thousands of beings living on this land, and we're talking about tearing all that down and building some crappy, I'm sorry, in my opinion, some really cheap housing that's going to make 1,500 units for some human beings. But please remember the tenants who are already there, who deserve protection, in my opinion, and the opinion of many, many, many of my compatriots in the local community. I think I can stop there if I haven't used
And
up
just
my
before
time.
you go, we didn't get your address, Mr. Rozalski.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, my home address in Kingston is 94 Main Street, K7K 3Y8.
Thank you. And I also just wanted to say that if you would like to, feel free to send the recording to committee. But thanks for your time.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, through you, next to speak is Annabelle Mills, followed by Ed Smith.
Hello, my name's Annabelle Mills. Are you able to hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. This is new technology to me. My address is 431 King Street West, and I speak in connection also with No Clear Cuts Kingston. It must be a daunting task for you today, councillors. This plan has been in motion for years and has taken what appears to be a traditional direction, which we have taken for the last 70 years with regards to development. Here we are asking you to take a very different direction, possibly for the first time. I have been pleased to see the number of environmental questions this evening. Thank you for your concern. It is paramount in my mind. In 2019, the City of Kingston declared a climate emergency. Since then, we have seen wildfires and floods in Canada. Our neighboring US is half on fire at the moment, and around the world like we have never seen before. We have been told by the UN and scientists that we have a very short time to respond to this disaster. We need all the help we can get. We need help from the forest tannery, and we need help from you, our councillors. My first wish would be to see Kingston buy back from Patry the tannery land, which we could remediate using plants through phytoaction. In an interview with CKWS, a member of a company called Phytoaction explained that using plants that absorb water well would remediate most of the land at the tannery. The environmentalist specialist hired by Patry said that because there were toxic metals, removing the soil was the only way to remediate it. Phytoaction wrote this morning to say that all but the most polluted soil could be remediated through plants. If the soil, 20,000 truckloads, is removed, it will only become the problem of somebody else. The problem will not be solved. If the development takes 12 years, a lot of the bioremediation will have taken place during that time. The amount of material that would need to be disposed of would be minimal compared to the 20,000 truckloads, and it would also be significantly less expensive. The tannery is, I believe, our last urban forest in Kingston. That strikes a note of dread in my heart. It makes me think of Dr. Seuss and the Lorax, where all trees were cut down and only a seed was left. We have 8 years to solve the climate crisis. We don't have time to plant a seed and watch it grow. We don't even have time to plant trees to watch them grow. We need to save the trees alive now. I was standing at the tannery forest yesterday and I saw sumac, a black walnut, and the mother oak. I wonder how recently and carefully the forest was observed to count the kinds of trees that are now available to that forest. Whether they are weed trees or native trees, they are still sequestering carbon and creating habitat for animals, as we just heard, and nothing we plant today will do the same job. Greta Thunberg said, I don't want your hope. I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic. I want you to feel the fear I feel every day. And then I want you to act. I want you to act as you would in a crisis. I want you to act as if our house is on fire, because it is. How will we feel when a fire burns down our homes here in Kingston or a flood destroys our houses? How will we feel when people die in Kingston because of a heat dome? How will we then feel about a decision we made to clear cut 34 acres of forest and wetland for 1,500 condos? I would ask you to panic about climate change, about the mass extinction, about our clean air, our clean water, and vote no to this development, please. I wish you all the wisdom in the world, councillors, at this crossroads. Thank you.
And thank you for that submission. Madam Clerk, I believe it was Mr. Smith next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Ed Smith, and I do believe Mary Jo Courier will also be joining him for his 5 minutes.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name's Ed Smith. I live in Kingstown District in the city of Kingston. I am the chair of Downtown Kingston Business Improvement Area, representing the approximately 700 downtown businesses and the Downtown Kingston Board of Directors who have voted unanimously in support of the tannery development. Downtown Kingston is one of the greatest, Kingston's greatest assets, starts attracting thousands of tourists annually between June and September to enjoy the historic destination. Our business owners are on a long road to recovery from the devastating effects of COVID-19. As we move into the future, the key to the survival of our business community is to hyper-focus on our mission to attract more people to experience and contribute to our vibrant downtown community. I'd like to ask Mary Jo Courier, Executive Director of Downtown Kingston BIA, and residents of Downtown Kingston to highlight the reasons why the tannery project plays a significant role in the long-term sustainability of Downtown Kingston. Mary Jo's presentation will highlight some of the details of the motion passed by our board, which has been sent to all members of council a number of weeks ago. Mary Jo.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. My name is Mary Jo Courier. I live at 135 Ontario Street, affectionately known as Block D in downtown Kingston, which coincidentally was also a brownfield with significant contamination that was developed several years ago for high density residential and commercial intensification along the waterfront. There are 4 main reasons why the tannery project is critical for the future of downtown. Number 1, simply put, we need more people to frequent downtown. Residential intensification is the number 1 priority to creating a stable customer and employee base for the community, and has been part of our strategic plan for the last 2 terms of our board. With the loss of mass merchandise retailers downtown, the growth of suburban box stores, and the unprecedented growth of online shopping, downtown Kingston must build a strong customer base of residents who live and work near the downtown core. From October to April, pedestrian counts dropped significantly, creating financial stress on our business owners and an unstable work environment for their employees. Building condensed residential neighborhoods close to downtown will supply our businesses and employees with year-round stability. Number 2, walkable neighborhoods are good for the environment. In recent years, there's been a move towards designing livable communities from a social, economic, and environmental point of view, creating communities in which active transportation is a feasible mode of transport, where residents are within easy walking or biking distance of shops, schools, and local services. A walkable environment reduces greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 4 tons a year compared to an automobile-dependent suburb. Compact residential units consume 65% less energy, 40% less water, and 40% less waste than suburban-style family homes on a per-resident basis. Other benefits are the reduction of the dependency on vehicles, which reduces traffic congestion, air and noise pollution, wear and tear on the roads, and consumption of gas. It will reduce the number of pedestrian motor vehicle related crashes, injuries, and fatalities, and it will reduce the need for parking. In a study out of the US, residents of Ontario were asked about how many minutes they would be willing to walk on errands and to work. The average for both trips was just over 20 minutes, which translates to about 2 kilometers. This project is 1.5 kilometers from Food Basics, the beginning of the downtown core, and a comfortable 15-minute walk or 5-minute bike ride. Number 3, the tax implications are positive for the city of Kingston. When complete, the tannery project will support the significant downtown commercial property tax base that depends on the downtown being strong and vibrant. It will add millions of dollars in annual property tax revenues after brownfield program payback, so that the city can further support community programs and initiatives. Keeping the downtown strong is crucial to continued growing of a thriving tourism industry, foster an environment where new entrepreneurs can thrive, and to support arts, culture, commercial, entertainment, and culinary industries in Southeastern Ontario. And number 4, there is a housing shortage. We all know there's a housing shortage across the nation. Most of us are touched by this in one way or another. Kingston needs housing. How could we turn down 1670 new residential units? This is going to make a big dent in the housing shortage. The current location is contaminated, unusable wasteland and home to toxins that are dangerous to humans, mammals, reptiles, and aquatic life. A new supply of large numbers of residential units lowers demand and rents on older buildings, creating more affordable housing. Future generations will thank us for making responsible decisions so that they can further enjoy our beautiful
And that's
historic
5
downtown.
minutes. Sorry to cut you off. I just want to keep it fair for everyone. But if there are any comments, feel free to send them through to committee for public record. And we'll go to the next person. One more person, Madam Clerk, and then we'll look to staff and the proponent to respond.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Owen Neilman.
Hi, I'm Oren Nimmelman. I live in Kingston. I'm at 327 King Street East. I'm also one of the candidates for council in Portsmouth. I oppose part of this development, but I also want to more broadly support densification. Specifically, my opposition is to building over wetlands. Wetlands are a very sensitive type of ecosystem. Moreover, we are on one of the main flyways for ducks and geese that rely on this area and that type of landscape to be able to move and to survive. On top of that, I don't think that Jay Patry and his organization can be trusted to do this safely and responsibly. We've seen how they've handled things in the past.
I'm just going to jump in for 1 second as chair. I see a point of order.
I can't hear Councillor Kiley.
Yes, thank you, Oren. We just have to make we stick to planning considerations only. I know there's a wider debate on what should be considered, but I just have to enforce the rules as they are currently, which is on zoning issues, okay? So in other words, the character of the developer is not under consideration.
Thumbs up if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you just fine, yep.
Okay, I don't think we can trust Jay Patry to remediate this in a safe and responsible way.
Sorry, maybe you didn't hear me.
I can't hear anything Councillor Kiley is saying, and I'm not quite sure why.
Oh, okay.
May I continue talking? Thumbs up if I can. Were you guys able to hear me?
Just wait, we can hear you fine. I'm just trying to direct your comments a bit here, sir.
I'm hearing no audio from Councillor Kiley right now. Thumbs up if I can keep talking, thumbs down if I shouldn't.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to see if, Oren, can you hear me? He cannot. It appears his audio.
And we can touch on email.
I'm not getting any of the audio. Damn, 1 second.
Alrighty, so Zoom confronts us with another challenge. That's all right. Madam Clerk, who did we have next in line? And then we'll come back to Mr. Newman later.
Mr. Chair, next to speak would be Tara Bauer.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Wonderful. My name is Tara Bauer. I'm at 3352 Van Order Road in Kingston, and I am here on behalf of Turtles Kingston. I am the current director of Turtles Kingston, and I would first like to thank all councillors for your considerate and detailed questions regarding the proposed development and the recommendations that have been put forward to you. And I'd also like to thank Matt very much for bringing forth the voices of the organisms that currently live and call the tannery lands home. Today, I would specifically like to address Turtles Kingston's concerns regarding the wetland remediation and the proposed MZO. First, I'd like to provide some clarification to councillors. I have a background in environmental science and hydrogeology, and I want to let you know that wetlands are natural sediment sinks. They are, even if they're contaminated, commonly left as is, because even without being remediated, the sediments that are contaminated typically stay in the wetlands and they aren't transported off that location. Now, it has been stated several times during even this meeting and other meetings that the wetland sediments can migrate into the Cataraqui River, but I have yet to actually see evidence that this is happening. And the evidence that the proponent has continuing to put forward is the historical evidence that contaminants have moved off-site, not that they are currently going off-site. Now, if we are interested in remediating the wetlands and pursuing an MZO, there are really two ways that remediation of wetlands are done. The first is by extracting the contaminated sediments, so digging it up, and reestablishing wetland plants to maintain the ecological value of the wetland itself. The other way is by capping, something that is being suggested, but what happens when you remediate a wetland is you cap it and then reestablish wetland plants again so that you can retain the ecological value of that wetland. I want to note that neither of these common remediation options fills in the wetland completely and then builds on top of it. And if you were to support this proposal, you would be setting bad precedent for the rest of the province and for future development within the city of Kingston, where we have a lot of significant wetlands. I also really want you to please note that this MZO, which has been stated, is not just allowing a provincially significant wetland to get remediated. It is allowing the proponent to build on a wetland. It's not just the fact that you're remediating the wetland. You are, if you approve the MZO, essentially approving development of a provincially significant wetland, which the Ontario government does not support at this time. For the city to suggest to council that you support enacting an MZO to fill in and develop a wetland goes against everything that a lot of the public is concerned about. And it goes against standard remediation strategies for wetlands. I urge you on behalf of Turtles Kingston not to be bullied into supporting an MZO because Patry has been inflexible with their proposed development design. Their proposed development design is trying to dominate the landscape and is not working around the landscape that they currently have. We believe that the greatest step that can be taken by council is to support the needs and values of the community, and that is to ensure that an MZO is not enacted. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me, and I hope that you will take this into consideration.
Thank you. We will indeed. So that is 5 individuals / organizations who have presented. We'll look to our staff to start the responses and then move to the developer if they wanted to add anything. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm going to kick us off with the answers to this level of questioning. I will be directing some questions to Mr. Patry's team and then subsequently potentially some of our internal departments as well. So thank you everyone for your comments so far. The staff report that we have put together, in our opinion, is appropriate and comprehensive for the step that we are at in moving this development forward. We are dealing with zoning and official plan framework, which establishes the basis of land use for a site. It's really the first step in understanding what can actually be developed on lands and whether that's appropriate. And taking into consideration all of the inputs into this process to date, from the technical studies to the reviews, staff have determined that the recommendation that we put forward is appropriate to move to the next step with this application. A lot of what I've heard so far raised in order around the independent review of the wetland, the hydrogeological remediation, coordination with the federal processes that are happening on the Inner Harbor area. A lot of those details are percolating. They're happening, but not necessarily at that next stage level yet. The federal government is still working on their plans for the Inner Harbor, but at the same time, these lands don't have the zoning and established in order to be able to move to that next stage. So through the establishment of the framework that we've put forward, should we move to the part where we get to the draft plan of subdivision, where we can actually enact in greater detail the independent review of the hydrogeological works and work towards finalizing some details for the MECP RSC process, we'll be able to get to that fine grain level of detail, but we're just not there yet. But what has been submitted so far is deemed appropriate for the feasibility of the zoning in order to move the project forward. I disagree with the sentiment that this MZO and the process that we put forward is more for expedience. I would argue that a 5-year public process for an application to come to a recommendation isn't expedient, and that's not what we're using the tool for. We've done a full comprehensive review of this application with the submitted documentation to land at the recommendation that we've done today. This isn't us putting forward an empty shell for consideration to the ministry through the documents we've prepared for the MZO for consideration. We've built those zone provisions, we've reviewed them, we put them forward for consideration, and we would continue to work with the ministry, as Ms. Agnew has pointed out, which has been their typical process to date for municipally recommended MZOs. At this point, I'm going to turn this over to Team Patry for discussion about the contaminants that are found on the site and the environmental works that have been done to date. So if Mr. Patry can take over this level of questioning and talk about the contaminants on the site, the idea of phytoremediation, and then the renaturalization that has been put forward in the landscape strategy, I turn it over to them. I see Mr. Setzinger's raised his hand, so the floor is his.
We can let Rob answer first, and then we can jump in.
Hello. Can I be heard? Good. Okay, so thumbs up. Thank you. Just to preface here, I'm an independent ecologist. My impact assessment work is bound by provincial and municipal protocols of policy. There's a lot of talk, legitimate concern about filling in a provincially significant wetland. And just to be clear, and this was clear from day one, many years back, this project would not be supportable if this wetland were not heavily contaminated. This has been a major sticking point. It's been it's handcuffed planning staff because they're bound by their policy. This wetland is not helping the local ecology. The offsite contamination has been well documented. I've observed clear offsite views during the major increases in water that we had in Lake Ontario, I think about 3 years back. It was quite evident. That's a pulse event, but you still get leaching, and the work by XCG really shows this quite clearly. Anyway, the portions of the wetland that are being filled in are mostly filled with dense, narrow-leaved cattail. This is a non-native invasive species. It's done a lot to harm coastal wetlands in Lake Ontario. So even if it wasn't contaminated, that could be a target, not for filling in, but for improvement, but it's contaminated. So I just put that off the table. The area being filled in, it's not turtle habitat for nesting, overwintering, or feeding. The contaminants being transferred off site are not helpful to local species, including turtles. So this is a net benefit to remove the contamination. There's a notion that offsetting is not effective. I can't argue for every case because I'm not familiar with every case of offsetting, but I know of some very significant improvements to wetland, overall coastal wetland ecology as a result of offsetting projects. I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
Ms. Powder, were you going?
I'm just gonna.
Perhaps Patrick could shut their camera off. The sound has become essentially.
Should I go with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
Can you hear me? Everybody hear me? Okay, good. So this is Kevin Shipley speaking from XCG. I just wanted to answer a few of the points that were raised. Jeremy Malloy was talking about a number of questions that he has regarding the project. looking for a comprehensive remediation plan, looking for details on how the coordination will be done with the federal government regarding the cleanup of the inner harbor, looking for an independent hydrogeology report, and so on. And as Mr. Barr said, there is a lot of detail that has already been advanced regarding those items, but this is a process. It's an ongoing process, and there will be more detail developed, peer reviewed, and put forward as this process moves along. This is only the first step, and we have a long way to go in terms of the environmental work. So there will be definitely more information on the remedial methods. And those will be developed in consultation with the Ministry of the Environment, with the city, and with others. So there's going to be a lot more detail on these things as we move forward. Tara Bauer, also, I wanted to respond on that. She talked about the contaminants in the wetland, and she indicated that that in her view, that those contaminants tend to remain in a wetland and don't move from it. The evidence that we've seen indicates otherwise. There was an entire comprehensive study done of the quality of the sediment in the Cataraqui River, and we've presented information and figures on that in the past. There's considerable metals contamination right at the outlet of that wetland area, immediately to the east of it in the river. Contamination in terms of lead, chromium, other heavy metals, other types of contaminants, which is a direct indication that there has been migration of contaminated sediment through that wetland and into the river. And there's no reason to think that that would not be continuing during heavy wet weather events. Those contaminated sediments will get resuspended in the water during with the erosive forces of the high flows, and there will be some continuing contamination moving out into the river. And she also talked about digging up the contaminated sediment and reestablishing wetland plants there. We would not support doing a disruptive, intensive remediation of that kind. Some of the contamination in the wetland extends to depths of 4 or 5 meters. So there'd be a great deal of disruptive and intensive digging and dewatering required in order to accomplish that, and a large cost in terms of impact on the greenhouse gas emissions from trucking that away. And it would have to go quite far to hazardous waste disposal facilities because of the severity of the contamination. So it would be a tremendously disruptive process in that regard to dig it up. Capping it and then reestablishing a wetland on top of the cap is not possible from a practical perspective because of the raised elevation that you would have after adding that cap. It's a fairly flat site, and for the water to naturally flow into that area, it wouldn't be able to flow onto this raised cap area just because of the topography following that capping exercise. And I think that covers what I wanted to answer.
Yeah, we had nothing further to add there.
Mr. Tao, sorry, can you try again?
I say we had nothing further to add to that. So if there's any other questions, happy to answer them.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Barr, you've appeared on my screen. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. I believe I've covered the topic of phytoremediation in my presentation. There are additional parts I did want to speak to. I know a lot of concern is raised about habitat and renaturalization. Those parts will be reviewed at a later date in greater detail through the more implementing mechanisms. But For the support of this application and the initial review by the CRCA Parks Canada in the city, the landscape strategy, which is about a 6-page document with imagery depicting what was to be proposed on site. Part of that was reviewed in my presentation, was also accompanied by a 14-page document that speaks to how certain areas of the site would function, how it would be renaturalized, how the water's edge would be provided to be stable, but looking at a kind of naturalized condition, looking at native shrub species and the like to reestablish those habitats. So those considerations will be there. And another thing that I thought about was when we're implementing these key features, and this goes back to a question Councillor Osanik posed earlier, is, how do we maintain or how do we ensure that native species, thrive and maintain on the site while we're trying to keep out invasive species? Through the site plan control agreements, things like landscape plans are registered on the title of the lands, which will dictate and specify species to be planted on the site. We do take securities on those to make sure that they are implemented in accordance with those plans, but we can also condition through those site plan control agreements the need to maintain and keep up those landscape plans to weed out and prevent invasive species from entering the site. Outside of that, I have nothing else to add in addition to that, unless another member of my team would like to chime in if they would want to turn on their cameras. Otherwise, we can move forward with the next round of public comment. Not seeing anybody, I think we're good.
Yeah, alrighty, thank you. Madam Clerk, we have, is it 10 folks left with their hands up at this point?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do. I also wanted to note that Mr. Nimmelman had been able to exit out and come back in, so we might be able to start with him at this point.
Perfect, let's do that. Yep, sounds like a plan to me. And Mr. Nimmelman, if you can hear me, we'll just restart your time from the beginning.
Hi there.
Hi, just a quick.
For some reason, every time I go on the microphone, I can no longer hear Councillor Pally when he's speaking. I don't know why that is, but I'll speak without speaking to the specific developer, if that's okay.
Perfect.
So I'm Oren Nimmelman. I live at 327 King East. I'm one of the candidates for council for Portsmouth. I oppose building over wetlands. Wetlands are an exceptionally sensitive type of ecosystem. It's relied on by ducks, geese, all sorts of amphibians and insects. While I support densification in general, wetlands should not be built over, and that remediation shouldn't be followed by building over such a sensitive type of ecosystem. Now, more broadly, in other areas of Kingston, anywhere where there isn't an environmental issue like that for building, we should be building to more density. There is a massive housing crisis in Kingston. I am a renter, and most of my friends of my age are renters. I have 2 friends who have been rent-evicted recently, and anytime they apply to a place, they're going to apply to a place where there are 10 or 20 or 30 other applicants because there's nowhere to live. We have a growing homelessness problem, and that pipeline to homelessness includes every renter who is at risk of being rent-evicted, who is at risk of being pushed out, and we need more density. Just because we shouldn't be building over wetlands doesn't mean we should be allowing NIMBYism to stop medium and higher density developments elsewhere in Kingston, anywhere where it's environmentally sustainable. So those are my comments on this. I do support building on the non-wetlands part. I'm okay with that, but wetlands, I don't think we should be doing it at the expense of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Imogen Lapp, followed by Mary Louise Adams.
Hi, my address is 99 York Street, and I would like to use my 5 minutes to present a video on behalf of No Clear Cuts Kingston with a tour of and new imaginative vision for a different use of the tannery land. So thanks for your time, and we'll play the video now.
Thank you.
With this video, we'd like to welcome you to the tannery lands. Together with friends and neighbours, we at No Clear Cuts Kingston act to defend this region from reckless and premature development. As demonstrated at the planning meeting on March the 24th, the vast majority of Kingston residents who spoke strongly condemned this project. Fortunately, most members of the planning committee responded well to the citizens' concerns. Mayor Brian Patterson believes it's important to recognize that there have been 4 years of debates and discussions regarding this development. Mayor Patterson, we encourage you to adopt a wider perspective on this issue. The development as it stands now would be a continuation of the colonial violence and ecological destruction which has affected the site since it was first industrialized in the 1800s. City Council has the power to reverse course with a creative, socially responsible decision to preserve the ecological value of the site. The environmental impact assessment states that there is limited natural heritage value on the tannery's lands. We challenge this. There are a wide array of animal species, including muskrats, mink, osprey, and herons. These are carnivores, and they would not exist without a thriving food chain. In a recent trip to the shoreline, we heard bullfrogs and spotted kingfishers and terns feeding by the shore. There are many mature trees on the site, including oaks, aspens, willows, and maples. While many native species are present here, we challenge the developer's argument that non-native species are inherently less valuable. All trees are valuable in the face of climate change. The forest will mature further through natural processes. It is quite unique for a city to have such wildlife present in its downtown core. We need to think of the land here in the same way that Central Park exists in New York or Mount Royal does for Montreal. Bell Island, along with Bell Park and the tannery site, provide a continuous semi-wilderness through which wildlife can flow. This is a boon which could never be replaced if it was removed. It's an ecosystem which has been mistreated throughout settler history, ending up in its present degraded state, but is now healing. We consulted with Phyto Action, a Montreal-based organization aiming to enable the implementation of environmental management projects. They had wonderful, innovative ideas to responsibly develop the site. Their recommendations included limiting residential development to the corner of River and Rideau Streets and converting the rest of the site into a phytoremediation, viewing, and biodiversity park. Research has indicated poplar can be planted and harvested in a 10-year cycle to extract the non-metal contaminants which don't break down easily. Dead trees can be tested with core samples to determine if they need to be removed. The wetland can be managed through specialized plantings which filter the water on its path through the Cataraqui River. The proposed capping risks spreading existing contaminants. The wetland in its present state is safer. They recommend that the shoreline and turbot habitat should never be modified. During a summer where heat records are being shattered, we can't make decisions like we would have even 4 years ago. Councillors voted unanimously to declare a climate emergency, and it's time that we saw commitment to that at every turn, including at this important vote today. We must reduce greenhouse gases and save the existing environment from degradation. One or the other is not sufficient. Thanks for the opportunity once again to present our case.
And I'll just note that's available on the No Clear Cuts Kingston YouTube channel. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you, next to speak is Mary Louise Adams, followed by Chris Hargreaves.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Mary Louise Adams. I lived at 56 Chestnut Street. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of River First. In our view, after 5 years, the developer has still not provided members of the planning committee with adequate information to enable you to make a confident decision about a project of this complexity. We have 4 main concerns, and you've heard about some of them, so I'll reduce my remarks a little bit. First is the missing hydrogeologist. You're hearing a lot about groundwater tonight. Groundwater is how the tannery site communicates with the river. It's what makes the tannery part of an interconnected ecosystem and not just a generic piece of land. It's why this is not just another apartment development application. Tannery site is limestone on the shore of a river that feeds into Lake Ontario. It's next to a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and a few hundred meters away from one of the most important indigenous sites in the region. Would it not be beneficial to make your decision on this application knowing in advance what is actually happening with the flow of water through and out of the property? In the next year or so, the federal government hopes to launch a $70 million project to clean up contaminants in the river. Are contaminants migrating from the tannery lands into the river, and would they continue to do so, and thus attenuate any benefits of dredging or other forms of cleanup? You need answers to these questions before voting to recommend this project go forward. On page 33, the report suggests that an eventual peer review will assess the hydrological functions of the site, and the results of that peer review will inform the draft plan of subdivision. But you need hydrogeological expertise now before you allow the project to advance. Not a peer review of the developer's work, but an analysis based on independent arm's length expertise. One further note in relation to questions about the potential current and future migration of the contaminants in the river. On page 509, Commissioner Andrew notes, and I'm quoting, "There has been no quantification of contaminant loadings from the tannery property to the inner harbor that we are aware of, but we understand that the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks would likely not consider that germane to the process of environmental remediation required in order to obtain a record of site condition." It might not be germane to the ministry, but it's certainly germane to the health of the local ecosystem. So this is clearly a question that must be answered by the city. We can't wait for the province to answer it, and it will not be answered later in the process. Number two, like many others, River First is concerned about the proposed capping and destruction of a provincially significant wetland and the suggestion that the city request an MZO to facilitate this process. We are especially worried about the kind of precedent the city would be setting with such a move. What city, I disagree with a comment made earlier, what city on the shores of Lake Ontario does not have degraded wetland habitat that developers might want to build on if they thought that planning permissions would be easier to get? In some places like the Inner Harbor, degraded wetland is all we have left as a consequence of previous unregulated industrial practices. No offsetting or compensation can replace how these particular wetlands fit into their particular local ecosystems. Organizations that have faced MZOs in other cities warn of their consequences, especially the fact that they shift decision-making powers to the province. In the case of the tannery, the city could possibly lose control of the many still unknowns of this project. The features of the project that have only been examined, quote, from a high level or a bird's eye view, the many to be determined that are scattered throughout the report, the holding symbols on major essential components like the landscape plan, the groundwater management plan, the wetland compensation plan. An MZO could shift decisions and approvals of these components to the process. Why would you want to give control to the province before you had actually made decisions on these important aspects of the project? Third, the wetland compensation plan itself. The wetland conservation strategy for Ontario makes very clear that provincially significant coastal wetlands should not be eligible for offsetting, period. We ask again why Kingston will want to set a precedent that could be evoked to lead to the destruction of urban wetlands elsewhere. Is that the legacy of your soon to be finished term of council? We are concerned that members of the planning committee do not yet have enough information about what the compensation plan is. Where will the site be located? How big is it? How does its ecological profile compare to that of the lost wetland? We believe councillors should know the features of the compensation plan before agreeing to the massive precedent-setting zoning changes that will be required to make it happen, and to take into account the results of research done by Ontario Nature and others that offsetting is not as successful in preventing biodiversity loss as people once might have thought. Ecosystems are not interchangeable. Finally, we want to draw councillors' attention to the very low bar set in the report and earlier in this very meeting in terms of the city's efforts to consult with members of local Indigenous communities about this proposal. On page 36, the report notes that because this is a private project, there's no legislated duty to consult with Indigenous communities. We would suggest that a city working toward reconciliation and respectful relationships with members of local Indigenous communities would strive a bit higher in relation to a project that would have an ecological and cultural impact on one of the most important Indigenous sites in the region. Thanks very much for your time.
And thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Chris Hargreaves, followed by Rosemary Toms.
After you, Mr. Hargreaves.
Okay. Thank you. I am Chris Hargreaves, 4060 Bath Road in Kingston. I'm speaking as chair of the Kingston Field Naturalist Conservation Committee. But before commenting on the stormwater issues, I would just like to follow up on Councillor Hill's question earlier on as to whether there were any other contaminated provincially significant wetlands known. The comment was no, they are not known. However, I was consulted by Ontario Nature in preparing their submission, which has been sent to all the councillors. They are concerned that although contaminated provincially significant wetlands may not yet be identified, the practice of dumping industrial pollution into wetlands was widespread across Ontario. At the moment, provincially significant wetlands are off limits for development. Ontario Nature's concern is that once you have a precedent that somebody can go in and remediate a provincially significant wetland and then develop on it, it will open the floodgates to developers all over the province wanting to re-examine provincially significant wetlands, discovering there is pollution in them, asking for MZOs and developing them. So Ontario Nature thinks this is a very important bar to keep in place. Now, in terms of the rest of my time for stormwater questions, to quickly go to the next slide, I was hoping that I would find the questions I asked at the last meeting answered. I was very disappointed. This is a 770-page report. All it says is that a stormwater management report has been submitted and demonstrates at a high level. There are no details. Why is it that in a 770-page public report, people have to go to Dash to find the answers? It's a very disappointing report. If you go to the next slide, there is a high-level view of the proposal. And on the next slide, and there is a ground level view of the proposal. This is the southwest corner of the site which they want to develop. On the next slide, this is from the public report, a map. The blue lines show the flow of water naturally across the tannery site. So if we go on to the next slide, where the blue dot is the puddle, water from that site would flow naturally towards the top right-hand corner. But the proposal proposes to cap the tannery site, which means that the water from that giant puddle is going to have to flow along the boundary of the site because it's got an impermeable cap on it, and then it will flow into the marsh. Not only does it have to take that route, but more water is going to be flowing into the marsh. And as has just been pointed out by Mr. McClatchy, saying the sediments are going from the marsh into the river. Mr. Snetzinger repeated the sediments are going from the marsh into the river. Mr. Shipley got quite agitated, saying Ms. Bauer was wrong. The sediments are going into the river.
30 seconds, please.
Well, high school geography says if you put more water into that marsh, it is going to have to go faster to get out of it, and that will carry more sediments. So we have just had an argument that the proposal will increase pollution. If you get an MZO, it will be determined by a record of site conditions, determined by a qualified person at the developer, and a qualified person by the ministry.
And Mr. Hargreaves, that's 5 minutes.
Cares about the marsh north of the site.
Thank you very much. And feel free to send your slides to the committee, as I'd offer anyone, so time gets cut off. But who's next, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Rosemary Toms, followed by Karen Cross.
Can you hear me?
We can.
I had not intended to speak. Somehow my hand got raised without my knowledge. But having listened, I do want to say that I continue to be very much opposed to the proposed development. And I hope that the Planning Committee will not support the recommendations put forward by the planning staff. I think that the other speakers have said so very well, those speakers that were opposed, so very well what I feel and what I believe. The tannery land may be contaminated because of past history and what humanity's environmental insensitivity at the time has done, but it's far from dead. I live in the Kingston Harbor and I walk there, and I think Matt shows so beautifully. It is alive with birds and images. Video was beautiful. It is alive with wildlife, and there are many beautiful, mature native trees there. So there has been an emphasis on portraying it as a derelict, dead site, and it is not that. And so I just hope that it will be protected and something creative and bold will be done by City Council and by the city for citizens and for future citizens. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Karen Cross.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me? I've lost audio.
We can, Ms. Cross. I don't know if you can hear us, and you'll be our last presenter before we turn back to response time from staff and the planning team. Can you hear us? Because we could hear you fine.
I can hear you, sir. Thank you, Councillor Kiley. One moment, please. Yes, thank you. The Greater Kingston Chamber of Commerce is your voice in business, supporting our members and their interests to ensure they maximize their growth and potential. We strive to work collaboratively, including meaningful consultation and engagement to influence good policy through discussion, meeting, and understanding. We provide viable solutions and arguments to strengthen commerce throughout the region. An attractive destination requires several priorities. Population growth is key to active living and a thriving business community. It supports our industries and provides the infrastructure to maintain and improve our social institutions and tax base that benefits us all. Housing availability is intrinsic to drive the economy and our businesses, fostering sustainability and growth opportunities. The Davis Tannery lands are a brownfield site of approximately 37 acres along the shore of the Great Cataraqui River on the northern edge of downtown Kingston. The city has highlighted that the land is strategically important to redevelop for the entire Inner Harbor neighborhood. This is a two-step process. First involves the environmental cleanup of the location. The second is the residential commercial development. The project also dovetails with the Inner Harbor cleanup. The federal government's $71 million Inner Harbor proposal will be successful if the tannery lands are rehabilitated. The scope of cleaning the tannery site is substantial. The foliage, including all trees and grasslands, have been contaminated for decades from the soil. This is just not a Kingston concern, with contaminants continuing to leach into the soil and then be transported via foliage into the air and the waterway to adjoining regions near and far. This is also a concern with all wildlife carrying these contaminants through migratory paths. A targeted restoration of the dangerous lands can benefit not just the proposed development, but begin protecting and rebuilding the habitat. This project fits well with the city's climate leadership plan, and there's 3 points I want to address here. First is increasing housing affordability and availability. The tannery site development is designed to be inclusive, sustainable, and diverse. Prospective residents will be seeking housing, who are seeking housing will not be turned away based on demographics. Also, the planned project is located strategically for transit and everyday necessities. Leadership on climate action. Through the cleanup and development of these lands, it will be allowed for the creation of a new 10-acre public park space that will be accessible to all residents in the city. It will offer waterfront access and connect to the Bell Park pathways, strengthening economic development opportunities. The project will support downtown's adjoining businesses and generate more residential property tax, while producing economic growth initially through local contract work, surveying, and the real estate market. This is one of the largest investments that the city has ever and could ever see. At nearly $1 billion in value, the annual tax revenues could be close to over $12 million based on the 2021 mill rates. The resulting property taxes could pay for vital infrastructure projects like parks, roads, and bridges. In conclusion, we look to other cities and how they have moved forward on transforming legacy industrial lands around waterfronts and how they were made safe and accessible to residents. The city of Hamilton has a beautiful inner harbor from legacy steel production. Today, you can find a pathway encircling their inner harbor with hundreds, if not thousands, of city residents biking, running, walking, and enjoying the wildlife and water of the inner harbor. There's been much debate about the vision of our waterfront. The Patry proposal represents an opportunity to sustain and grow a healthy community, while at the same time puts to effect use of vacant land so close to the downtown core. A strong downtown enhances the local economy, quality of life, retains and creates jobs, helps small businesses, makes better use of existing lands and infrastructure projects, and increases property values. The Greater Kingston Chamber of Commerce supports the project, the Patry development, as it aligns with several business and environmental initiatives. Moreover, the project is without precedent. The sheer magnitude of investment, including multiple partners and agencies, and the resulting positive impact on the city's tax base will help numerous social projects and services the municipality will benefit from. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. We will move into response. Mr. Barr, you can start.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I just needed to adjust my camera. Apparently last time I had cut off half my head while I was speaking, so you can see all of it now. Thank you, everyone, again for your comments this round. I'm gonna start by answering the questions and then look to my colleagues for supplementation. Regarding the cleanup of the inner harbor, I think Mr. McClatchy had a really good set of answers to this question previously about the importance of cleaning up this site in relation to the works happening in the inner harbor with the federal government, and how the sediment transfer from this site through erosion represents a risk to those rehabilitated lands if they are done not in lockstep with this site. So I do not think I need to reiterate that too much. I will note on page 509 of the report, it's a communication from Ms. Agnew that answered a series of questions. And she also, in this communication from January of 2022, reiterated the shallow soils of the tannery and the properties are likewise contaminated with heavy metals and pose a risk to human ecological receptors of the inner harbor through erosion processes, especially along the shoreline. So that was another part of that communication. For stormwater management, the report that was submitted with the application at the time of zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment demonstrates the feasibility of detailing and dealing with stormwater on the site. It does it at a very high level because those specific implementations, the pipes that go in the ground, the levers, the measures and maneuvers that are put in place in order to deal with stormwater are handled at the detailed design stage. It's not a zoning consideration. It looks at it at a very cursory level to say, yes, stormwater can be managed on the site with this level of infiltration and, you know, a combination of a specific set of interventions to maintain stormwater on the site or let water pass around it. So it's handled on an appropriate scale. Looking at the stormwater report, It did also take into consideration the cap that was on the site. It looked at it for both the feasibility of water around and on the site, as well as its impact to the lake, because you'd be raising a portion of the site higher than was there previously. So all of those have been reviewed and internally by city staff as well as our partner organizations, and the feasibility report was deemed satisfactory for the zoning and official plan amendment stage. And those greater details, again, those are going to come through at the subdivision and site plan control stage. In addition, I know there have been a couple instances raised about the site acting maybe as a bit of an eco park or a place that you can walk through. Given the regulations that are put in place these days for site contaminations and how to occupy them afterwards from the ministry level, the site as it currently stands is not fit and does not have the appropriate certificate of property use in order to entertain any sort of land use change that would allow human occupation of the site, whether it be for a park or for a residential use. In order to reach that level where the ministry will grant acceptance and okay in order to inhabit it for a different use, the site has to be remediated in some way. So in order to even achieve that level of park status, that's infeasible without remediation for this site with the current processes and regulatory regime that's put forward. Regarding indigenous consultation, I know that's been raised a few times tonight, but the city has no formal consultation duty as we're not the crown, but we, there is a level of expectation for cultural input on indigenous issues through the HIS that was submitted with the application. I will pass this over to Ms. Campbell to speak at a greater detail about, and Mr. McLeod, our ability and consultation abilities.
Well, yes, thank James. I'll just start and briefly respond. I think it was Ms. Adams who spoke on the level of consultation. Just to clarify the difference, that when we speak of consultation under the Constitution, that's a crown obligation the federal government and the provincial government has to speak with indigenous governments where interests are in fact affected. And that's not something the municipality has an independent role in, although when we're working with federal partners like the Third Crossing, we do participate in it. But as Mr. Barr said, the HIS process that will be proceeding certainly is one that will include input on Indigenous cultural values. And I would ask Jen Campbell to perhaps expand on that a bit further.
Thank you, and through you. I think I would just add to this that in the report that has been brought forward, considerations raised by Indigenous community members have been responded to and included. And so I think it not necessarily entirely accurate to suggest that there wasn't a hearing of Indigenous concern. But I also think we have to be very honest about the complexity of the Indigenous community in Kingston. There are over 7,000 urban Indigenous community members in Kingston, and they don't align and organize in the same ways that nations, be they elected or hereditary, may do. And that's not an excuse, but I think we also have to reflect on the wisdom that's shared from community when they come forward, but also the wisdom to understand that not all voices are at that table. And we've been working with the direction of council over the last 6 years to try to create better tables, tables that are safe, tables that are culturally sensitive and inclusive. It's an imperfect process, and we're very humble to that reality. But we are very open to the voices that come forward. We do hear the concerns that have been raised. Consideration of the oak and how it may be protected or maintained on the site. There was a very detailed study that resulted from that issue that was raised and supported by Indigenous residents as a primary concern. And I think all of the standing ones, the trees on the property, are considered and have been considered and are continuing to be discussed tonight. I don't mean to suggest in any way that this consultation is a conclusive read on 7,000 Indigenous voices in this community. But I also think we just have to be very respectful of those voices that have come forward and acknowledge that we have heard them. And can we do better in future of creating more inclusive tables for consultation? Absolutely. Our heritage comments reflect a commitment to supporting, in particular through the detailed processes to come, the opportunities for increased engagement with local residents around what they would like to see as part of the property's development. When we move it as something that's more sort of at this kind of concept plan stage into something that's more about what is it going to look like on the ground, and then how can we work with community members to do that in a good way. I would also add there are items that are not included in the report that can also be considered as things move forward. We talked about the opportunity to potentially take seedlings from the grandmother oak. There's been discussions about removals in the best ways when they have to happen. You know, these are all ways that we as a community, through the direction of council, have committed to the process of reconciliation. And I just humbly and with honesty and truth just want to say it's a very difficult and challenging relationship for everyone involved. And we just are doing the very best we can to hear as many voices as we possibly can. It is an imperfect process. It is a very different process than duty to consult or obligations under legislation from the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. And Mr. Barr, are your remarks finished at this point?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. My remarks are finished at this point, but I do want to invite Mr. McClatchy to speak about the availability of the hydrogeological information in the site, and then afterwards I'm going to invite Mr. Dakin for a bit of conservation authority perspective.
All right, and before we hear from those two gentlemen, Councillor Osanek, your hand's up. Did you have a point of order? I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I just missed it before.
No, sorry, I didn't even realize my hand was up. I will.
Okay, all good, all good. All right, Mr. McClatchy, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and James, and through you, Mr. Chair. We've heard a few comments that seem to imply that there's a lack of hydrogeological information about the property, and I just want, for everybody's sake, I just wanted to point out there is actually quite a bit of hydrogeological assessment that's been done. It's available within the Phase 2 Environmental Site Assessment Report. It has looked into the geology, subsurface geology of the property. It's examined the groundwater elevations and flow directions, hydraulic gradients and conductivities, and the amount of contaminants in the groundwater. So we know how deep the groundwater is. We know what direction it flows in. We know how fast it flows, and we know what kind of contamination is within it. I also wanted to reaffirm that the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks review process of the remediation plan starts with examining the Phase 2 Phase 2 assessment of the site. They don't presume that the site is dirty. They want to make sure that the applicants have got their characterization correct. So they will be looking at the hydrogeological information that's there, as well as the soil information and the surface water and so forth. And it's not uncommon to see the Ministry of the Environment come back and ask for supplemental information before they even start going to the next step, which is how do you remediate what the problems are. So I just wanted to put that out there so that for the benefit of people that are concerned about such things.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Dakin was next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just would speak, again, reiterate some comments I made about the wetland remediation approach. Again, we're treating it as wetland remediation with the understanding that there is ongoing offsite leaching, migration of contaminants from the information we've reviewed and the understanding through discussions with the consultant and past data. So the key question is, again, how remediation occurs. And fundamentally, the goal or the objective of the conservation authorities is to protect downstream populations, whether that's human or wildlife populations. So capping is what we understand to be the primary approach. There are reasons for that, both I believe from a feasibility perspective, but also in terms of allowing for a level of development at the site that will therefore foot the bill for contamination. I think it's pretty clear that whether it's the municipality or some other organization wouldn't have the financial wherewithal to take on site remediation for its own benefit. Unfortunately, that's the society we live in. That said, we are in a position where we, as I said before, we trust and we have confidence in the ministry's review role and are aware that the Conservation Authority can have a strong role in that process. Of course, our role is limited in from a permitting perspective if an MZO is passed for the site. That said, what we are allowed to do under applicable legislation is require that the developer enter into an agreement with the Conservation Authority for offsite offsite compensation. The indicators show that it would be offsite. On-site it appears not to be feasible because of the extent of contamination. So we're working closely with the developer to find a property nearby within the same watershed, within the municipality, where compensation can occur to create, at a minimum, one-to-one compensation for the wetland area lost, and ideally greater than that minimum one-to-one. We've seen, as noted by some members of the public, concerns with the efficacy of compensation. It never replaces protection, but in situations such as these, this is perhaps where a net environmental improvement through offsite compensation is perhaps warranted. I trust that now, and I'm available to answer any other questions.
All right, thanks, Mr. Dakin. Mr. Barr, I'll look to you one more time. Anything else to add at this point?
Nothing from my end, Mr. Chair, so we can proceed with the next round of public comment.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I believe if I'm looking at the right screen, we have 11 folks with their hands remaining up at this point.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll follow what we've been doing. We'll do 5 individuals, then response, and we'll look at that time for a final call and make a deliberation on whether or not we have to split up the remaining people. But for now, it's just the next 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Next to speak is Elspeth Lemplow, followed by Byron Emons.
All right, can you hear me? All right. Right, so my name's Elspeth Lamplew. I live at 1639 Batteau Lane, Gananoque, K7G 2V5. I'm not going to say much because it's mostly been said what I wanted to say about, but I think I feel what we're losing track of with all this, which has been fascinating actually, listening to what's proposed and et cetera, but I should say straight off that I'm opposed to the development. What I think we're losing sight of is that we're right in the midst of a climate crisis. We're really in it, and we should not even be thinking about cutting down trees at this point, if we can possibly help it. And I mean, there are other places, other vacant areas in Kingston that could be developed. I mean, the thing about this bit is that it is privately owned and the owner wants to develop it. But I think the trees should be left. We should not be cutting down trees at this point. And I think that needs to be seriously considered. The other thing that I feel is that I was shocked to hear that there's been virtually no consultation with First Nations people. And I know, I mean, people have been saying that there's no duty to do so, and because it's private land, etc. But I think it would be a courtesy to do that, and it would be tricky, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure it's the indigenous community in Kingston is complicated and it would be tricky, but I think it would be a courtesy. And there's actually, it sounds as though an awful lot of this sort of stuff is going to happen further down the line, by which point all the trees will be chopped down. And so we'll have a wasteland there, which makes it almost sort of slightly pointless to be consulting with people at that point. The only other thing I'm not sure about is how much affordable housing is actually going to be built in this development. I actually asked this question to Mr. Patry on one of the previous meetings, and my impression was that he was going to do the bare minimum of affordable housing. And it's affordable housing, i.e. houses with low rent, i.e. houses that will not bring the developer loads of money, that needs to be built in our city. So that I mean, at the moment it's shameful how many homeless people there are. And it's also an irony that if this development goes ahead, I believe I'm right in saying various people living in tents there because of the lack of affordable housing will be chucked out. So I think my question, I want to ask Mr. Patry and his group again, how much of their development is going to be truly affordable, low rent housing? And that's because that's what we really need. Anyway, I think that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Emmons, 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Byron Emmons. I live at 42 Leroy Grant Drive here in Kingston. I'd like to kind of preface this a little bit and say I know we're in a climate crisis, but we are actually in a much more dire housing crisis. It takes me all of 5 minutes to walk downtown and to see the number of people living in tents, living rough, and living in locations that are not ideal. We've argued about affordable housing. The city just a few months ago celebrated that we were getting 92 affordable units. What I saw today in this presentation was that we now have options to buy an additional 100 more. Why are we not celebrating the fact that we have access to building more spaces for people to live in? Yes, there is a climate emergency. Yes, there is a global pandemic. Yes, there is a cost crisis. But there is now a real personal issue where people are living in these extreme temperatures. People are driving further and further as we see new subdevelopments in other cities, as Napanee is expanding, as we see Brockville and Belleville expanding, and people are working in Kingston. It seems alarming to me that people are not realizing how many people they're putting out of their homes. If we only take but a short 5-minute walk from the Tannery site development to the Hub Care Center, we'll see hundreds of people living rough. Although not every single unit in this development will be affordable housing, the sheer fact that 1,700 units will enter the market supply will help lower the cost overall. Kingston has had one of the worst hit housing crises in the country. We are only 100,000 people. You're talking a country of 38 million. It's almost unheard of. So I have to say, I fully support the development. I fully hope that we go forward with it because we need places to live, no matter what else happens. Thank you.
And Mr. Emmons, before you go, we missed your address, or maybe only I missed it, but if you could repeat it for the record, that'd be appreciated.
42 Leroy Grant Drive.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Kathleen O'Hara, followed by Brant Pepley.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Kathleen O'Hara, No Clear Cuts Kingston, 91 King Street East. After attending a rally
Ms. O'Hara, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I see a point of order from Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. This is just out of I guess to be cautious and fair. My understanding was that we would listen to individual speakers and speak and ask speaker on behalf of organizations. I think Ms. O'Hara is the third speaker that's identified themselves with Clear Cuts Kingston. So just wondering if there's a ruling on that, if that's consistent with what our practice is.
Okay, give me a second. We want to be fair. That's a good point to raise. I know in the notice of collection, we talk about persons or public bodies. So like I said at the start, organizations are more than fair to present. Madam Clerk, can you remind me, just from a chair's perspective, what the bylaw says in terms of this? Do we have direction if multiple people from the same organization can speak? Ms. O'Hare, don't worry, this doesn't count for your time, and we'll actually start it again when we get this figured out.
I hope so.
Definitely, absolutely.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just need a second to find the correct section. I did see Councillor Osanik was trying to indicate a point of order, but I know we are trying to determine course of action.
That's fine. While we wait for that, we'll hear from Councillor Osanik.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair and Planning Committee, Clear Cuts Kingston, they're not a nonprofit organization. They're not a for-profit organization. It's just a group of people that get together, and as I can't believe we're actually looking up the rules. Like, they're not a nonprofit with a president, a CEO, et cetera, et cetera. If people, like, I'm involved in lots of different groups, that we just chat and maybe we'll call ourselves something, right? But it's not like we're a nonprofit, like I totally oppose right now that we're actually debating whether to let Miss O'Hara talk or not.
I can give a bit of context just so we make sure that we're being completely fair. Other organizations have emailed me today as chair to ask if this would be a situation that came up. This happens to be one that was unanticipated. So here's what I think the best way forward is. Ms. O'Hare, we now know your association, and we knew that already actually. So you can continue as Ms. O'Hare, and if it turns out the procedural bylaw did indicate that there was supposed to be only one person per organization, that's my bad, but we'll definitely hear from you and we'll start your time again.
Thank you. Okay, so I won't introduce myself or tell you who I'm with, who I associate with. And this group was founded because we needed a group like this. Okay, so I'll start again. After attending a rally of many concerned citizens this afternoon in front of City Hall, concerned about the Tannery Forest, I'm finding it kind of interesting as I listen to this meeting that the theme seems to be, don't worry, be happy. Don't worry about the many unanswered questions about Patri's project. Just be happy and vote for it. For example, Jim Neal asked about consultations with the indigenous community. That's come up since. From my conversations with indigenous representatives, the conversion of a forest into a concrete jungle right across from the tiny bay from Bell Island will be a disaster, with 1,700 plus people up close and personal, and the lack of trees creating a heat island which will impact temperatures nearby. But don't worry. And don't worry about the MZO. The province has jurisdiction over PSWs. It doesn't matter if the city loses any and all democratic control. Let's not worry about that. And don't worry about the unknown remediation process. The CRCA has confidence that the appropriate authorities will oversee things. Tell that to Carl Hanna, who found the authorities unresponsive and weak when he noticed more than usual dead animals in the Cataraqui River. I also find it interesting that Block D was referred to as an example of intensification helping downtown. I live near there and know that many residents hop in their cars to go to the West End. Patri's plan has 1,200 parking spaces, I believe. As for affordable housing, the concept seems alien to J. Patry. Adding 100 affordable units to 1,700 is tokenism. We have a housing crisis, not a waterfront condo crisis. And I get the impression that government will have to pay for these affordable units. Really? Finally, and most important, as others have said, we have a climate crisis. I mean, it's upon us. It's going to destroy our children's lives. I don't understand why people don't get that. And it's not just the city of Kingston that's acting naively. It's the whole world, frankly. But we have to have new values and ways of city building. We simply have to. This project is old-fashioned. It's out of date. It ignores reality. So we have complained about the extremely inconvenient timing of this vote, but it is good to see that all these experts are not on holiday. The experts, the pro-Patry experts, and the pro-project experts from the city. No, they are here in great numbers to tell you 6 councillors to vote for a highly destructive project. And I'm sorry to say it, but a highly questionable developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara. Thanks, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Brant Pepley, followed by Laurel Klaus-Johnson.
Okay, I've unmuted. Hello, I'm Brant Pepley, and I'm a prof at Queen's University. I do a lot of work around clean energy, and the first thing I'd like to point out is Block D did not have a heritage forest on it. It was a redevelopment of an industrial plot, which really did improve the look of the downtown once it got fixed. And it's a well-known fact that in the bioenergy world, when you cut down a tree to use as an energy source and plant a new tree, it takes 50 years to even up the carbon emissions. So in 50 years, if we cut down a tree there, it'll be a long time and a long way into the climate crisis by that point. My point is that the tannery land has a huge carbon sink, is a huge carbon sink. And there's a lot of empty areas in the Kingstown area that could use some development and would really improve the look of the neighborhood. I live on 30 John Street, by the way, very near Montreal Street. And as I walk along there, I see a lot of industrial land that really could be significantly improved and could have trees planted on it, and is basically not very well utilized. And I think they would make some really excellent sites for affordable housing. There's, even if you come away from Montreal Street, you look at the corner of Bagot and Charles, there's an empty lot there. There's an empty lot just the other side of that, that undeveloped land as well. There's all sorts of land there that could be used for that. And you know, if you look at Bell Island, the golf course, which doesn't have, well, you wouldn't have to take all the trees down there. You have lots of area for development as well. I think the opportunity to improve that area, to make the Kingstown area more amenable, and when you're driving in on Montreal Street, go downtown, you'd have a much better appearance if a lot of that land was developed. That's the point I think is really important. And if Mr. Patry would be willing to develop some of that other land, and that could somehow be bargained by the city, I think that would overall have a much better end result, both for the climate crisis and for the appearance of that area of Kingston. That's basically what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Pepley. One more speaker, Madam Clerk. We'll move into our third response time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next to speak is Laurel Klaus-Johnson.
Am I unmuted? Thank you very much. I'm going to repeat my less than 3-minute speech I gave this afternoon and ask about a 2-minute question. I said, today we gather as one with a fine reason to be here in thought and deed. We share an affinity in the gift of oxygen flowing amongst us freely at this very moment, provided not perchance, but lovingly to every living being in the design of creation itself. All land and life and water is provided this precious oxygen, and we all have the capacity to love back that deeply to our Mother Earth. A 220-year-old oak tree on a defined local ribbon of life waterway is under threat of murder. As protectors of life, we guard the balance, that perfect design of creation. We protect the life giver's right to live without impunity. We are all one on this issue. This disgraceful action cannot happen ever. Look beyond money and managing. Look beyond people and places. We implore the crafters of Kingston City Hall to review, rewrite, and reword the sanctions and the permissions. We're not here to encourage you. We are here to refocus you. All forms of life must be primed. And with that, I'm asking you a request. I've listened to you tonight and I cannot take notes fast enough. I cannot take courses fast enough. I cannot take on all the expertise of all of the people that you brought forward that are called the experts. I would like a W5 report of who does what, when, where, and why. I find what's been reported way too wordy. Every expert's got their little pat on the head, their little tap of sunshine. Thank you very much. You've gotten paid, you're done, but you have not produced anything that I can rely on and look at without taking notes at this. So you've left me and everybody else at this other end at your whim of what you said. I would like you to make something, a report from the citizens' response and give us a project. Like if this is going to take, how long is this going to take to get to your MZO thing? What do we do in the meantime? Do we have to bug you? Do we have to take courses? Do we have to phone people we know? You owe your expertise to share with us. And that's what I'm asking. So as a result of my request this afternoon, and I will not be able to live with the murder of that oak tree. I'm just stating that I would like a map of what you're doing over the next few months as you get ready to do your MZO stuff, because we are getting ready as well. We need to know what you are doing beyond this right now. Thank you very much, and I hope you sleep well.
Thank you, Johnson. All right, so there are still 6 hands, which means we'll come back to another round from the public. And at this point, look to any comment or reply from our team at the city or Mr. Patry's team. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm going to turn this first over to Tim Park, Director of Planning Services, and Ruth Nordegraf, Director of Housing and Social Services. They're going to speak to some of the housing comments that have been raised today. So I turn it to Mr. Park.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to address the affordable housing component that has been outlined in the report. The developer has agreed to provide the city the option of purchasing or securing subsidized rental units or affordable housing units. The housing purchasing program the city currently has up a minimum of 25 units per phase. And I think the key that's important to realize about this is it's very difficult right now to say the city can secure X units within this development, because it would be based on today's rental rates, today's market rates for purchasing. And as this project is going to take approximately, if it was approved, 10 to 12 years to build out all 4 phases. And in reality, the first phase of that likely is not going to even be approved for shovel in the ground, again, assuming if it's approved, for 2 to 3 years. So the rental rates are unknown at this time. So it would be difficult for the city to commit to those or the applicant. So what we have done is we've made an agreement with the developer. He's agreed to the terms. They will be secured in the draft plan of subdivision. The city will have the option at each period to secure those units. And that'll very much be depending upon available funding sources and housing programs at the time. Again, unknown at this time. So we would be reporting out on any of the purchase of those units or exercising of those units to council to get their approval. And as I say, the opportunity is there to secure a minimum of 100 units. And it would be for the city to be able to do that, or one of its partnering agencies. It could be rent supplement or the home ownership assistance program. Thank you.
Ms. Nordegraff, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And through you, Mr. Chair, just to add to what Director Park just explained about the option and the timeline, I think it's also really important to understand that we are, with our housing kind of needs, always really looking at that broader housing continuum and have an opportunity not only to create a couple of different housing solutions that are along the housing continuum. For instance, if we would be able, which has been a really great opportunity, to create the home ownership program opportunity within this project, that would also open up other rental units of those individuals that would be moving into these units. And I really think it's important to mention that the timeline of this development is obviously, as Director Park has pointed out, really, we're really looking at a longer timeline, and we have a very kind of more urgent, shorter term to medium term need with, some of the presentations that we've heard with people that are finding themselves currently unhoused. So we are, we're really trying to kind of predict as much as possible what we may need in the future, and have that option and have that flexibility in this project. I also just wanted to point out that we are aware of individuals that are currently and in the past have been using the tannery site to live. There is very regular support services being offered to those individuals, and as members of council are aware, we are also working on trying to find as many shorter term solutions for people that are finding themselves in encampments. So staff is very aware, and we are trying to offer services for those that are willing to accept them as well.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I can continue on from there. So thanks again, everyone, for the comments so far. I do have a couple that I would like to address. Thinking about this area and this development as a whole, I've heard the comments about the lands in the Montreal Street corridor that are also vacant, underutilized. A couple sites were mentioned throughout that area. We've heard about in this last round of in the last round of questioning about housing, or housing crisis, or climate crisis, and the real appropriateness of the authorities that would be reviewing this application. The Montreal-Rideau Railway area is a brownfield. A lot of it is a historic industrial area associated with the rail lines back in the day, and part of that is also the tannery property. The tannery property was on that rail line. It is part of that industrial past. It is part of that industrial legacy. And in future, when we work through the North Kingstown secondary plan, we're going to have to ask ourselves a lot of questions about the industrial cleanup and remediation that'll be appropriate through that area as well to spur any sort of development, as it's currently designated industrial. And we would be moving towards maybe more sensitive types of residential development. That too would involve Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks reviews through the record of site condition process, the process that is proposed for this site as well. It is a highly regulated provincial process that looks to and how best to remediate sites in order to make them usable for other uses again, to remove contaminants, contain contaminants, and allow cities and life to continue from both an ecological and human perspective. There are a lot of professionals, both internally at the city and externally with Patrick here this evening. We are professionals in our own right for the professions that we are in. We are accredited professionals that speak on matters related to our disciplines. We are here tonight to support this development because there's a recommendation that's been put forward that speaks to the positivity of this development, that speaks to the appropriateness of it within this area, and that it meets all technical standards and requirements in order for us to progress past this stage with the recommendation that's before us. That's why we're all here today. Regarding any and all democratic control being released for the enactment of an MZO, the entirety of the site is not subject to this level of application. 3/4 of the developable area in the waterfront are proposed tonight through a municipal official plan and zoning bylaw amendment process. Phase 4 and the open space areas to the north where the PSW is concentrated is subject to the MZO proposal. And I know I've mentioned this before, but I think it just bears repeating that, the city's constructed, that we're putting forward to the ministry for recommendation. That this is something that's gone through our full technical review process to establish appropriate zone provisions. And this, we just need something a little different than our typical process in order to bring it forward, which is why the MZO is there. Once and if at all the MZO is approved, we still have additional municipal controls through the subsequent applications which have to come back to planning committee. Both the draft plan of subdivision, the draft plan of subdivision has to come back in a full report through a public meeting like we're having tonight. Final plan of subdivision will then proceed after that, and after that site plan control. And that's where we start to get into the fine grained details. But what we've seen from our technical review agency so far, including the CRCA, Parks Canada, Stormwater Review, is that the documents submitted demonstrate the feasibility of this project to continue on to the next stage. Looking at my questions, I think I've addressed the ones that I want to. If anyone else from Team Patry or internal departments wishes to add any additional context, please turn on your cameras. Otherwise, we can proceed with the next level of presentation.
Sure, this is Kevin Shipley, XCG. I just wanted to add a little bit to something that Mr. McClatchy spoke to a bit earlier. Mr. McClatchy pointed out that there has been quite a lot of hydrogeological work done, and I just wanted to, I don't want to repeat what he said, but I just want to add that, that yes, in fact, a number of members of the public have expressed concern that there's not enough hydrogeological information about the groundwater at the site, and in fact, we did produce, as Mr. McClatchy pointed out, a phase 2 report. The report is 928 pages long, so there's a tremendous amount of information in that report. We did over 60 monitoring wells into the groundwater, in the overburden, and in the fractured bedrock as well. We did hydraulic conductivity testing. We prepared maps showing the flow direction of the groundwater. We looked at the seepage rate of the groundwater and the gradients. So there's a considerable amount of information there. And also, as Mr. McClatchy mentioned, there's going to be a lot more review of that information by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, multiple rounds of review and opportunities to enhance that information. So I just wanted to kind of bring that point up to make sure everybody understands that there's already been a great deal of work done on that.
Thank you. I see one more hand. Mr. Stutzinger, did you want to add to that? All right, not hearing any action right now. We're 4 hours in, so we're doing well. Still a number of public hands up. Thanks for everyone who's participating. And thanks to staff, as Mr. Barr said, and I know other staff have echoed too, that everyone here tonight is just doing their best within the confines of their profession, and we want to keep giving the benefit of the doubt that that's what it is. So let's discuss and debate and dissect some of these things, but we'll make sure that we leave kind of personal innuendo and other suggestions about the character of individuals out. I think that's really important to make sure that we make a good decision, that we're doing it on the facts before us and not bringing in kind of a personal angle. So I just wanted to say that We're grateful for everyone participating. We have a bunch left to go, but let's make sure that we stay within what the city actually outlines in our guidelines for public participation and discourse anyway. Alrighty, so Madam Clerk, we're looking at 6 hands up according to my count. And I think that's a good time to do a final call, so I'll allow you to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, for those who are still with us this evening who have not already had a chance to speak and would still like to do so, if you can please raise your hand in Zoom so that we may identify the rest of the speakers for this evening. And again, if there's anyone else who would like to add their name to the list, in addition to the 6 that already have their hands up and have not spoken tonight, if you can please raise your hand in Zoom so that we may identify who is left to speak. Mr. Chair, I'm just seeing those 6 hands, so we'll continue forward with them.
Perfect, and we'll take those 6 as our final members of the public and hear from all of them at once, and then do our final round of public response before moving on from there to committee again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Carrie Hill, followed by Dion Nolan.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Hill, and I live at 1900 Highway 2 East in East Kingston. And many of the points that we've heard already, I would also like to make maybe in a slightly different perspective. I am fully support intensification, but nowhere in the staff report is there in the equation of building this 1,700 units, is there also in this equation the removal of a forest. We are in a climate situation that we must turn around to bypass dire consequences for all living beings on Earth. This has become blatantly apparent for most of us over the past few years, even in the past 5 years since the city sold the tannery property to the developer. Perhaps unwittingly on all parties, this exchange took place without the now clearly necessary climate lens that must now be governing all the choices we make. The question we must now ask ourselves is, how can we make our city healthy for all in the face of the impending climate collapse? How do we stop heat islands, floods, extreme loss of biodiversity, affordable housing shortage, heat-related and increased CO2-related morbidity and mortality, and on and on? The tannery forest and wetlands are significant partners in this endeavor. The city has had it in their plan to develop this property for years, and they have not budged from this position. The city must exhibit some conscience now and recognize that the developer was, and this is only my opinion, but it seems like the developer was somehow hoodwinked into purchasing this land with promises.
That's a great example. Let's be careful. That's innuendo and suggestion that we're not dealing. So we'll just stop you there, but keep going on other comments, but that's not in order. Thank you.
Okay, all right. No, I understand that, but there's a lot of bylaw amendments and tax breaks that were provided in the beginning of this development, and now I would suggest that we now must fairly buy him out so that the forest can survive. The forest must not be destroyed on our peril. It can be remediated slowly with its help and the help of experts in the field, like, as we heard earlier, the Montreal-based Phyto Action Group. And I think business and politicians must now see outside the box at the opportunities this new urban bioreserve could gift them with. Further, we must understand the housing crisis for what it is. The city has done this, and their study found that about 3 times the number of units the developer is planning to build on the tannery forest and wetlands are required to be built over the next 2 decades, 18 years, 2022 to 2040. I think it's about 5,000 units are predicted to be required. This development will provide almost a third of those units. Now let's see. A significant fraction of the number predicted to be required has already been built on Princess Street in Williamsville. The city study shows that roughly 40% of the new housing required is for affordable units. Some of these are currently being constructed on Wright Avenue and planned for Princess Street North. The Tannery plan, as we've all heard, is to build 25 affordable units in each of the 4 phases. In other words, the first 25 units won't be available for 3 or 4 years, with the other units all coming online in 10 to 12 years. This does little, as we've heard before, for the citizens that need housing now. The health of all living beings in our city must be the lens that council uses now to decide on their vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Next to speak is Dio Nolan, followed by Robert McInnes.
Ani bojo kwe kwe, soki pani kwe, indigenous makwa dodem, Gadaragwe and Donjaba. I am Anishinaabe, I am Algonquin. I'm also a member of Gadaragwe, which is the name of Kingston region that has been given by Indigenous members of the community. I've been a member of the community for almost 30 years now, and I've seen a lot of changes. What I really want to impress upon you today is a little story about pre-colonial times when this was Algonquin land. It transferred to French hands and Mississaugas and to the Mohawks, but this was Algonquin land prior to contact. And Bell Island is a sacred site because it is a burial ground. That is where my ancestors lie. And it's only a few hundred feet from where you want to kill my relatives. Those standing people, the trees, those are our relatives. They have a language of their own. They speak to one another underneath the ground, as does the moss and the mushrooms. And we know this now through science, but we've known this for eons of years. Canada is very, very young. In Kingston is even younger. And I'd like to remind you that this is Indigenous land and that you are visitors. And Laurel and I don't often agree, or we do. But tonight we agree. We need to know what your plan is because we need to get ready. And I'd also like to mention that, you know, around last summer, we had another disagreement. And I think we all know what happened there with Mr. Sir John Hay. And I thank you all. And I thank you, Councillor Neal, for bringing up the fact initially that we should be consulted. I don't think anything should go forward without us. And if there's a disagreement, then we will make plans then to see what happens. But I thank you for your time. I say miigwech, and best of all to you and your decision making.
Thanks for your contributions, but we need your address. I missed that at the beginning again. So if you could state it, that would be appreciated.
Certainly, 42 Markland Street.
Thank you very much. Mr. McInnes, you're up.
Hi, my name is Robert McInnes. I live on Sydenham Street in Kingston. And I have a question, which it's basically about a consideration I'd like you to make. Has the committee considered leaving the first 50 meters along the river undisturbed? This portion of the land seems to be the least contaminated, and if a raised broadwalk was built through this area and the area was fenced, we could allow the natural remediation to proceed all along the waterfront without disturbing the wildlife. I'd like the committee to seriously consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who do we have next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Bruce Hill, followed by Vicky Shmoka.
Good evening. Just one second. My name is
Mr. Hill, sometimes if there are two speakers on in your room, or maybe two devices, a phone and a computer, that feedback can happen.
Oh, you're out of it now.
Let's give it another shot, and if it doesn't get fixed, we can come back to you. No problem about that. But
Do you have an earplug in it?
Okay. Hello.
all right,
Yeah.
we'll start your time now.
Yeah, my name's Bruce Hill. I'm 1900 Highway 2 East in Kingston. Yeah, I was going to give you some information about metals and all sorts of things, but most of it's been covered, and it's just a point of argument, which your experts will no doubt refute. But that's really the point of the matter. This is a very complicated situation that you're dealing with, and you know, I very much appreciate the opportunity to talk with you, and apologize really for keeping you up so late. It's well past my bedtime, but nonetheless, I would like to make a couple of points, and one is just a general point that the process, Mr. Patrick has said, the MZO is required because we wish to develop the wetland. And I would argue that the province, in its wisdom, by having a provincial policy, is specific to prevent this. Mr. Patrick says development cannot proceed without phase 4. That is the answer. The development cannot proceed. Now, to go around that with an MZO, that's an embarrassment. And if you do decide to do that, I say shame on you. But that's, you know, that's your decision. So I think that's the crux of the matter. We're being asked to consider the destruction of an urban forest and then the degradation of a wetland. Now, that's the principle. It just buggers consideration. Now, just to a further point of reiteration, I am a member of the Haudenosaunee First Nation, and the city of Kingston always begins many of its proceedings with a land acknowledgement that you exist on unceded territory. Now, what does that mean? It means that you are saying that you acknowledge that you are, as all of us are, guests on this property. And it is meaningless unless you consult with First Nations. So now to say, oh, it's a complicated business, we've got to establish a table where things are complicated. Nonsense. Because by the time you do that, as in the past, as someone has said, the trees will all be cut down. And then we'll come with a consultation at a friendly table. That consultation has to take place now with First Nations. Otherwise, quit with the airplay about unceded territory. This is what it means when you say that. You have to consult in this situation when you wish to do something so vile to this environment. Anyway, thank you very much. I just want to make those 2 points and I say good night to you. Over.
Good night. Take care. Final person, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, last to speak is Vicky Schmolka.
Thank you very much. Could I have my slides up, please? I am speaking tonight on behalf of Building Kingston's Future, and actually I'm speaking later on my own behalf, but this is Building Kingston's Future, as you know, is an incorporated Ontario company that shares the vision of making Kingston a smart and livable city. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk to you in a general sense about your duty. I really appreciate staff's responses to my questions over the last while and councillors' attention to this planning application, which is, as many people have said, complicated and also extremely important. It is setting the tone, the precedent. It's putting your policies on climate change and climate emergency to a test. And you know, whether 50 people speak on one side or 3 people speak on one side, you have a duty as elected officials of due diligence. You have to use your knowledge, your expertise, your capacity as elected representatives to make the best decision for our community, our shared community. And it's a hard job and it's onerous in this context, especially. You know, I wish you well in your decision making, but I just want to remind you that it is a big job that you're doing, and there are expectations of you to do it well. Next slide, please. I just want to go through at a very quick level all the ways in which the planning application before you is incomplete, high level, doesn't have information that you need, I think, to make an informed decision. So natural hazards and flooding, it's a high level. The entire site is proposed to be regraded. What's going to be the effect of that? Regarding the regrading the site will mitigate the future potential of impacts. We hope so. Future stages. Next slide, please. This blue line is the floodplain as it exists. So what you're really doing is removing that floodplain, allowing the regrading, the 2 meters of soil that's going to be part of the cap, and saying we're creating a new, we're not worried about flooding from the Cataraqui River anymore because we have a cap. I haven't seen a lot, and the Hatch report seems to talk about flooding from the site on into the river and saying, don't worry about that because Lake Ontario can absorb it all. But flooding onto the site has sort of, I don't know, I didn't see much documentation on that. Next slide, please. This is a slide from one of the submissions you have in the staff report showing all the different streams that come onto this site. And that's why people really would like to hear from an independent hydrogeologist. And I appreciate Kevin Shipley from XCG and Paul McClatchy saying that there has been a lot of work in that 900-page XCG report. But I think what council was trying to say last August is, please tell us how much it would cost to hire someone independently to look at water flow and give us advice so we can make an informed decision. And that's what I mean about due diligence. Is it due diligence to rely on XCG's report? We don't have, as far as I know, hydrogeology expertise within the city staff. And I'm not being disrespectful of Mr. McClatchy, he's expert in his field, but this is a specialty. Next slide, please. These 2 pieces of wetland, if I understand correctly, are being the staff wants you to rezone these 2 pieces based on their own assessment of the wetland. So when Commissioner Agnew said earlier tonight that you need an MZO for the wetland, well, staff is recommending for these 2 pieces, you don't need an MZO. You can do it through staff report. So I find that complicated, confusing. Why does these 2 pieces of wetland can be rezoned by you tonight through your zoning application, and this other chunk has to go to an MZO? Next slide, please. So stormwater controls, Mr. Hargreaves has dealt with this, high level. We don't really know, further details will be required. Next slide, please. Traffic, not being confirmed. What is the impact on the new bridge on Montreal Street and connections and impacts and mitigations? It's all futuristic. Next slide, please. Infrastructure services at a high level. The city's existing water, road, and transit infrastructure are or will be sufficient. Well, if they're not sufficient, who pays for that? Next slide, please. Landscaping, tree replacement, waterfront. We've heard a bit about the landscape plan. It's captured in the site plan agreement. Next slide, please. Remediation is at the conceptual stage. This plan is premised on the point that you have to cap the whole site with buildings or roads in order to build. Well, until remediation is done, you don't really know that, or not done, but planned in detail. Next slide, please. So I don't think you have enough information in the application at this time to remove a significant wetland, which the woodland is, to change the provincially significant wetland, to have
That's
proposed
5
capping,
minutes.
which
I'm
might be
going to cut you there.
All right, well, that's my last slide.
Fair enough. And again, always the invitation to continue to dialogue with us and in the public record, of course, on email, and send that if you wish. And if I could, as chair here, just explain the situation that I alluded to earlier. Ms. Wolka will be presenting again now as herself, based on the fact that what we just heard was building Kingston's future. It happened to be delivered by her, but she was the public body in that case. And now, as an individual resident, Ms. Schmolka, you have the floor again for 5 minutes. But when I say again, just to be clear, this is as you and before you were an organization. So here we are.
Yes, thank you. And I would not be doing this except the rest of Building Kingston's Future board is away because it is sort of a holiday week. I want to talk specifically about the zoning. You are being asked to remove all the EPA area, all the environmental protection area from a tiny strip, but for a tiny strip on the water. So there's no more ribbon of life with an EPA designation. You're being asked to remove reduce the minimum landscaped open space to 25% instead of 30%. These are the details in the zoning bylaw staff is proposing for you to pass. You're being asked to allow an eight-story buildings, which are 32 meters in height, built on 2 meters of fill, meaning they're 34 meters. The average tree grows at its maturity to 26 meters. So these buildings will always be visible above mature trees that take 30 years to get there. You're being asked to allow mechanical structures on the roof, solar panels, exhaust flues, antennae, masts. It's all in the zoning that you've got before you with no height limit. So potentially these buildings, but these buildings and their visibility from the river can be a lot more than 34 meters. I don't think you should be allowing that. I think you should set the building height at 32 meters. That's it. No mechanicals, none of that extra ugly stuff on top, because this is a UNESCO designated river and it will be visible. You're being asked to reduce the minimum setback, which is usually required of buildings under usual zoning, for like to almost nothing, I think, and to allow a 5% variance, which I've never seen before in zoning, that there's this, okay, well, you've got this setback, and if you want to mess with it a little more, you can do a little more. You're being asked to allow projections into the required setbacks, balconies, etc. So that's a precedent too. We saw in a recent development where the developer had to change plans and move those balconies inside to not interfere with other people's rights. Why would you allow this? And you're also being asked to allow a step back of only 0.3 meters, which is like a foot, to articulate the building wall. So you can have an 8-story building with a very minor articulation. And I think that that's not really an articulation. That's just a piece of brick in between. And I think that is not wise. And these are the things that if you approve this zoning as proposed by staff are lost forever for this site. You won't be able to change that zoning. This is the zoning the developer is asking for and staff is recommending. I don't agree with the staff recommendation, obviously, because I think it is compromising the quality of construction on the site. It's pushing the buildings to the maximum limit, which is just wrong. Now that especially we know that trees can be planted on the site and no trees can be planted around the buildings if they're building right to the site line, the property line. Next slide, please. So you want to set that standard for zoning on the waterfront for the future? I hope not. And I want to go on to something else, and I haven't left myself much time. And we have heard from some Indigenous people tonight. So you can go to the next slide. This is a letter that is in your package that I wanted to read aloud. I'm writing on behalf of the local urban Indigenous community. I'm a Haudenosaunee. Both of my parents were born in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. As you are probably well aware, Bell Island remains an important cultural site for Indigenous people in and around Cataraqui. We host gatherings, ceremonies, and other events there several times a year. The area is also home to a burial ground. It is sacred to us. J. Patry's plan to plot 1,500 apartments onto the Davis Tannery will not only put millions of plants and animals at risk, it will also put Cataraqui's Indigenous community at risk. As caretakers to the land, we already have to deal with a lot in our attempts to minimize the degradation of Bell Island. If thousands of people move in next door, we will simply be unable to care for this sacred area. The only solution is to leave the Davis Tannery be. If you truly care about reconciliation after hundreds of years of genocide, I'm confident that you will choose to stand with Cataraqui's Indigenous community. And I'm embarrassed to read that as a white settler, but I felt it very important to put it on the record. And next slide, please. And I will only say as a lawyer, other lawyers would dispute that the city has no obligation to consult. The city, a municipality, is an infant of the provincial government that does have a duty to consult. And Fisheries Canada, when they get involved in this project, will have to consult with Indigenous people.
30 seconds, please.
And it is fish habitat. So I feel embarrassed and ashamed and regretful about this staff response that says Indigenous communities will be invited to participate in the public consultation regarding the establishment of the waterfront park along the shoreline. That, for me, I'm sorry. You have a duty to speak to Indigenous people, and it's
5 minutes.
horrible to dismiss it like this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just noted that Mr. Sorensen did have his hand up initially in the final 6 for the call, and he had put it down. So if it's all right for him to provide his commentary at this time.
His hand is up in the final call. Absolutely. Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Sorensen?
We'll give a 10-second trial here. Mr. Sorensen, can you try again speaking?
In speaking of Grandmother Oak Park, the grandmother I speak of is Mother Earth herself. Here she has been given a little time in a little neglected, discarded space to practice her arts of recovery and rewilding. And she has rebuilt a thriving, diverse community of deer and rabbits and groundhogs and squirrels and chipmunks, and rarer, less common communities for such an urban setting: frogs and turtles, muskrat and beaver, heron and osprey and kingfisher. Songbirds are able to nest here unmolested. Bees and butterflies and the other pollinators gather here because our urban lawns and parks are like barren deserts to them. They are losing ground everywhere. They are thriving here. I defy anyone to show me anywhere else in the downtown with anything approaching the same diversity of living beings, with so many of the necessities and variety of a thriving ecosystem, all gathered together in one place in common assembly. This is a thriving, complex wetland, not simply an expanse of marsh or cattails. Here there is a free-floating stream, not simply an unwanted backwater. Here is the light of life, fighting the good fight against the assembled forces of darkness and blight. Grandmother Oak Park has an embarrassment of riches, with well-established mature groves of black cherry, black locust, and black walnut, basswood and box elder and hard and soft maple, trembling aspen and cottonwood, white ash, white oak, white pine and willow, apple and pear and hawthorn, elderberry and juniper and sumac. The answer can't simply be that we make a mess somewhere, and that when we make a mess somewhere, that we must crush all signs of life and green and pave over our mistake like a bad memory. Mother Earth is our friend. She knows all about rehabilitation and is trying her hardest to teach us. We call her method phytoremediation, defined as the use of green plants and associated microorganisms to either contain, remove, or render toxic environmental contaminants harmless. Phytoremediation has been growing rapidly in popularity worldwide for the last 20 years. Among the plants used to phytoremediate heavy metals are dogwood, duckweed, fescue, kale, and morning glory. Poplars and willows, abundant and thriving in Grandmother Oak Park, remove contaminants from the soil due to their high growth rate and biomass production. Phytoremediation is an amalgam of the Greek phytoplant and Latin remedium, restoring balance. Balance is the key. Life is the answer. A diverse, thriving ecosystem is not the problem. We are the problem. We need to learn to listen. We need to let her teachings sink in. Rewilding is the future. We must learn to advance, cooperating with Mother Nature, doing her great work. We need to listen with ears open wide to these voices of remediation and renewal. They speak to us in the calls of the frogs. They sing to us in the songs of the birds. They whisper to us in the rustling of leaves. They reassure us in the lapping of the waves. They show us the way in the paths of the deer. They lead us on in the canals of the muskrat and beaver. The basking turtles are carrying the weight of the world on their capacious backs. They need our help to continue to carry this load. They will perish, and we will perish too, if we make no place in our souls and our hearts for our friends who need us now, to make a place in our common future where we live together in common cause. The place where the water meets the land is a resource required by all and shared by all. It is a corridor of hope and wilderness amongst us. It is valuable precisely because of its riches. These riches are not the property of the rich. They are the inheritance of all who belong there. This community is thriving and rewilding this little lost, forgotten paradise. Do not let money buy your conscience. If we lose this chance, we will not get it back. The voices of these gathered experts in rewilding, in how to live together in a good way, are speaking loudly and clearly in one voice. Listen, and you will hear. Open your hearts to this great gift and let the light of life live there. Thank you for your ears.
Mr. Sorensen. So we've had 4 rounds of comment and question from the public, if I have my numbers right here in my book. And so we'll hear the final response from staff and proponent. And then we will look for direction from committee on how we want to proceed, because we're approaching our 11 o'clock need for a vote to extend or to recess. But Mr. Barr, you lead the way first in hearing what you have to say in response to the folks who just spoke.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. There are a number of items that we want to address in this round that will involve a few other persons on this, but I would like to start with Team Patry and the consultants from XCG to discuss the remediation and the consideration that was just put forward about leaving the first 50 meters undisturbed for natural purposes.
Yeah, so on that point, leaving the first 50 meters undisturbed, I think there's already a substantial buffer along the waterfront that's being left in a relatively natural state. There's capping involved there, but it's going to be vegetated. There's going to be trees planted, and in my view, that the buffer that's in place there is sufficient. So I don't see a requirement for making that any wider. And then was there anything else, Mr. Barr, you wanted me to address in terms of the remediation? We can't leave it. Yeah, that's true. I'll just add that that buffer area does need remediation in order to be usable by the public. It would be used as parkland. And in order for that to happen, it needs a record of site condition. That's a legal requirement under Regulation 153.04. So in order to get that record of site condition, it does require to go through the ministry's environmental process, which involves either a full remediation of the soil to remove the contamination, or a risk assessment with risk management measures such as capping. And so the primary method of addressing that buffer area would be risk assessment and capping and shoreline protection to ensure that the contamination in that area is encapsulated and will not run off into the river, and also will not pose a risk to humans and ecological receptors in terms of direct contact. So there does need, it can't just be left in a natural, it can't just be left the way it is now. It requires some intervention in order to be usable by the public as a parkland area.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shipley. I'm going to now turn the mic over to Mike Dakin of Cattle Rockaway Conservation to talk about the natural hazards comments that were raised.
Thanks, James. Through you, Mr. Chair. Natural hazards concerns, specifically flooding and erosion associated with the Cattle Rockaway River, are first and foremost within the mandate of the Conservation Authority review, and we've reviewed those components. Through our assessment, well, I'll back up by saying that's one of the reasons why we do not support the proposed marine facility, which I understand is also not supported by staff. However, we've looked at the upland development portion and determined through our assessment that it will be protected. It can be protected from flooding and erosion hazards associated with Cattle Rockaway River, and that includes factors for climate change as well. And that's through site-specific design, but also the nature of the site, the center of the site being relatively high relative to the shoreline. But then also conversely to Vic Shimoka's point, we've also assessed impacts to other sites. So what impacts hydrologically and hydraulically would filling or capping of the wetland and the development have on upstream and downstream properties. And through a detailed assessment by Hatch, they have demonstrated that there would be no impact either through storage or impacts by obstructing plants or any other of those hazards. So we feel those items have been addressed. Certainly valid points brought up by Mrs. Shimoka, but again, we're confident that the design can be sufficiently protected from hazards and conversely won't result in negative impacts elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dakin. I'm going to turn this now over to Ruth Nordegraff, the Director of Housing and Social Services, to talk about the citywide affordable housing that's being currently built and contemplated.
Thank you, James, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of, in response to the comments around affordable housing, over the last few years and also moving forward, the city has been bringing online a significant number of housing solutions. No doubt, and I think we all are very aware, we do have a need to develop more housing. So this project, obviously, it's been great to add that option. But in addition, I just wanted to remind a council that we have been developing units and are developing units on 1316 Princess Street, Lower Union, 805 Ridley, Curtis, Cassidy, and we also have recently received the go-ahead to add more scattered housing solutions in our community. And in addition to that, we're also looking at other solutions, such as, for instance, providing people with more affordable housing benefits or rent assistance kind of type programs. So just kind of want to remind council that yes, we are looking obviously at options in this project, but given the timeline and given kind of the needs, we are and have really kind of increased the number of affordable housing or housing solutions in our community. So it definitely is not the only projects that we're focusing on, and we're very much kind of aware of the need to have an ongoing pipeline of housing solutions.
Perfect. Thank you, Ruth. I'm wondering if Clerk Ms. Fosse can pull up the presentation. I did have a couple additional slides, specifically slide 32. I think that would benefit the discussion that I'm about to have. Excellent. So I'm going to talk about the MZO versus municipal approvals for PSW, so the provincially significant wetland question. There are policies in our official plan that recognize the boundaries of the PSW within the schedules of our official plan, so specifically 7A in this scenario, are approximate, and through appropriate ground truthing and consultation can be further refined. There are specific instances that the policies outline that you can amend these boundaries without amendments to the plan, with consultation with the CRCA and the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. But there are also instances where the boundary redraw is important in order to sufficiently address what's put on here. So what we're looking at on this map, the orange area, and I know maybe the legend is hard to read, but the orange area is the proposed extent, or not the proposed, the ground truth and mapped extent of the provincially significant wetland that is on the site. This is also, I think in the legend, it says proposed to be capped. So that's kind of the area that's proposed to be capped as part of the provincially significant wetland. The areas of revision that were just shown are in one of the exhibits of the report. As you can see, phase 2, which is the yellow building kind of closest to the river, the mapped boundary of that PSW doesn't actually move onto that site. So that's why, as part of the municipal approvals for Exhibit A, one of the schedules revises the PSW boundary to remove it from phase 2 along the water because it's not there. That's not the ground truth location of that PSW. So that's why it is appropriate in the context of our official plan to revise that boundary. That boundary is not being touched for phases 4 in the northern waterfront area to the north, because that is where our official plan mapping actually has the PSW outlined to be. So that's the difference that we see here, is that our approvals are just amending it in order to realign it with where it's supposed to be. And then the remainder of it, where the PSW actually is, remains in place, which is why the MZO is over and proposed over phase 4 in the area to the north. Ms. Fawcett, while you have the presentation open, if you can go to slide 35, I'll talk about the zone provisions now that were raised. Excellent, thank you. And just for context for everybody as well, these exhibits that are here are also within the report itself. Specifically, if we look at pages, it's Exhibit B that will give you the best indication of them. And I believe, sorry, my computer is just being a little slow. At 10:40 at night, maybe it's tired too. All right. That would be pages 71 and 72 of the report, as well as 73. So these are the zone schedules that are attached to the implementing zoning bylaw, specifically around the building. So what we've done here, which is different from a lot of our other approvals in the city that maybe people are more common and familiar with, is we're including a setback and height map. So this map specifically will outline where buildings need to be set back from the property boundary, how high they can be at certain areas, and what the shape of them is. This is really an element of control of zoning that is very strong in particular. So what is proposed is what would be implemented here. On the left-hand side, figure E96-1, that is phase 1. There's a square portion in the middle that kind of has a bit of a wave to it. That's the only 8-story portion on phase 1. There's an identical portion on phase 2 that represents that exact same shape. The rest of the building is 6 stories, except for the area where it steps down to the water to be 5 and 4 stories. So the idea that these are consistently 8-story buildings is incorrect. And there are portions of the building that are 8 stories, but it's only for phases 1 and 2 along the water. 3 and 4 along the rear do not have that same characteristic. The vast majority of these buildings are 6 stories. In terms about the setbacks, setbacks are measured on here in meters to the lot boundaries. The lot boundaries here are very close to the buildings. If you look at the site, there is kind of wider road areas, but there's also areas where the buildings jut in. And those areas will be landscaped, they'll be plaza, there'll be elements in places where street trees or spillover patios can be located. They're located near the commercial areas or in strategic walking areas. So there is an opportunity for tree planting on site. While it wasn't shown in the landscape strategy, that is still something that staff would be working through the final detailed plans of the site plan control and site remediation. In terms of the height, I did go over this in my presentation about the trees and the view from the Cataraqui River, looking at the site and what they would look like at time of planting versus full maturity. Those documents have been in front of Parks Canada through their heritage review, as well as the heritage consultant, and no objections or concerns were raised to the height of the buildings, the scale of the buildings, the massing of the buildings, and their current design and form. In terms of landscaped open space reduction, as you can see here, the buildings are pretty tight to the site. It is a reduction of 5% to 25%, or 20%, I believe. I wrote down the number and I don't think I wrote it down right. But this is a very intentful provision for these buildings. These buildings were designed in a very Main Street oriented style and format, something akin to the 6-story buildings that we would see through other parts of the city in a more Main Street oriented format. So I think downtown, think Princess Street. So it's very walkable, it's very commercial oriented, pushing the buildings towards the street, but creating opportunities for landscaping and greenscaping. And the landscape open space provisions reflect that. Landscaped open space provisions are actually not in our downtown bylaw for zoning. It's also not in the Princess Street bylaw for Williamsville Main Street, which limits lot coverage to a maximum of 70%, but doesn't have that corresponding landscaped open space provision. So I think it's context appropriate for the site and makes sense. Apologies, going back to the setback aspect. So there is a 5% variance on it. For height maps and schedules like these, it's a provision that we've built into a number of buildings, 168 Division Street, the North Block proposals, I believe 223 Princess Street has it or had it, I can't remember. And a lot of the ones on Princess Street as well. So where we're being so tight with the zoning, even at this conceptual level, we provide opportunity for flexibility should there be a material change or slight variance on it. That way they can have a little bit of wiggle room when appropriately locating this building. From a zoning perspective, I believe that's everything I wanted to address regarding the ribbon of life part along the water. And thank you, Ms. Foster, for putting that up. The whole entire site has to be remediated. And that's the purpose of the landscape strategy post remediation, is to rehabilitate and reintroduce those natural species to the site and native species in order to have a living green shoreline. Lastly, I believe I've touched on everything I've wanted to hit. I'm going to turn the conversation over to Ms. Agnew to talk about the long-term city housing needs and that question that was raised.
Before we go to Ms. Agnew, point of order, Councillor Hill.
I just don't want us to exceed our time. Do we need a motion to extend?
Yeah, we're almost there. I think this is appropriate now. So we'll look for a mover for a motion to extend past 11. Councillor Osanek, Councillor Hill seconded. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Excellent. Ms. Agnew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to have an opportunity to address some of the comments that were brought up in that last public section with respect to our long-term housing needs and where we are with respect to that inventory and how this project would potentially contribute to the growing needs that we have as a city. I think certainly it's been discussed through multiple people at this meeting and certainly other recent deliberations of council and other planning applications that we are in a housing crisis. We do have a housing supply issue, and we also have a housing affordability issue. Our recent vacancy rate that looked at 2021 that we reported out, we're at 1.4%. That makes us the second lowest vacancy rate in the entire province. Ideally, we should be up over 3% to be able to have a vacancy rate that's reflective of something that's more healthy. And we are well below that. We were up over 3.2% and then in 2020 and then dropped down to 1.4. So that's an ongoing concern that we've had as a city. We don't certainly look at it from year to year. We've had some years where we've gotten closer to 3%, but we've had a chronically low vacancy rate for over a decade as a city. And that's really an indication that we are short on inventory overall. So the contribution of the 1,600 plus units that are provided for as part of this application would make a significant contribution towards our overall housing needs. It is an important part of the supply, not just in number, but also in location. As part of the official plan review that we're going to be undertaking in 2023, that's going to be debating our long-term housing needs, and certainly the city is going to be under pressure, and certainly we're already receiving pressure and comments through development applications and other policy work that we're doing that we need to expand our urban boundary, and that's solely for the reason of opening up additional residential land so that we can increase our inventory to meet our long-term housing needs, but also to fundamentally address some of the affordability challenges that we've been seeing as a city, most significantly in the last year or so, with the sharp increase in our housing prices and us being one of the most expensive increased cities over the last number of years, and certainly peaking in 2021. So the housing crisis is real in Kingston. The inventory is important that's being offered as part of this in particular. And I think in terms of our long-term needs, it needs to be said that it's not 5,000 units that we need, as was suggested, over the next 20 years. We need actually more like 15,000. And that 15,000 number was a result of 2016 census data, which we know is not correct with how we've been growing in the last couple of years. That was based on growth presumptions of 1 to 2%. And in the last 5 years, we grew over 7%, making us one of the fastest growing cities. So as we continue to grow faster than we anticipated, our housing challenges just become more and more significant and difficult for us to overcome if we're not looking at every opportunity we can where it makes sense to support housing within our urban boundary. So some of those conversations, I think, we're going to need to continue to have, but I did want to provide a little bit more of a long-term housing need perspective where we are with respect to our current inventory, how this contributes to the overall need that we have as a city that's continuing to increase. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions on that if the committee has any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Agnew. So I believe that, I see Mr. Barr appearing again. I'm sorry. Anything else?
No, nothing further.
Okay, so that was a bit of a marathon. Thank you, everyone. Let's take a 10-minute break now just to get coffee, stretch our legs, et cetera, and reconvene. Well, let's make it 13 minutes at 11 p.m. when we move back to committee. So we'll take a quick bio break now. See you at 11. It is now 11 p.m. So I'll invite folks back to their cameras for those who are on camera and greet everyone else, staff and attendees in the public and the planner staff. And I want to recognize that in our normal flow, we would move from public comment and question and response to another round of questions from committee. But as I suggested at the start, I actually think it's going to be more fruitful if we get this motion on the floor and we can ask as many questions, make as many comments as we want during that process. So I'm seeing no objection to that from committee. I'll look for a mover to put it on the floor. Councillor Osanik, seconded by Councillor Neal. All those in favor? Yeah. So the motion is now on the floor. We'll conduct ourselves in the same way, but we're just one step further in this flow of events. Councillor Neal, you're first. 5 minutes to start, and we can do multiple rounds as needed.
Thank you. Excuse me. Quick question for Commissioner Agnew, if I could. This is a fairly complex and file, clearly, and a lot of investment if it gets to bylaw stage. I'm just curious, how substantial will we make it the requirement for a bond for site plan? The reason I'm asking is that there was a Patry development on Princess Street where the city ended up having to cash in the bond, and the city ended up doing the site plan because Patry never got around to doing it. I'm just curious, how substantial will the site plan bond be for this kind of project?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So because this will likely move forward in 4 phases, there will likely be 4 different types of bonds that are taken with each subsequent phase. In terms of the site plan process, there is a calculation that's done based on, on-site and off-site works, and the city taking a portion of that up to a cap. In this case, based on the previous decision of council to waive the tree compensation as part of that 2019 report, normally we would be also taking that at the site plan stage as part of the bond. So the bonds itself, or the surety we would be taking, would be the percentage of the overall costs associated with that, and it's delivered in a format where it's done as a calculation. So I can't say in a dollar amount, it will not be insignificant, but because it's being done phase by phase, it will be a reflection of whatever proportion of the offsite works and those estimates that come in as part of each phase. So overall, it will be hundreds of thousands of dollars over the life of the project, but I couldn't tell you with like a level of accuracy the exact amount.
Thank you. My second question has to do with the phase 4 portion of this proposal, which is what as I understand it, what the MZO is trying to address is the significant wetlands. So I'm just curious if and that phase 4, as I understand it, is years from now. So if we turn down the MZO now, the next council or the council after that will have an opportunity to review any proposal that comes in, and it won't require 2/3 because it'll be a new council. Is that accurate? Perhaps that's a question for the clerks.
Perhaps I can speak to more of the project side of things, and then if Elizabeth has any additional comments on the clerk side, certainly she'd be welcome to offer those. I think the challenge is, Councillor Neal, is that the actual building development associated with phase 4 may be the last of the 4 sections to be constructed. However, the work done associated with the remediation, because phase 4 contains portions of that PSW, the decision about the MZO, if it were delayed, it would impact the ability to remediate the entire site as a whole, since it would be done as one process, as opposed to the remediation isn't going to be in staged phases. It would be all done at once, and then the actual construction process would be in phases. So that's the fundamental challenge that exists there with what you're suggesting.
I appreciate that. I won't be supporting the MZO portion of the recommendation. I haven't seen a really compelling reason like the other MZOs that I've supported in the past. So I'll be asking that be separated in the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, you're next.
Thanks, man. I heard a number of questions around sort of maybe lack of detail, lack of you know, I guess the plan being complete, you know, in all of its sort of components. And my understanding though is that the holding symbols would not be removed until the answers to these questions that came up tonight are resolved. Could you comment on that? Because I think that there's some sense going on around that somehow we haven't really resolved all these questions yet, and yet we're approving a final plan, but there's still a number of steps to be completed, correct?
Yes, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to speak to that. So that's definitely true, Councillor Hill. I think we have heard from some members of the public tonight, and certainly maybe some councillors as well in previous meetings, about the concern of the level of detail that's required to be able to support the zoning and official plan amendment in principle. And then what follows is more of the detailed design phase of the project. So that's where you're getting from draft plan of subdivision into final plan, which you get into the really specific details. And that's true for any project. That's not unique for this project. Or you go from zoning to site plan. So in this case, there's a site plan and there's a draft plan of subdivision, and they're both detailed design processes. And that's typical in the planning process. So what we see up front with the zoning and the official plan in terms of the technical studies are really testing the high level of feasibility from a technical perspective. But it isn't until you get into the exact detailed design, and it's just a more specific level, particularly of engineering, and then in some cases of the architectural development of the building, that you get into the more finite detail. So we definitely have associated with the zoning a holding symbol that has a number of conditions that would have to be cleared to the satisfaction of the municipality prior to anything happening on the site. And we'll also have the draft conditions that have to be satisfied through a formal process that all has to be documented and signed off on with all the various agencies, and the same thing for site plan. So there's a lot of process to follow. Anything coming out of the zoning and official plan, this represents one milestone in the development process from a planning perspective. And typically going from draft plan to final plan, like you're talking about multiple years. It's not something that happens overnight because of the extent of the rigor of the detailed design. And that includes that record of site condition process that we've spoken to in the involvement of the MOECP and CRCA and Transport Canada and Parks Canada as well, involved in all of those processes. They're also subject to public meetings and reports to council, where council would have the final authority over some of those elements as well. Whether it's through the H removal will involve a detailed list of what the conditions are, how they've been met. That goes to council for approval. What we've suggested as part of the holding symbol is to add an additional level of public scrutiny to the process by making sure that we're giving notice associated with H removal. So the members of the public will be aware when council's even debating that. Normally it's a process that we don't give notice because the Planning Act doesn't require, but in this case, we're trying to provide enhanced opportunity for public scrutiny into the processes that would follow the official plan and the zoning.
Thanks. I mean, it's interesting what I've heard tonight, and I'm disappointed to some degree at the level of discourse, because experts are not experts only when they agree with your point of view. And we've heard from a lot of experts, both on our staff and from the proponent. And I did hear some pretty disparaging comments or insinuations, I guess, tonight, that maybe that that expertise wasn't in play, and I just want to comment on how thorough I thought the report was, and the good work that staff have done, and recognize that it's a beginning and not an end, and to that sort of end point, I just want to talk a little bit about sort of what we lose if we turn this proposal down. So first of all, we lose 1,700 units, and this is a community that desperately needs new housing. And there's some things that we can do about affordable housing, and there's some things that we can't. But one thing that we can do that will contribute at some point is to increase the housing stock. So we have to do that. One of the things we would lose if we turn this down is something we talked about a while ago, and that's the notion of a 15-minute neighborhood, so that people live and work and play using active transportation within 15 minutes of the place that they live. I think that's a great step in the right direction in terms of addressing some of our climate issues in the long term. So I mean I recognize that there's a trade-off in terms of taking this woodlot down in order to do that, but in the long run, this is a better strategy for addressing our climate goals. We would lose the opportunity to clean up one of the most contaminated sites in Ontario, which, I mean, this does not come. I've lived in Kingston for a long time. This is the first serious proposal that I've seen that would allow for that contamination to be cleaned up. And I think we have to really take a long, hard look at turning something like this down, because it's not coming back again anytime soon, in my estimation. We are losing the potential for residents to access this piece of waterfront, because they can't now. I mean, in a lot of the commentary I heard, it sounded as if people could go and enjoy this piece of property, but they can't, because it's contaminated. It's fenced off. It's not accessible to residents of Kingston. This plan provides this waterfront to be accessible, and I think that's an important consideration for all the people who live in this part of the community. We lose the opportunity to revitalize the Inner Harbor neighborhood, and I mean, again, I've watched this neighborhood deteriorate for years and years and years. And this is a neighborhood that's been in decline since I was a kid. And this is the first major substantial project of bringing new residents into that community to reinvigorate that community. And I mean, what it does is it gives us the potential to return commerce to Montreal Street. It gives us the potential to resurrect an important commercial zone that has really fallen away over the years. Even things like the old outer Montreal Street train station. There's some potential that can be redeveloped as a commercial development or as a residential development. But it also is going to spur more development in that neighborhood in general. So, and ultimately there's jobs, tons of jobs that are going to be associated with this, and significant tax revenue down the road. So I hate to see us turn this down, given the potential benefits to this community that exist with this. And I'll speak to more about this later.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So Councillor Sanik, your hand was up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want everyone to know that we have spent hours and hours on this tannery land file over the last many years, like hours, like just look at the time for tonight. This is the third public meeting. We've had motions at council about the tannery lands leading up to this. We've had hours answering emails, sending questions to staff, meeting with staff, hours and hours and hours. And I don't take this file lightly at all. It's one of the files I've spent the most time on during council at all, right? But there's problems with it. And while I sympathize with our housing crisis, this is just, to me, the trade-off of what we're going to be doing, the destruction of the wildlife and whatnot we're going to be doing does not warrant it. The affordable housing units, you know, we're having 100 units, but this development's going to be over 12 years. That's like adding 8 units a year onto the housing, affordable housing. Like, we should be really doing like a quarter of all those units should be affordable housing to try to make a difference. We're taking down a forest, like we've had so much mention in the reports of invasive species that are all in there. You can't find a forest in Southern Ontario anymore without the garlic mustard and the buckthorn and dog strangling vine, right? And there's invasive species all over. Does that mean that all the woodlands have to go, right? We're in a biodiversity crisis, which was mentioned so many times tonight. Anyone on this meeting who's an avid gardener, who lives out in the country, right? How many monarch butterflies have you seen this year? How many bees have you seen? We've all seen a huge decline in that, and taking away a forest like this, is like, it's just a huge loss for biodiversity when we can't afford to lose that biodiversity. I would rather see taller buildings, like Councillor Hutchison and I met many times with staff asking if we could please persuade the applicant to go higher so that we could save some of the stands of trees. We heard that's not possible. Everything has to be stripped of vegetation. It's got to be wood construction. If it goes to concrete to make it higher, they would have to put a deeper cap because of the extra weight. Like Councillor Hutchinson and I, we tried to come to some compromise. There is no compromise. It's like the concept plan essentially really has stayed the same. And all, like they said, this has been like going on for 5 years. The concept plan has essentially stayed the same. Minor changes, right? Still 4 phases, still 4 big buildings, still paving over the wetland, still not saving the oak, still the same height, you know, of wood construction, not going higher. You know, just think of like the awesome view all the floors could have if we had gone higher, which would have then made us hopefully be able to save some of the stands of trees. But with remediation, that won't happen. Like, it was just, there was no way working on it, and there's no way that I can support an MZO to pave over the wetlands. That's the biggest thing, like dangerous precedent setting. We heard from residents tonight, right? Opening up the floodgates, not just for Kingston, right? But for all of Ontario. Like, why do you think MNRF is saying that they do not support paving over the wetland, right? It's just opening up the floodgates. All the other developers in Ontario will be watching what we're going to be doing with this. We heard from residents tonight that it's been a common practice across the province, across the country, across the world, right, to use our waterways as a dumping ground. And every developer could like then try to find a reason why their wetland in their community has brownfields and therefore needs to be capped so that it can be developed on to save the contaminants from moving further in there. Like, just such a dangerous precedent. I heard the word shame. This is going to be shameful. Like, we had as a council back in 2006, 2010, right? The logo of we wanted to be the most sustainable city. And this is what it's come from, setting a precedent with a provincial policy statement to pave over a wetland. Oh my goodness. So my answer is no.
All right, and that's 5 minutes, so very well timed, Councillor Stanek, and we can come back to you if you desire in round 2, if that happens. I'm looking to see if I see other hands from committee. Councillor Hutchison. I believe you're on.
Okay, you can hear me, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. I was didn't catch everything Councillor Sanik said because I disconnected and connected a couple of minutes later after immediately. I have a question of the developer. It came up about wooden structures and 6 stories of wooden structure. Now, Councillor Sanik is quite right. We spent a number of meetings with Commissioner, the Director of Planning, and MOE, and we asked them to approach the developer about certain possible compromises. So my question to the developer is, I was struck by the statement about there being only being able to do 6 stories of wooden construction, because I was going to bring a motion asking the province to go to 12 stories. And I was told by staff, and I presume this is correct, that as of July 1st, 12 stories is permissible in Ontario. I'm a bit confused about this, and I'd like an answer to my question.
See a hand from Miss Agnew to start, and then we'll move on from there.
Sure, I'm happy to respond to some of it. I think Mr. Patry's team is still on the call. You are correct about the permissions related to wood frame construction in Ontario changing as of July 1st for the 12-story. The one thing I would say is not all wood frame construction is the same. So there's wood frame construction associated with 6 stories. If you want to go to 12 stories, then you're dealing with like a laminated like mass timber product, which is different, and it's newer in our market, and it's not at the same price point. I know Mr. Patry is certainly a lot better on numbers than I am, but there is a fundamental difference between regular 6-story construction in wood, which we've seen in a number of buildings, versus what is required to go to 12 stories. It's a different type of wood product because it has to be a lot stronger. And I'm told, I understand there's a very significant price difference at this point because it is a newer thing coming to our province, and the industry hasn't gone to a place where, based on volume, that the prices have come down. So on the pricing side, I can speak to that. I don't know if Mr. Patry has any other comments, but the other key consideration about the height here is it has to do with compatibility and the context of the site with respect to the Rideau and the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the adjacent Part 4 designated woolen mill structure that's there, and the scale and massing that's established by that old industrial use, what was previously on the property, and through our discussions in particular with Parks Canada, where there was non-support from that organization relative to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, and looking at this from a corridor perspective of having additional height beyond the property. So it wasn't just a matter of being able to, do 15, 20 stories elsewhere to avoid the Part 4 property, which I know some suggestions have come forward. We weren't able to do that from an overall compatibility perspective without undermining that UNESCO World Heritage Site and the comments in particular that were provided to us through the planning process with Parks Canada. So Mr. Patry's group, I don't know if you have any other comments to make on the wood frame as it was directed to you, but those are my initial comments to offer, Councillor.
Yeah, I'll make a couple of quick comments with regards to mass timber. Mass timber has been used past 12 stories in some instances. Most of that has been in demonstration, like UBC did it in conjunction with a couple of other provincial organizations to showcase that. A mass timber building costs substantially more than a concrete building, and the only people that are doing it right now are somebody like UBC or a province that's trying to show that 12 stories is capable, so 6 stories makes a bunch of sense. We've looked at this. It's a totally different type of construction. It looks gorgeous. It's great for a lot of reasons, but economically, it's significantly more than concrete at this time, and definitely in the foreseeable future.
Sorry, I turned my mic off because there was interference. I was trying to cut down on that. So yes, we're talking about 12 stories, but earlier on, Councillor Chappelle was talking about possibilities of not being on phase 4. And so the question really is, that's the legal limit for, and I'll take your word for the mass timber, but we're really talking about 8 stories here. I also have questions about the presentation to Parks Canada. They've got a waterfront, which they didn't really like in the first place. So I'm wondering if that, so my first question is, does the comments about 12 stories apply to 8 stories?
Yes, it's mass timber required building past 6 stories. So the same thing will apply. If you look at our site plan, you do see that we have a couple of sections for 8 stories. And that's because we have a concrete structure in the middle and that can go on top of it. And that makes a bunch of sense. But yeah, all of those things apply for 6 stories and above, as well as a number of other things that get put into it. It's kind of like going from 4 stories to 6. You really want to go to the maximum because you incur other costs with it. So.
Okay. I made a list of things that the public in particular had difficulty with. The first one, of course, and we had long discussions with staff about this, is the lack of a remediation plan that can be evaluated. And I think that's one of our main problems. It's even admitted to me by, not admitted, but acknowledged by hydrogeologists that we had a problem here, that we had a conceptual remediation plan, and to really tell what was going on, we needed an actual detailed remediation plan, which could be evaluated. So that's been partly, and I want to say that this is this particular version of the well, it's only one comprehensive report, but of the reports coming forward from staff is a marked improvement. And they've done some things in response to counselors and the circumstances. So a tip of the hat for that. The problem is that the remediation plan does stand out still as a bit of a problem. The one thing I wanted to ask about the H symbols, which was put to us, a couple of us, some time ago, actually, is a way, we were searching for a way in which council can maintain control or ultimate control over the in some ways, gray development plan. And I think this is where the H symbols came from. It's a good concept. My personal problem, just to make a comment on it, is that H symbols tend to come and go almost unremarked. And we've seen them, we've used them, and they've played a role, no doubt, but it makes me a little edgy. So I just have to say that. And in terms of the H symbols, let's see.
30 seconds left.
I just want to be absolutely sure the final say on the lifting of the H symbols comes from council. I believe I heard Ms. Agnew say that. More than once it was said. I just want to be sure.
Yes.
Yes, will do.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I'm done for now.
Very good, thank you. I will ask the vice chair then to take the chair. I have a few questions before I make any comments.
I take the chair and I recognize you.
Thank you. I'm just going to go a bit deeper on my 3 areas of interest and concern that have kind of followed me through this whole process and that I've talked to staff and members of the public about. And the first focuses on the record of site condition. And at a high level, which is a word we did read indeed a lot in the report, at a high level, are some of the concerns that we've heard tonight more to do with what would happen at the record of site condition and not zoning? In other words, I think of the very valid points that have been raised, is this the wrong avenue or the wrong moment, I guess I should say, to deal with some of them? Is that are some of these concerns more suited for the record of site condition?
I think if I could start, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Barr may have something to add, and it builds on what Councillor Hutchison was just saying, is their concern being we don't have a detailed remediation plan at this stage. What we have is conceptual. Again, going back to the comments that I made earlier in the meeting about the level of detail that's required at the OP and zoning stage is more conceptual in nature. It's the same thing for servicing, for traffic, for, in this case, we're at an environmental site assessment phase 2 that's been done, which is actually quite detailed, but you're not all the way there taking that information to make the remediation plan. When we do any type of site remediation, and there's lots of projects that have been done in Kingston over time, brownfield projects, because we have a number of legacy issues, and that's why we have a brownfield program. The record of site condition is always attached to the holding symbol with the zoning. So we're following the same process that we've done in many other circumstances. So having the holding symbol on the zoning, which has the conditions that say these things have to be done before any of the permissions in the zoning can even be accessed. The record of site condition is always one of those conditions. It's recommended the same way in this case. And that's where that level of detailed understanding that people are looking for, that gets completed as part of that process, which has to be approved by the Ministry of Environment. And once we have all of that approval, it gets packaged and then sent to our council to say, yes, as a council, we are satisfied the conditions of the hold have been met to our satisfaction, and we therefore pass a bylaw saying that those conditions have been met. So the H, essentially it's a lifting process. And then that means that the project can proceed to the subsequent stages to eventually get a building permit. So what we're doing in this case is not atypical. It is typical for what we do. The only atypical part here would be the extent of the remediation that's required based on the extent of contamination and the fact that we're dealing with a provincially significant wetland, which isn't, hasn't been a big part of our process before with respect to brownfields.
Fair enough. And you've actually anticipated a follow-up that I had related to the record of site condition, which is in dealing with the other agencies. So we've heard a lot about the Ministry of Conservation, Environment, Conservation and Parks. But as I've asked earlier, where does Transport Canada fit into that? So for example, if they being Transport Canada doesn't clean up their part of the water parcel and MECP takes issue with that, does that impact this development? Again, just trying to understand how all of this bigger picture fits together.
Councillor, are you talking about it in the context of the broader Inner Harbor cleanup that the federal government has indicated a commitment to?
Yeah, sorry, I'll try to clarify. Essentially, if it is ever deemed that the water contaminates the land, though we've heard very clearly tonight from our experts that it actually goes the other way, would that influence the ruling, for lack of a better term, of the ministry on the site condition of this plan?
Mr. McClatchy?
Yeah, I certainly can chime on that, Mr. Vice Chair, through you. They are two separate projects, although they're connected because they're dealing with similar issues in proximity to one another. The record of site condition would, sorry, let me back up. The Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, when they examine the site characterizations and the remediation plans on their way to approving a record of site condition, is going to have to satisfy themselves that the property that is the tannery is not contributing to an ongoing source of contamination to adjacent properties. And those adjacent properties are going to include the Inner Harbor. So that's, to my knowledge, that's the level of integration that the record of site condition process will take. They're not going to specifically reach out to Transport Canada or Parks Canada to make them part of the process, as I understand it.
Okay, so then supplemental to that, does it follow that if the tannery is not a site of contamination for adjacent properties, that it is therefore not a site of contamination in and of itself? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the only way to get a record of site condition that the Ministry of the Environment and Conservation and Parks is going to be satisfied with is One, the site itself does not pose a risk to people that use the site or the ecology that's on the site. And two, it does not pose an ongoing risk to adjacent properties and receptors.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's honestly what I thought we had read in the report and what I had heard in the past, and that's just 100% clear for me now. Thank you. So I also wanted to ask a bit more about the CRCA, and I'm not sure if this is for our planning staff or for Mr. Dakin, but we heard him say in unequivocal terms that through the work that has already been done to this point, they are confident, the organization CRCA is confident that there is not a flooding or erosion risk. Are there other things that would be done past zoning that would problematize that or allow that analysis to change?
Mr. Deacon?
Yep, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, through you, Vice Chair. I can't try to give that some foresight. I don't anticipate that anything would change or if the zoning was passed as proposed, it still sets restrictions in place that would prevent the development from posing a risk to adjacent properties in terms of flooding and erosion, and conversely would not be subject to those if it's within the scope of proposed zoning. I can say that with a level of confidence, yeah. Because the zoning is so specific to location, and that's the key thing, is location.
No, absolutely. Okay, that again gives me reassurance because we want to make sure that we're being responsible on the parcel in question, but also for those around, as many people have brought up, and you as our expert are saying that based on what we have before us, if it's passed, we won't see the erosion or the flooding. And I hope that committee takes our expert advice. And then finally, I'm going to go back to the MZO, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I looked up a voice in provincial politics, now in provincial politics, that I really respect, Kristen Wong-Tam. We know her from a longtime city councillor in Toronto. She's an NDP representative now at Queen's Park. And in her time as a city councillor in Toronto, her and another councillor that I respect, Joe Cressy, talked a lot about MZOs, and they often were caught off guard when the province issued an MZO for a development within the city of Toronto without consultation of the city. And one of the things that they did in response with the influence that they had was issue a statement talking about the need to, and I'm just going to quote this directly because I think it's quite profound, need to ensure that MZOs go through a process that ensures the city and its residents are consulted and that outcomes are mutually agreed upon by both the city and the province. That's from Kristen Wong-Tam and Joe Cressy. And maybe people don't respect their voices. I definitely do. But Ms. Agnew, what you've described, to me at least, seems exactly what we're trying to do here with this tool. A tool that, again, admittedly has been used in nefarious ways in the past and maybe would in the future. But here, for this site, we're hearing that you are consulting with the province by doing the legwork ahead of time and then proposing it to the minister. Is that fair?
I would characterize that the statement that you made, or the ideal nature of how those politicians talked about how an MZO should work, is exactly how we have tried to go through the process with respect to this particular project. In doing the fulsomeness of the technical review and the public process, having that inform directly the scoping of what we're proposing council consider as an MZO, and having that be as tight geographically as possible, but also informed by a detailed set of parameters that we've attached to a public report, which would then be sent to the minister's office, so that there would be the maximum amount of public transparency into understanding the scope and the nature of the MZO, why it's required, and then a commitment that the municipality continue to work with the ministry in particular on those details, so that what comes back to us should not, and I don't believe it would be a surprise based on our previous work with them on the MZO associated with the employment lands. We weren't surprised. What we got back was exactly what we put forward, with some modification just in terminology and a little bit of formatting, but the substantive content of it was exactly what the municipality asked for. So while I can't comment on exactly what a minister is or isn't going to do. I can just comment on what our process has been on a previous MZO and what our thinking and our approach has been with respect to the formulation of this part of the recommendation for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I'll just make a few quick comments. Mr. Chair, I have about a minute left. Yeah, I'll be quick then for this round and say, I want to put confidence in our local experts. I also want to honor the many voices that have spoken tonight and brought up legitimate points that need to be addressed. And in my estimation, though it is still at a general format because we're talking about zoning and not the specifics, when our local conservation authority gives it a green light, albeit with the caveat that there is additional review to be done, but that review will come through a government agency of the ministry, and that is backed by our local government as much as we can, given the policy constraints. I think that it would be unwise to not go forward because we've done what we can in this moment, recognizing that the process is still to continue. And
30 seconds.
30 seconds, really quickly, and maybe I'll say a bit more after. The single biggest thing a city can do for climate change is not expand its urban boundary by intensification. Not at all costs, but when, again, we have experts backing this approach through capping, I think we can accept it at this juncture. Thank you.
And I return the chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Anyone else for this round? Because we can, oh, Councillor Chappelle, there you are, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to step back in time when we were speaking about the MZO for Clogs Road. That was the first MZO that came forward to the city of Kingston. And at that time, I explicitly stated that this was the Trojan horse that would come forward and be presented as some type of solution to the tannery lands. At that time, Ms. Agnew said, no, that wasn't contemplated. And subsequently at a follow-up meeting, here we are. Now, I also asked the proponent, Mr. Patry, at one of the meetings, I believe it was September 21st. If not, it was maybe at the March meeting, one of the March meetings, if he had interest in seeking an MZO at that time. And he said, no, it wasn't in his purview. It wasn't, he wouldn't be asking for it. So then we hear, the public has an opportunity to be presented with this MZO on Thursday of last week. So I cautioned approximately, 7-8 months ago that this could possibly happen. I cautioned concern, and yet it was not presented as a possibility to this council or the public until Thursday. So I don't agree that we've had consultation on this specific issue. I believe there are significant problems in having the MZO applied to a provincially significant wetland. And with due respect, I disagree with the environmental consultant that it's a wasted swampland. I'm paraphrasing the words, but I disagree wholeheartedly, because that's the same researcher who said there were no turtles in Collins Bay Creek. So I have a problem with the idea of setting a precedent for the rest of the province that we would fill in a wetland. I believe that this is a detriment to Kingston, and it'll be Kingston's first. And I don't want to be on a council that votes in favor of this horrible idea. My concern is that this will be a precedent set across the province, as Lisa, our Councillor Osanek, has eloquently stated, and many of the residents have cited. We have to be creative on how we address this parcel of land. I'm not opposed to having some development, but when we keep getting bulldozed with the same effective footprint, with no reprieve to the concerns raised by residents, like having a naturalized barrier of the shoreline. No, we're going to clear cut it and then replant. Well, no, I think there are some residents that we really would like to see it just left as a natural heritage site, and natural, in leave it alone, allow the turtles to continue to nest there, plant additional trees, what have you, but beautify the site rather than tearing down these old cottonwoods along the shoreline and the mother oak that everyone speaks about. So there just does not seem to be any compromise with this developer. And the notion of using an MZO is a non-starter for me. And so I can't support this as it's presented. And I'm very disappointed in colleagues that are saying we need housing. Like, maybe we should go back and reflect on Redendale and it put some density in Redendale.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'm just going through my list. Everyone, I think, has spoken during this round. Is that correct? Yes. There is additional time. So I know some councillors probably have more to say. Looking to committee. Oh, Councillor Hutchison, there you are. You have another 5 minutes, sir. And I believe you're on mute again, so I'll just start your time when we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
there you go.
Flipping off and on here. The I think I should follow up with talking about the MZO. It's I'd be very surprised, incidentally, if Cressy and Tam actually agreed with your analysis of what they said. But I think in this circumstance, so I think the problem is, first of all, the problem with an MZO is that in principle, it's very bad planning for a local municipality to ask the province to make its own decisions for it. It's just not to be recommended. It's, I understand why staff did it. I'm not talking about staff here. I'm talking about the general concept of how MZOs work and how they've been working in the province. Remember what was happening in Toronto with those two councillors as they were having planning bombs just dropped on them. And of course that affected their view. So I think that it opens the door to unnecessary arbitrary decision making. And you can talk, and the way MZOs work, and I'll remind you again, you can talk until you're blue in the face. That doesn't mean the minister's going to do it or is going to do something satisfactory to you, or is not going to side much more with one side than the other. And that's the problem. Seems to me that if you need an MZO, perhaps you're doing the wrong thing. More to the point, as I said, as I've been talking with Ms. Agnew earlier, like in this meeting, you can do it another way, which does involve an MZO. And also, because it's there and we need to do those things, if we decide that needs to be done, it's a question of compromise and negotiation, which is not, as Councillor Chappelle pointed out, hasn't exactly been forthcoming from this developer. So to put it mildly, it's Councillor Dosanik and I, in all good faith, tried to find out and put the same motions back and forth between us and staff numerous, well, I won't say numerous times, but 3 times. I wrote versions on versions. And part of that problem is, I think it's important to understand, is that we wanted the hydrological report to come to council, planning and council. The staff insisted to come back to staff. And that's not the same thing. They could have had a report with it, of course, or, a flagged interpretation. But the raw report would have come back to planning. And that's why we gave it up, because we couldn't see where we were getting anywhere. So just this whole process, as far as that's concerned has been unsatisfactory. And so I won't vote for it. So I think I want to make a motion. And that motion would be that clause 6, which is the MZO clause, I believe, somebody better jump up and correct me, be deleted from the recommendation. I don't know if I've got a seconder or not.
You have a seconder, I see in Councillor Chappelle. Do you have the text sent to the clerk, Councillor?
No, I think the clerk's well able to take care of that. It was one line.
Can you just repeat it for clarity's sake and also
Sure.
maybe
That
didn't catch it?
clause 6 of the recommendation, and they can fill in the be deleted from the recommendation. And they can fill in the report number. Well, I can give it to them if they want. Where are we here?
Madam Clerk, I'll just look to you to see if you need more than that, because I think to be fair to you, you need to hear.
Report 17, 2022.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the single clause within the recommendation that deals specifically with the MZO is the one that Councillor Hutchison in his motion is asking to be deleted from the recommendation. So that is how I would understand that would be worded.
Okay, just need to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
That's fine with me.
Second by Councillor Chappelle. And so this is a motion to amend. Councillor Hutchison, you have the floor to speak to it.
I think I've said everything that needs to be said between me, myself and my seconder. And previously Councillor Sanik and some other comments I heard.
Councillor Sanik.
So the amendment's on the floor now, Mr. Chair, is that right?
Correct. Sorry, yeah, I didn't make that clear. Yes, you're right.
Okay, so I have a question to staff, and that is, what does this mean now, right? Because I saw clearly in the report many times that phase 4 is necessary for financial viability to make this application go forward, right? And I also thought I read in the report that phase 4 is what is linked to the MZO. So without the MZO, phase 1, 2, and 3 cannot be built because phase 4 is tied to the MZO. So I think my interpretation, if we this doesn't even make sense in my interpretation, because the applicant cannot build phase 1, 2, 3, 4 without phase 4, because they need those extra units for financial viability. And phase 4 is what is tied into the clause that is moving this amendment to be deleted. Is that correct?
Ms. Agnew?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, phase 4 is the most contaminated part of the land. And phase 4 with the MZO, if council, once this moves up to council, if that's removed altogether and there's no phase 4 consideration with the MZO, the way this is laid out will prevent the property from being remediated, because the MZO is an important part of overcoming that PPS policy with respect to any type of alteration or development. And so there's the remediation component that won't move forward in the current process the way that it is. And then Mr. Patry is likely better to speak to how that would, even in the absence of the remediation, how losing that part of the redevelopment would impact the overall project. Certainly it would undermine any of the approved brownfield consideration that's also going forward to council as well, because that was based on a formula of a number of units associated with that. So that would also call that into question as well. So I think it would sort of be the 3 parts. Mr. Breyer, I don't know if you have any other questions or sorry, any other comments. And I don't know if there's anything from Mr. Patry's group relative to the viability of losing the phase 4 part of the project.
We have spent a lot of time looking at this project, and I've gone through it a number of times with staff on the costs for phase 4 and how to remediate it. And it really does, just if you guys aren't able to see phase 4 being built, it does 2 things. One, it means the site's not going to be remediated because I'm just not going to be able to remediate phase 4. And 2, the site isn't going to be built because without the whole thing, we don't have enough density to do it. So the only other option would be for me to go back to council, ask for a brownfield grant that would probably be double what we're currently asking for, with a bunch of extra pieces attached to it where you guys are front-ending and paying for things in order to have it built. I honestly don't think that's the best option,
But bluntly, if the MZO is not there for phase 4, I can't see this project moving forward, and it will just sit here for another 40 years. And I caution everybody in saying sometimes doing nothing is the worst thing that can happen. And if we don't move forward, it may be that this just sits here for another 40 years.
All right, Councillor, you have a few more seconds if you'd like.
No, I heard everything I needed to. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. I'm wondering if in terms of process, that it might be better to defeat this amendment or motion to amend and allow council to deliberate over I mean, it appears that it's going to lose here at planning tonight. So if it loses at planning, it can move on to council for deliberation and potentially have the MZO portion removed at council if that's the will of councillors. But it seems to me it complicates matters here to do it here as opposed to moving it on to council with as a defeated recommendation.
So actually, I'll just quickly jump in and ask for clarification from the clerk or perhaps Ms. Agnew, which is, and Councillor Neal, I did see your hand. I'll recognize you in 1 second. I just want to make a distinction between an amendment to remove a clause from the recommendation and the potential that it be defeated in a separate motion, because Councillor Neal did at the very beginning mention that he wanted it separated. So can we just parse that out? And if we need a recess to do that, I'd be happy to do that and jump on the phone. Ms. Fawcett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So if the amendment were to be approved, so the item would be deleted from the recommendation, the committee would only be voting on the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment, and that would be the recommendation that would go up to council without any consideration towards the zoning order. However, at council, it would be within council's ability to reintroduce that at that time. It would just take a little more work to do so at that level. If the amendment is defeated and we go forward with the recommendation as presented by staff and the committee defeats that, then it would go forward as that the planning committee is recommending that council turns down staff's recommendation as the full clauses.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And Councillor Neal, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Elizabeth. You said everything I was about to say, I believe, which is that council always has the prerogative of taking a report from any committee and amending it, turning it down fully. And therefore, I think Councillor Hutchison's motion to amend is perfectly in order, because council will have an opportunity when they receive the report to amend the recommendation from the planning committee. Is that accurate, Elizabeth?
Mr. Chair, through you, it works both ways. So if it is amended on the floor tonight and it goes up to council, council can amend it to bring back the original, and vice versa. If it goes up as the original and council wishes to remove the zoning order, they could amend it on the floor at that time to remove it.
Thank you. And therefore, I will support Councillor Hutchison's motion to remove the MZO portion. And unless there's another speaker, I will do what I never do, which is call the question. 6 hours.
I'd actually like to speak, Councillor, if you don't mind. I was just asking an earlier procedural question as chair, so I'll quickly do that. Councillor Hill, can you take the chair?
I'd take the chair.
I think it's completely legitimate to question the validity of MZOs as a tool in general. I think it's completely fine to not desire it for our city, or at least in this context, that's up to individuals. My concern here in striking it at this point, because it is so integrated into the recommendation, is that it changes the dynamic of the entire report. such that council doesn't have the same shot at understanding it in the way that we do as we are now. So I've kind of made myself clear on what I think about this current MZO, but I'm not actually even debating that. I'm just saying from a process perspective, I think it's best that we defeat this. And then because it will be separated out, if you don't want it, you can send it as a non-recommendation to council. But my encouragement as chair to the committee is send the same thing that we've dealt with now to council to let council make the choice. Thanks. Councillor Chappelle, you've already spoken, unless this is a point of order, or maybe I've miscalculated. Did you not speak?
I've not spoken to this
No,
amendment.
sorry, apologies. Go for it. You have a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to reiterate some points at previous meetings, speaking on this particular issue, alluding that it could be utilized on the tannery lands. Ms. Agnew said there was no intention of doing so. The proponent for this proposal also indicated at a meeting where I was specific and asked him if he was going to seek an MZO, said no, and we're hearing tonight that it's incumbent that this is required. So I think that the motion is fully in order, and as far as the idea that we need to preserve it in its entirety to send it to council is false. It's a false premise, because as the chair has eloquently stated, we've been talking about this for several years, at least for our entire term of council. So then our fellow councilors should also be fully advised and apprised to this issue. So I rest my case.
All right, so that is everyone. So we're calling the question. Oh, Councillor Hutchison, yes, you do have the last word. That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I just try to reiterate that there is an alternative means to get to this position should people want it. I'm not sure they do, but we shouldn't forget that. And and also it hopefully will create a bit of a pause where people can think about what their options are. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is on the floor. Everyone's spoken to it. All those in favor of striking the motion, or the clause about the MZO? Councillor Neal, Chappelle, Hutchison, and Osanik. Those opposed? Myself and Councillor Hill. That passes. So that changes the nature of the recommendation. It is now down a clause, and the existing remain. Are there any other speakers to the motion as amended? Councillor Hutchison.
This is in my district, okay? So I've been probably hearing at least as much as the rest of you. Maybe not more than Councillor Osanik, okay? The point is that I want to give voice to some of the concerns. When we're talking about their letter, there are parts of the, of course, there are parts in the report on just about every aspect. So, in terms of the grandmother oak, I think Councillor Sanik and I both thought that we should make every effort to save that tree, and maybe a couple of the pines as well. And that's shot down in the report by the consultant. And there's an MOE letter in there about it, but they express some skepticism about being able to preserve the oak, but they're not definitive about it. I think part of the reason we wanted the developer to change the heights and nature of the buildings, and of course, Parks Canada is implicated very indirectly as far as I can see in that. So was that perhaps we could save some of the forest. Right now, it's all or nothing. And that has been the position of the developer all along. And I find that attitude unacceptable. As you know, I think you all know that on council, sometimes I try for compromises, even when apparently they're not there. But I think it's the way, and Councillor Chappelle doesn't have to laugh quite so broadly. So, and that's fair enough. And so that was why we pursued that. One of the reasons we pursued that. And we got apparently nowhere, although I don't accept the consultants. What I expect to see is what can we do, and don't dismiss it. Let's do everything we can to accept that fairly largest part of the population that would like some indication that there's going to be woods there, at least if not forests. And we can go back and forth about the the nature of the forest or the wood, the sniffing woodland and all that. So, but that's something else. So that I would like to have seen more effort done there, more success, certainly. The other thing is the turtles, and staff can bring me straighten me out, but reading this, I came to the conclusion that what's going to happen is as proposed, they will grub the entire place. They'll obliterate it. And that will be the end of the habitat. And then we're going to bring the habitat back in some kind of quote unquote renaturalization. Now, you've heard how offensive some people find that, because it seems you go to nothing to get something that is a version of what you had before or not. And you can hardly expect people not to find that questionable. And I think we all should question it. What's the nature of this development that we have to obliterate the natural heritage, which we're not supposed to be doing in terms of our climate change or our general policies and so on. I agree, it's difficult. You can't build anything with not knocking trees down, okay? It's being particularly difficult in the last year or two where people say no, I don't see anybody contradicting them, that 20 wooded or forested areas been knocked down in the city because the city doesn't own them. So they don't have the right to do much about it at all. So I just felt I had to raise these public concerns and give them a place at the committee table. Not that they weren't done by other people in different ways. And I find it bothersome that we weren't able to beat a better compromise. We are putting $63 million into this in remediation costs. And that money is also increased by the amount that we don't take tax money in, we disperse it back to the developer. In the meantime, after each phase, they use services for 10 years.
30 seconds, please.
And we are paying for it, the rest of us, because the services don't come from nowhere. So that all gets a bit difficult at a certain level. So I just wanted to say that and touch on those things and say those are elements of concern. Thank you.
Thank you. That's 5 minutes. We've had multiple rounds of questions now, or comments rather. I see no other hands going up, so we'll call the question. It's the motion. Oh, Councillor Chappelle, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look just to the east of us, or sorry, the west of us, to Belleville. Belleville recently, the city council has voted to spend $3.1 million to purchase the old Bakelite property and create a contiguous waterfront along the Bay of Quinte. And the city of Belleville is going to take over the aspect of reclamation for that land. And because of it, 2 different parcels were donated to make this property contiguous. So it is really futuristic, thinking about future families, grandchildren's, the young Daniels of the world that will be able to wander along the beachfront on the shoreline of Belleville. And yet we don't have that same vision for Kingston along a UNESCO heritage site. I think that we are missing a huge opportunity to have a center of land reclamation of one of these sites. We've got RMC, Queens, St. Lawrence College that could all be working to make a collaborative effort here. And I think there are so many other creative ways. It seems that KEDCO every couple of months wants to come out with a new center of innovation and excellence, whether it's healthcare or whether it's batteries or whether it's something else. Why can't it be land reclamation? You know, we have some of the best students and engineers at Queen's and RMC that certainly can, you know, build their careers on land reclamation. But instead, we're looking at a short-sighted approach, and it's a great concern to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we will call the question because no other hands went up. This is the motion, or sorry, rather recommendation as amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? Councillor Neal, Chappelle, Hutchison, and Osanek are in the majority. Councillor Hill, Councillor Kiley in the minority. So that loses. All right. So that goes as amended as a non-recommendation to council. There are no motions tonight. There are no notices of motion that I'm aware of, seeing none. Other business, none. Correspondence, we recognize all of the pages that are in the added and here on the agenda. The next meeting that we have scheduled is a week from tonight. And well, I guess it's technically into tomorrow already. So Thursday, August 11th. And I'll look for a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Neal, Councillor Hutchison, all those in favor? And we are adjourned. Take care, everyone. Have a good night. Thanks for your participation.